Good afternoon, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order for the afternoon of December 10th, 2019. Today's invocation will be given and delivered by Heather Judd from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And Heather is the president of the Relief Society of the San Jose, California South Stake of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And I think many of us who are particularly involved in the efforts to provide relief after the flood know very well about how critical the help of LDS and their community. Hundreds of volunteers came out to help within days of that flood to help many of our residents get on their feet, and we are so grateful for all they do for our community. The Relief Society is a philanthropic and educational women's organization of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It was founded in 1842 in Illinois and has approximately 7 million members over 188 countries and territories. The Relief Society is one of the oldest and largest women's organizations in the world. And along with her responsibilities as the Stake Relief Society president, she also works as the piano accompanist for the choir at Dartmouth Middle School in San Jose, and she's the proud mom of 3 exceptional young adults. Welcome, Heather. Good to have you.
Thank you. Happy to be here today. To best illustrate the main point of my message today, I'd like to share with you my most memorable childhood Christmas. And it wasn't the Christmas when I was 7 that I got a Barbie doll, although that was very memorable. And it wasn't the Christmas that I received a 15-volume set of classical piano music, a gift that I knew that my parents couldn't afford. But it was the Christmas of 1974, and my family received a gift of service that, one of those gifts that money can't buy. And it was someone did something for us that we couldn't do for ourselves. My brother Noel had been in the hospital, in O'Connor Hospital, for 6 months. And Christmas was fast approaching, and his health was failing. And we knew that it would be impossible for him to come home for Christmas. And yet, Christmas morning came, and my parents announced to us that he was coming home. And I knew this was going to be quite a feat. A friend of ours from our congregation, Dr. Richard Hardy, was making arrangements to bring him home to us. And I will never forget seeing his station wagon backing up onto our lawn and seeing Noel in a makeshift stretcher and them carrying him into the house and being able to spend the afternoon with my brother and us opening our presents and sharing this holiday together. Now, this happened when I was 12 years old. And since then, I have reflected on this experience and realized the sacrifice that Dr. Hardy had made and given up Christmas morning with his family so that we could have my brother home with us. He arranged this and did something for us that we could not do for ourselves. And this is essentially one of the objectives of the Relief Society organization. We mourn with those who mourn. We comfort those who stand in need and comfort. And every day we try to be a light to the world. Now, I believe that one of the reasons I was invited to share a brief message with you today was because of the relationship that we've established over the last several months with the mayor and the city council as we've brought these giving machines to Christmas in the park. And has anyone visited the giving machine yet? Yes, they're so fun. So let me just tell you about the experience my husband and I had when we went there. We waited in line. Great, there was a line. And we approached the vending machine and looked at all the charities, Sunday Friends, the Giving Tree, local charities and international charities. And we swiped our card and chose some of the things we wanted to donate. And of course, we chose basketballs because, you know, our family plays basketball, and we did polio shots and baby formula. And number one on my list of things we needed to buy was a worm toilet because, you know, who doesn't want to buy a toilet for someone who needs a toilet, right? And so we are very fortunate that San Jose is one of 10 cities to have giving machines. There's 10 cities worldwide, and we have one of these giving machines, and it's part of an even greater campaign of the church to light the world. So my invitation to you today is to find an opportunity to light the world this holiday season. It might be taking a visit to Christmas in the Park, or it might be finding something that you feel passionate about and giving. And at this time of year, I love going on social media and seeing my friends and my family and the ways that they're trying to light the world each day. And recently I read about a young man, a college student, who, as he goes on campus, he takes a half hour every day to look around for someone who needs a friend or a way that he can help them. And this effort is bringing him joy and also helping him it's changing him and his heart. I know a young mom who recently finished chemo for breast cancer, and yet she took one of those and put together one of those great baskets that you put on your porch for the delivery people that have snacks and water, and her thank you ended with the hashtag Light the World. I was reading in the New Testament this last week in 1 John 1:5, and it says, "This then is the message which we have heard of him, and declare unto you that God is light, and in him is no darkness at all." May we each make an effort to light the world this holiday season and try to do something for someone else that they are not able to do themselves. And inasmuch as I've been asked to offer a prayer to open this meeting, I would like to give a brief prayer. Our Father in heaven, we're so grateful for this opportunity we have to be here in this meeting. We are grateful for the leaders of our city, for the mayor, for the city council. We pray that they will be blessed with wisdom, with insight as they make decisions today, that all will go well in this meeting. We pray for the people of San Jose, that they will be blessed, that we will be able to meet their needs, that we will perpetuate goodness and light. We are so thankful for the Savior of the world and for the light that he is to us, and pray that we might reflect that light. And we say this in his name, Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you very much, Heather. Thank you, and would everyone please join me as we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we have two ceremonial items this afternoon. First, I see Jim in the audience, so we'll proceed with the commendation for Good Karma Bikes. Councilmember Foley will be presenting this with Councilmember Dev Davis.
Cyclists see considerably more of this beautiful world than any other class of citizen. A good bicycle, well applied, will cure most ills this flesh is heir to. It is my profound pleasure, along with Councilmember Davis, to recognize and commend Jim Gardner and Good Karma Bikes with a commendation from the City of San Jose. Through the medium of bicycles, Jim and Good Karma Bike provide these at-risk youth with job skills and educational experiences to increase their opportunity for success using something as simple as a bicycle. They transform the lives of individuals within our community. Good Karma Bikes is a nonprofit social enterprise full-service bike shop. They reinvest their earned revenue into programs targeting at-risk and emancipated foster youth, as well as those who rely on a bicycle for their transportation needs. Good Karma Bikes generously provides free repair clinics and have hosted 750 classes, completing over 200,000 bicycle repairs. Additionally, folks have donated over 75,000 volunteer hours to Good Karma Bikes and the community. Maybe the most impressive statistic is the 3,500 bikes granted or gifted to members of the community, where bicycles are their primary means of transportation. Good Karma Bikes emphasizes inclusion, access, education, and community, offering a women's skill night, a program hosted by females for females, teaching basic skill development in road maintenance and cycling safety. Good Karma Bikes will be expanding their programs for the underserved as they begin working with young people in only the second LGBTQ+ shelter in the country. On November 4th, Good Karma Bikes celebrated its 10th anniversary and has plans to open a second location in San Jose. In November, I attended Good Karma Bikes' quarterly salon at their 460 Lincoln Avenue location in District 6, as Jim passionately spoke about his staff and their accomplishments. It was abundantly clear Good Karma Bikes was a labor of love. Jim, I'd like to thank you for all the beauty you bring to the community and the opportunities for our underserved at-risk youth. Just think all those extraordinary contributions to our society began with something as simple as a bicycle. Before I ask the mayor to present the commendation, I'd like to leave you with this quote. 4 wheels move the person, 2 wheels move the soul. Mr. Mayor, would you please present Jim Gardner and Good Karma Bikes with a commendation for exemplary stewardship in the city of San Jose?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Foley, Councilmember Davis, and the rest of the council, on behalf of 25,000 clients underserved, over 10,000 donors of financial and in-kind support, 2,000 volunteers and 80,000 service hours, 3,500 bicycles. As a small part, thank you very much. It's been a privilege, the privilege of my life, to serve this community and to be some small part of making it a little bit better. The best is yet to come. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Camus is here, and I believe we are commending Beautiful Day for their great work in helping to lift our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And if any of my colleagues who've had Beautiful Day projects want to come up and share this recognition with us here, feel free to come down. So it's my honor today to recognize Beautiful Day. And for those of you who don't know what Beautiful Day is, it's an amazing organization that brings beauty, love, and care to our community. They help transform tired-looking schools into vibrant, exciting facilities. They provide no-string-attached services for those who are otherwise unable to help themselves, like homeowners struggling with code enforcement issues, like broken sidewalks and fences. And like nonprofits struggling to maintain their facilities. They come in and they fix toilets and paint walls and do many things that are expensive and require a lot of skills. I've had the honor of working with Beautiful Day often over the past 7 years, and I've watched them connect government agencies, community organizations, professionals, skilled tradespeople, and people from all walks of life to solve long-standing, difficult problems, such as, we have an example of Eastbrook Elementary School, where for 7 years, the various agencies couldn't get one project done. And Beautiful Day stepped in and provided the link that made it possible to get the projects that they needed to fix their facilities. And in the Almaden Valley, they brought together the county and the city and many volunteers to paint dilapidated, untreated walls that have been there for 40 years without being restored. And it took a big task. Putting the city and the county together was a big task. And they even work in people's individuals' homes. And I just love everything that they do. I'm excited about working with them. And here, to say a little bit more and accept the commendation, is Finney Abraham. He's the executive director for Beautiful Day. Finney, you want to say a few words?
Thank you, Councilmember Camus, and also Mayor and Vice Mayor and others who have actually signed in it, Councilmember Esparza. We are a volunteer organization. I have a few more of our board members. Some of them are here. All of them have a day job, but our goal is to bring people together to show compassion and kindness. Last year, we had about 2,400 volunteer spots on a weekend, over 10,000 volunteer hours, and 75% of our projects came from the city of San Jose. That is, some of the council members, they needed help, and we are here to help. So we are thankful that you gave us an opportunity. And to all the council members, I would just say, consider us as a resource. And Mayor, you'd be happy to hear, we are not here to complain. We are here to, we are here to do some work. So thank you for the recognition and appreciate it.
All right. I suspect folks might have noticed we've got a very busy agenda today. So while we value many things in the city of San Jose, today we are going to particularly value economy of expression. Okay, first, on orders of the day, does anyone in the council have any changes to the printed agenda?
Sorry, this is orders of the day? Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, there's orders of the day. Oh, item 6.2, not to be heard before 6 p.m. I was supposed to mention that, I believe. And we will be adjourning the meeting in memory of Thaddeus Campbell. And I would like to speak about Thaddeus in just a moment, but I first want to ask my colleagues if they had any other changes to the printed agenda. Okay, all right. I had the honor of attending a memorial for Thaddeus just over the weekend on Saturday night. And I saw Kevin Campbell. Is Kevin here? Yes, Kevin, thank you for being here. And it was attended by many, many friends. I see Nicole and many who were gathered to honor the very bold and large life that Thaddeus lived, and he lived wonderfully here in San Jose. Thaddeus was born and raised, though, in Augusta, Georgia. He moved to San Jose in 1984. He was recruited to be a software engineer by a local startup, and he quickly became a formidable name in Silicon Valley. And I'll go off script here for a moment. As I recall, he lived in many cities along the way. I know he spent a little time in San Francisco and a little bit down south as well, and I'm grateful that he ended up here in San Jose for most of his adult life. Despite achieving great feats in the tech world, Thaddeus knew his work was far from done. He was determined to address the racial inequality he saw in the workforce around him. Thaddeus himself is African American, While working at Twitter as a senior engineering manager, Thaddeus used his position to generate the change he knew was right to join campaigns to recruit students from historically black colleges and to encourage greater diversity there at Twitter. I actually knew Thaddeus from several years before when he had a small company, software company in downtown San Jose. And he, like so many brave souls, was willing to open a downtown business at a time when it was pretty challenging. I particularly remember Thaddeus being one of those folks who would pick out people who were particularly shy in a crowd whenever he was at a gathering and talk to them first and make them feel welcome. And I really appreciated that, particularly as I got to know Thaddeus as we were both gym mates over at the gym here in downtown. I think what many folks know Thaddeus most for, however, is the CEO is Silicon Valley Pride. And for the last 4 years, he really spearheaded an effort to reinvigorate that very important organization and, importantly, bring back the Pride Parade. And he framed the vision of the organization was to be the most high-tech festival in the country. And I think for all of us who have attended Pride in the last 2 or 3 years, we have seen something really beautiful emerge as the community has really embraced this and has grown enormously. And we're so grateful for all of those who came together to help create what is emerging to be an incredible organization and an incredible event that we're all able to celebrate equality together. And we should thank Thaddeus for his leadership, for helping to make all that possible. He came in as a time, as I recall, when Silicon Valley Pride was deeply in debt, wasn't able to even pay its bills for its last festival, and not many folks trusted that the organization could hold another event. Nonetheless, he was bold enough to say, we can do this. So I'm just so grateful for all of Thaddeus' leadership here in our community and for his friendship, both to me and to many others. And Kevin, I know you're not alone in feeling deeply his loss, and I know he'll be deeply missed. All right. Any other items for this issue before we move on? Okay, we'll vote then on orders of the day. Thank you. And thank you for joining us. Next is the closed session report. Ed?
The council met in closed session, but there is no report.
All right. Next is the consent calendar. Are there any items that council would like to pull from the consent calendar?
Mayor, I'd like to pull 2.19.
Okay. That's item 2.19. Councilmember Esparza, any other items? Okay. Is there a motion on the remainder? Let's vote on that motion. I think it was Councilmember Foley. All right, 2.19 is a second amendment to the master agreement with Cullender Associates, landscape architecture for landscape architecture and construction support for the Coyote Creek Trail. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. I don't know if it's, there's Matt. And I don't know if the police chief is here, but if he could come down as well, that would be great. So I had a question about coordinating. So this is the area from what's commonly known as the jungle north, correct?
Correct, from Story Road north to Williams Road, but essentially Story Road to 280.
And has there been any coordination with the SJPD on, I don't know if you guys want to sit in the box, it might be easier or more comfortable, on public safety impacts?
Thanks, and sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Matt Kano, Director of Public Works, and this chair's really high.
Wow, you're very tall now.
Can't even get down to the mic here, thank you. All right. There have definitely been discussions over the years on the Coyote Creek Trail project. I think as there's been even more recent discussions between Parks and Rec and Public Works and the Police Department on the Caddy Creek all the way from 280. This, as background, this current, what we have in front of you today is an extension of a consultant agreement for the section from 280 to Story Road, as you know, council member. And we're not asking for any additional funding today. This specific section of the Caddy Creek Trail has had some project delays in the bidding process, and we want to retain our consultant for a longer period to make sure when we do go ahead and award this project at City Council, we have them on board to help us with construction support. We have 2 additional sections of the Caddy Creek Trail which are not in front of you today. South of this one through Kelly Park, essentially from Story Road down to Phelan, and then from Phelan down to Tully. And there will continue to be additional conversations with the police department and PRNS before we bring those forward to the city council. And
yeah, and if I could, Matt, if I could just jump in for a second, because I really want to appreciate some of the questions that the council member's been raising about our trail program and expanding trails. And I think just want to acknowledge that we really can't be having a status quo approach to the trail program. We know that the trails have a lot of issues that come with them. We are at the point where we are looking at expanding trails, and I think we need to take a different approach to not only the planning, the design, the coordination of all of what the trails are as a positive asset to the community, but also the challenges they bring to us as an organization in terms of being able to keep them safe and clean. So I think that the questions that you've raised to me personally are right on. We need to take an unsiloed approach. Angel Rios is going to be really kind of heading this up, as he is many things like this, with support from all the departments, so that we can kind of be more really aware of kind of current events and what's going on in our city before we just kind of, as I say, kind of status quo, expand trails and not acknowledge kind of what's going on right now. But the staff is here to kind of answer any questions.
Thank you, and I appreciate those comments. And we have certainly had some meetings and discussions about the trail as a whole. As a whole. But kind of what kicked it off for me was even in just the construction of a project like this, that there's a public safety impact. And given the fact that we've had multiple messages, the police chief has sent us memos. I personally have heard conflicting messages throughout the city about a parks police unit. And so I wanted to ask the chief to kind of give his 2 cents and then make a motion moving forward. But Chief, I wanted to ask one, if we could talk about sort of this area, and with the understanding of what the city manager just shared, that we will continue to coordinate. But on the street crimes unit, the public safety impact, but I also wanted you to really speak to the parks unit in the future, parks police unit, what that would look like and when that could come online.
Okay, so, with regards to the specific area that we're talking about, obviously it has had its issues in the past. There are going to be some concerns and some impacts on public safety that we will be sitting down and discussing, not only when this trail is complete and the access that individuals will have in that area, but as the construction is taking place as well. Obviously, when the construction is complete, I mean, the police response to these areas to keep it safe will have to be prioritized like anything else, but it will have an impact on the police department, considering, particularly the area it's in. With regards to the parks police, that's not something that's being prioritized at the moment. We have a lot of holes to fill in the police department, and that's not that's not on the priority list at this point. And so once we fill our patrol, fill special operations, fill the bureau, at that point, then we can start looking at some of the extras. But right now, we just need to continue to grow where we're at. But I know I've had the conversations with the city manager. We are going to continue to work together, have conversations with Angel as well, to ensure that everyone knows what the impacts would be. We're in full support of the growth of the city, so long as well as that we understand the limitations of the police department and the responsibility we have to keep whatever growth is happening safe.
Thank you. So with that in mind, to not just look at the completion of a trail in this area, but look at the construction. I believe Pastor Wagers referred to this area in the media recently as the Wild West. So if we're going to take on a major construction project in that area, there needs to be some coordination with public safety, but also look at that level of coordination moving forward. So with that, I wanted to move to approve staff's recommendation, but also to add this to the work plan and bring this to NSE committee to report out, and where NSE could do some work on this, and then look at a time to bring this back to the full council, but really bring it to NSE for this coordination between PD, PRNS, Public Works, and the city manager's office.
There's a motion and second. My apologies to Lori Ramos Chavez, who's patiently waiting. Come on down, Lori, for public comment. Forgive me for not calling you first. Welcome.
Thank you. Lori Ramos Chavez. Yeah, I'm concerned about this expansion myself. Being at Connection, where we're located right at Story Road in Remillard, where the former jungle was and still is. Actually, it's really building up. But there have been so many issues with people there. Just this, and I don't even know where to start. Just this past weekend, we had somebody come up from the jungle, and we have videotapes. They did break into our mailbox and went back towards that way. So now nobody in our building will be receiving mail until we have that structure replaced, not repaired. This past weekend also, somebody had their car, one of our staff had their car, it was beaten with a branch, a large branch from the tree, the windows broken in, the trunk and the hood smashed. I myself have been a victim. Police called, I was threatened with an axe. Somebody was stealing pipe from our building, and with that pipe, I'm the person that goes out, tell them, stop what you're doing, leave. With that pipe, they took that pipe and chased me down the street. We've had so many issues, and I think that just by expanding this, we're going to have more issues. It's going to bring more people there because it's easy. Walmart's right there. They run through the fence. It's just an easy location. They go down, hide in the jungle. And I think it's very important that you really take into consideration the safety. That safety is very important, not just, for us, but for anybody walking through there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Lori, if I could ask also if we could reach out to you in the next week or so. We're working with, I think, many stakeholders in Councilmember Esparza's office as we're attempting to see if we can change some processes, certainly at the county, to help us be able to work together more to better ensure safety. So we'll be reaching out to you shortly. Thank you very much. Okay, any other comments or questions? All right, then on the motion from Councilmember Esparza. That passes. We're on to the report of the city manager. Dave?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
3.3 is the waiver of revolving door restrictions. There's no report here. Motion from Councilmember Jimenez, second from Councilmember Perales. Let's vote. Thanks, Karen. Actually, I know we're voting on it now. Can I also ask, could we have this issue returned for the city attorney to consider possible modification? Perhaps that could go to Rules Committee.
I believe the city clerk is already working on bringing back something.
Yeah, we have revolving door restrictions has gone through Board of Fair Campaign and Political Practices, and it's
Great.
coming back to you rules in January.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. All right, so that motion passes. Thanks, Kira. All right, we're on to Item 3.4, which is the Civil Service Commission interviews and oh, I'm sorry, that's not to be heard before 5 p.m. We're going to go to 3.5. We'll skip over that. The termination of a proclamation of local emergency. Any comments? No cards? Let's vote. All right. 3.6 is the county implementation of Laura's Law and enhanced conservatorships. And I don't believe any staff presentation here. If I could just introduce this item by making one observation that I know is self-evident, but I'll say it anyway. We are not going to ultimately decide this. This will be decided by the county. Because I know sometimes we can spend a lot of energy on issues that we don't actually control. I know certainly communicating to the county is important, but it is ultimately their decision. Okay, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually appreciate those remarks. I was going to say the same thing, that it's really the county that takes the lead. In fact, I myself have spent the majority of this year meeting with different county folks, learning processes, and learning what the county is doing now. And I think that there are many layers to this issue. You know, we're conflating a lot of mental health and homelessness issues, and I really wanted to talk about what we can do and how we can support county efforts to make some changes. Certainly in District 7, we have, like downtown, some other areas of the city have had our challenges. And I think while the county brings 700 AOT beds online this year, there are some ways that we can support folks that need help in a variety of ways. Some of these issues vary. Some are drug issues, some are mental health issues, some are issues that the PD will respond to, others are not. And I know in my district there have been a number of really deeply traumatized individuals who should not have to go through the criminal justice system to get help. And with regard to conservatorship, I think we really need to look at this issue through the collaboration with our county partners, who just in a week will bring some items, staff will bring a report to address a list of 13 items, including drug programs, including enhanced outreach programs, for them to develop more planning on top of the 700 beds that the county is bringing online. So with that said, I wanted to reach out to make a motion on my memo, which is to reach out and seek to establish a partnership with the county on some of those 13 items, like the direct outreach, the drug programs, ways that we can coordinate and support those needs even more and provide those safe places and support services to members of the community with high needs who are severely mentally ill, dually diagnosed, and unhoused, so that we could work together to that effort. 2, that we would support legislation and policies to provide more resources for enhanced programs to serve and support the severely mentally ill, dually diagnosed, and unhoused in Santa Clara County. And there's various legislation. I know David Chu has done some bills to provide streamlined funding to Santa Clara County so that they can do more. And that's, frankly, the type of legislation I'm referring to. I think anything that we move forward on a state level needs to be something that the county is frankly going to implement. There is no benefit for us to be lobbying for something that the county cannot or will not implement directly. And 3, one of the issues that has emerged as a huge need in my experience at District 7 is to develop a system of direct referrals from city staff to county mental health support services that fall outside the scope of AOT and any of these other services that the county is offering. I'll give you an example. In one of my neighborhoods in Santee, we had a gentleman who was severely mentally ill on the streets, across the street from a preschool and elementary school. Who was physically attacking people in addition to threatening folks, I believe was a harm to himself and others. And it took 11 visits. After 11 visits from city staff, then we were able to get the county to step in and take him into a 90-day bed for further assessment. That's the kind of direct referral that our city team needs to be able to coordinate with the county. So I guess the overall message is coordination. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Okay, there are many seconds. I'm not going to try to figure out who that was, but Tony will. I want to interrupt the council deliberation now. I had a number of cards that just landed. So I want to ask members of the community to come on up and speak, beginning with Chloe Shipp, Alyssa Koff Ginsburg, Linda Kincaid, David Heindel, and Richard Calhoun. Welcome.
Mayor, Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Chloe Shipp. I'm the Operations Manager for the San Jose Downtown Association. We will be submitting a letter of support to the county next week for the implementation of Laura's Law, or assisted outpatient therapy. Every day, our groundwork staff works in downtown and encounters dozens of people experiencing homelessness, and we're really fortunate to have the coordination that we have with PATH now. It's really changed the dynamic, but there are a few folks that we worry most about that are most vulnerable, that take so much time and aren't quite ready, and so we think that this is one of many tools that the county should be looking at. We're very fortunate to have strengthened our relationship with the county's Office of Behavioral Health, and we're communicating with them regularly about who we are most worried about, but we truly believe that this is another opportunity to catch folks when they are most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Elisa Koff Ginsburg with the Behavioral Health Contractors Association, or BHCA. We're a county-wide network of community-based nonprofit organizations providing essential mental health, substance use, and supportive transitional housing services. Thank you for your focus today on a very vulnerable population. You've all received a letter from us with a comprehensive attachment, so I will focus on 3 points today. 1, you have the opportunity to contribute to a person being less afraid to seek services. Please don't inadvertently grow the mental health stigma that stems from generalizations that people who are severely mentally ill are violent and incapable of taking care of themselves. 2, we urge you to oppose the recommendation to strengthen conservatorship to those with substance use problems. A process for mental health conservatorship in a range of treatment options, including locked facilities, exists in mental health. Locked substance use treatment services do not exist. The concept of being forced into treatment is the opposite of the current recommended and widely accepted treatment model. People are ordered by the court into substance use treatment, but they cannot be forcibly held. It's unclear how the use of conservatorship would differ from current practice. And finally, with all these different levels of government, nonprofits, and private entities that are necessary to provide comprehensive help, they can inadvertently pose a barrier to a person's needs being met. We urge you to engage with the county to improve communications at all levels and establish warm handoffs to the outreach teams from from your outreach teams to the intensive services that Councilmember Esparza already referred to. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Linda Kincaid with the Coalition for Elder and Disability Rights. Over the past decade, we've observed conservatorship proceedings in courts throughout California. We have never yet seen a probate court that follows the probate code. Hearings typically last just a few minutes. The shortest one in my files was 3 minutes to place a woman under conservatorship. Evidence and testimony are rarely accepted, and the proposed conservatee is frequently not allowed to attend his or her own hearing. In fact, in some cases, the proposed conservatee and their family don't even know that a proceeding is going forward. Once a person is under conservatorship, that person loses basic civil rights that most of us take for granted. A conservatee has no right to retain legal counsel. A conservatee may be denied all access to the court. A conservatee may be denied all contact with loved ones and the community. And I learned recently that a conservatee does not even have standing to represent himself in an action before the court. Our Santa Clara County Public Guardian has a history of abusing their conservatees. For 2 years, Giselle Reardon was imprisoned and isolated by the Public Guardian. For a year, conservatee Lily Scalia was imprisoned and isolated by the Public Guardian. Giselle and Lily were denied visitors, phone calls, all contact with the community. They would have died imprisoned and alone, but for an investigation by ABC7 I-Team. I encourage you to watch Investigating the Public Guardians on YouTube. A much longer case involving a young woman. Since 2001, conservatee Nancy Golan was imprisoned, isolated, and physically abused in various placements under the San Andreas Regional Center. Campbell Police Department refused to take reports of bruises and broken bones that Nancy received in a Campbell group home. We ask that San Jose and the county use extreme caution in any move to expand conservatorship.
Thank you, Mr. Calhoun, after whom will be David Heindel, Paul Soto, Kathy Burden, and Martin Fox.
Good afternoon, Council. You each got an email from me last night. I will not go into the details of that because it's too lengthy, but there's a lot of interesting reports from the things like the state Senate. There's a problem with conservatorship. I'm going to jump right to suggestions, and these are suggestions that the city themselves can do without cooperation with the county or in cooperation with the county, but the city can do it directly. Number one is split this motion. You're really asking two different topics and asking for two different things. There's Laura's law that you're asking the county to basically implement, and there's expansion of the conservatorship, which you have to go to the state and get authorization for the county to do it. So it's two different topics, two different paths. The motion should be bifurcated into two different motions. Some council members may want to support one item and not the other. Suggestion number two, the city can directly approach any state legislator and request a state audit to come in and look at the state of conservatorship. Volunteer Santa Clara County, volunteer Alameda County. We've been coming to this council since 2010. There was significant media coverage in 2012, 26 minutes if I remember correctly, and nothing has changed. Request an audit, let's get data. We're all talking about anecdotal information. There is no data set anywhere in California on conservatorships. Item number three, the city can directly go to the legislators and start requesting legislation to address these issues. We have 5 issues that are already into unbacked bills. You have until February the 21st to submit that request to move forward on any one of those unbacked bills, giving people that you want to conserve some right when abuse occurs to speak out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Perales. In any democracy, the The greatest power that any democracy can exercise against its citizenry is to remove a human being's freedom. I know what that's like. I've experienced that over and over and over again. We saw this with Polly Klaas here in this city. We, through political expediency, we decided to implement the Three Strikes Law. Once the Three Strikes Law was implemented, we started sentencing human beings for having a bag of dope to 25 years to life, which is the equivalent of a human being that committed a premeditated first-degree murder. What we sold to the public, ostensibly, was that we were going to protect society from the Richard Allen Davises of society. The very first person that was prosecuted under that law was for stealing a piece of pizza. It took us 20 years to get to AB 109 through Anthony Kennedy's passing. What I would suggest to the panel before you make your decision is to read Coleman versus Brown and Plata versus Brown. Those are the two laws that implemented AB 109 and rolled back all of the damage that the Three Strikes Law had created. And what I'm saying is that I think we're just a little bit too cavalier about approaching a human being, because what we're talking about is basically, fundamentally, giving the police department the power to go along the creeks, point a gun at a human being, and say, because you are experiencing poverty through the gentrification that's going on in this city, we're going to criminalize the consequences of that gentrification. I think we need to just pause a little bit and consider that before we give our proposal as a city.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm nervous. My name is David Heindel. I moved to San Jose to join Frank Taylor's RDA downtown negotiations team in 1998. So I've been a keen observer of downtown San Jose for over 20 years. 2 years ago, my family decided to lease a space in downtown and open our HotWorks infrared fitness studio 4 blocks west of here. I'm also the chair of the thing called the District 10 Leadership Coalition, and we held a panel discussion on September 21st about Laura's Law, and there's also video in that if you wanted to look at it. I've done my best to educate myself about Laura's Law, and I continue to do research, but I am not an expert, far from it. I do support this notion that Laura's Law is not the same as conservatorship, and the issue that I'm speaking to is Laura's Law. I have longer testimony that I don't know if you have it, but just a few quick comments. The first thing is, as far as I understand Laura's Law, this has nothing to do with homelessness. This is about people that are severely mentally ill, a thing called anosognosia. And these are folks who have been diagnosed, I guess, as not actually able to understand their circumstances, if I can say that, and get treatment. My second observation, at least as far as downtown, is that there are maybe 1, 3, or 5 dozen people we're talking about in this condition. I know in San Francisco I've read up, and there are 2 striking numbers, 129 and 400,000. There are 129 people in San Francisco's Laura's Law program, and they're reporting that it's saving $400,000 a month in medical and police services. I spoke a little bit in my written things about civil liberties and implementation, but I don't have time to talk about that. Our problem is, at 5 o'clock last night, there was a severely mentally ill person in front of my business. I had a member of my gym or fitness center who I had to walk to the corner.
Thank you, sir.
Female.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm sorry. The time's expired, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Soto, by Kathy Burden.
Good afternoon. My son has had schizophrenia for 10 years. It started in college. Our family did everything we could to get him to get help. He has something called lack of insight. He doesn't believe he's ill. He's not sick and doesn't need help. All of our attempts failed. We tried to get him to call Santa Clara County Behavioral Health for the services available. It is voluntary. No one needs to do that if they don't want to. So we were unable to get him help there because he has to make that call. He went from bad to worse. We had one psychotic episode after another, increased hospitalizations, increased violence and outbursts, which isn't true for everyone with a mental illness. This is just certain people that have this effect. My son is one of them. We had repeated 911 calls to CIT officers. They were wonderful. There was some homelessness. Our bigger problem was the behavioral issues. Outpatient treatment was always available to him. It was always set up for him as soon as he left the hospital. He refused to go every time. It was frustrating and terrifying. We finally had a violent fight due to his paranoia. He was arrested for assault and jailed. This is unbelievably common now. He finally agreed to treatment through Judge Manley's wonderful mental illness court. We've been lucky. He's been in treatment. He's had no hospitalizations and no jail since. It's been 5 years now. The court intervention is what did it. If we could have had Laura's Law before that, and someone, just anyone, intervening and talking to him directly from an official source instead of just family and friends, I don't believe he would have gone to jail or hurt anyone. He has to live with that too. My question, why did it have to get to a point of an assault, an arrest, and court, which costs thousands of dollars and is terribly stressful for anyone with a mental illness to be in jail, not to mention the family? Why did we have to get to that point? Why couldn't we have had some kind of intervention? I'm not even saying conservatorship, just some kind of ordered treatment to get him going. Not even medication. We would have loved a doctor even, or a therapist. What's the answer? Are we going to have people on the street, homeless and sick because they don't realize they're ill, or people in and out of jail? I'm convinced that if Laura's Law had been there, we would have been spared this. I'm not alone. I facilitate a support group for family members who are going through what we went through, so we can help them.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Jones, a consumer with over 22 years of psychiatric treatment and therapy. I'm speaking to you as a private citizen, not as a county employee. I've been on public assistance, Medi-Cal, Medicare for almost 9 years. I have 2 clinical degrees. I'm a LCSW and been a manager for the county's Consumer Affairs program for over 12 years. And I'm part of the consumer movement here for 16 years, and having founded 2 self-help centers in the county. I've worked in an acute locked inpatient unit at another county and have been a survivor of forced treatment. I have a great deal of personal and professional experience with mild to moderate to severe mental illness, substance use, and the unhoused or the homeless. Forced outpatient treatment strikes fear in my heart as a consumer about losing my human rights. I agree that there's a need for important extreme client engagement, connection, and services to needy people, but it needn't be forced. One study shows it wasn't a matter of whether or not a person was forced into treatment, but whether or not services were available. That is why the AOT programs work, not because services were forced. Please dig deeper. Recently, Santa Clara County has made a great deal of progress in offering more relevant and effective services, such as crisis stabilization unit, peer respite, and mobile crisis team. We are in the process of special programs which we don't know the outcomes of as of yet, that have just been implemented. Studies have shown that long-term outcomes of forced treatment are not as effective as voluntary treatment. Voluntary treatment has better outcomes. We need good housing solutions. Boarding cares are closing and there's no place to go. Many years ago, I was prescribed Depakote for 10 months, during which I was suicidal morning and night. I decided voluntarily to go off that medication and was non-compliant, and then I was freed from suicidal thoughts. Later, I went back to treatment voluntarily, taking control of my treatment that resulted in a good long-term outcome. When I was forced into treatment, it held me back in my recovery. I was hospitalized years ago and went voluntarily. It became forced. I felt worse. There was a big difference in my overall recovery if it is voluntary versus forced. If you've never experienced that, how would you know the oppression that is felt from being forced to do anything?
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
would, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorraine Zeller, and I'm addressing you as a representative of Access California, which is a program of Cal Voices, the oldest peer-run mental health organization in California. The November 14th memo by Johnny Camus and Raul Perez refers to the alarming growth of homelessness in Santa Clara County and points out that 25% of this population have serious mental illness. In fact, in Santa Clara County, a leading cause of homelessness is pretty obvious, severe shortage of affordable housing. What happens to someone forced out of their home because of a significant rent increase or a job loss or injury or illness with resulting disability and financial disaster? It's trauma. Trauma causes mental illness. And our county is now employing several options to care for those most in need of mental health care. Some are so new that we haven't had time to assess their success. For example, we recently adopted assertive community treatment and forensic assertive community treatment. These two programs provide the highest level of care and are evidence-based and have been implemented across the country with consistent positive outcomes. We are also implementing more intensive full-service partnerships and in-home outpatient treatment. And we have a crisis stabilization unit and Blackbird House, a peer respite. Another really crucial consideration is homelessness that is caused by the closing of licensed board and care. In San Francisco, Mayor London Breed implemented more support for the licensed board and care. They're closing because they do not have the support that they need and they can't make it financially.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. If you could just tell us your name as you approach. Thank you. And after our next speaker, I know we have Robert Aguirre, Kathleen Gallagher, I believe Ms. Zeller, Lorraine Zeller.
Oh, I already spoke.
You just spoke. Thank you very much. Welcome.
First, I want to thank you. My name is Pamela Weston. My son died in 2014 by a train in Antioch, but he was successful in Judge Manley's court. I'm an Access Ambassador with the Bay Area region. We deal with the Mental Health Service Act. I went to the legislative meeting yesterday on mental health with Health and Human Services, and there's a thing called CalAIM. CalAIM is going to deal with Medi-Cal waiver. I would ask that before that you ask the Board of Supervisors to do anything, particularly you allow CalAIM and Mental Health Service Act funding to work through the legislative council that we went and talked with. If you're informed, what you're doing is an option, but to fund and to go along with what Governor Newsom says with no wrong door. My son would have been alive if there was coordinated care. My daughter was on the street for 3 years, and she went from here to Sacramento. How I got involved in Access Ambassador was that they have family support services. When we work with health, welfare, and public safety, basically it's not about people unsheltered or unhoused. It's about what do we do with what we're uncomfortable with. With CalAIM, it's going to deal with the Medi-Cal waiver. It's going to deal with Mental Health Service Act, but if you don't have a community planning process that works with funding streams, then you wouldn't know about the Whole Person Care Act. And Steinberg wrote, and others like us that are here, wrote the Mental Health Service Act, but you have to have a community planning process. So instead of saying homeless or displaced, I stand in representative of my son, Christopher Thomas Lee Weston. You can find his records. He didn't graduate. His sister drowned. And I stand here to ask you not to make decisions for people without knowing what's being done at the state level. You could save a lot of work if you let the counties work out through the legislators, so please look at the legislative hearing that we had yesterday, before you go forward, Chairman, Council.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome. And I understand there is also a card from Richard Scott. If anyone else has submitted a card and hasn't yet spoken, please come on up. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Liccardo and honorary council members. I appreciate having this opportunity to represent a veteran's point of view. I'm the former chief legal officer of the Special Court Martial Convening Authority at Fort Ord, California, responsible for AWOL and deserter apprehension for Department of the Army in the Western United States as Vietnam was winding down. I've seen industrial-grade mental illness coming through the Monterey County Jail at the rate of better than 2,000 troops a month. I got that job because I was an infantry officer. My colonel hated lawyers. I was expected to give everybody the opportunity for an honorable discharge who had a good reason, like mental illness. 20 counties have already adopted Lora's Law. And frankly, I'm tired of listening to the same disinformation that's being passed out. Lora's Law is commonly called outpatient conservatorship. There's no locking up. It's not there. It's not forced treatment. It's coerced, yes. It's not a crime. This is a civil proceeding that ends when a treatment order, not a confinement order, is issued. There's no loss of civil rights. The ACLU has fought Lora's Law for years down in Los Angeles, and they've lost every time. This is a matter of compassion, a compassion for individuals who don't have the judgment to understand their need to seek treatment voluntarily under the Lanterman-Petrus Short Act, which is the immoral and intellectually bankrupt statute that destroyed our mental health systems back in the 1960s.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Aguirre.
Robert Aguirre here. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. I wrote a letter, and I think everybody may have already seen a copy of what I submitted, hopefully. And some of you got it directly. So just to save a lot of time from not having to repeat a lot of that, I would like to emphasize some of the points. And first of all, the state has determined that there should be 50 beds for every 100,000 population. And according to the 2018 census in Santa Clara County, we should have 969 psychiatric beds. We're nowhere near that. There's like 249 or something. So the idea that we're going to do something, even if it is outpatient, even if it isn't, and some counties have gone beyond that and have actually taken people in for up to a year. The idea that we're taking people and not giving them the option of having the volunteer option, to be able to accept medical care as an option is a real problem. And I believe that there's a number of people that would submit themselves if there was a place for them to go. I think that's part of the problem, is because we don't have enough clinicians, we don't have enough psychiatrists, psychologists, therapists, we don't have enough people to go out and help treat the people that are out there. So the idea of trying to cull some people together and say, well, we're going to force these people into some sort of treatment, coerce them, or whatever word you want to use for that. But I would like to point out that 40% of all Americans suffer from mental illness. Based on the population of this diocese, 5 of you have mental illness. So I would suggest you look around to each other and decide, you wouldn't want somebody coming and claiming that you were mentally disabled or had an illness. And then, of course, you would all protest. So you would be refusing service, and then you would be subject to this Lora's Law. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Gallagher, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley.
In my work, I advocate on the behalf of clients for whom AOT is meant to provide solutions. Too often, these individuals are stuck in a cycle of psychiatric hospitalizations and homelessness. My clients are backed by family members who are desperate for them to get better. However, the struggle of navigating a fragmented and overwhelmed system of services often deters them from success. AOT includes the provision of intensive engagement and wraparound services for the population of individuals it deems reluctant to engage. These whatever it takes approaches are proven to be an effective service model. What detracts from these services is the threat of a court order. The population of concern has often had significant adverse experiences with the mental health system that have led them to the point of eligibility for AOT, the point at which they are reluctant to engage. The last thing these individuals need is the looming threat of a court order to add to their already negative experiences with mental health services. There is no research demonstrating the benefit of what supporters of AOT describe as the court order's black robe effect. In fact, the court order is the one portion of AOT that participants have described as distressing and unpleasant. What all the research shows is that intensive, whatever it takes, meet them where they're at services can engage people, show them that there is help available, and provide reoccurring crises. That is the tool that works. Adding in a forcible component to that kind of approach weakens the tool. I encourage the City Council to continue to strengthen effective voluntary tools and commit to providing high-quality services that, unlike AOT's court order, are supported by evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. After our next speaker is S.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Scott, and I thank you for allowing me to speak today. I spent 10 years as a social worker at Valley Medical Center in the early 80s when our friend Ronald Reagan started dumping people out of the state hospitals without providing the community treatment that was supposed to happen. That was when the fraternities and sororities were failing and we had places to put people. When I started to work at Valley Medical in the early 80s, I could place someone in 2 hours out of the emergency room regardless of their condition, drunk, psychotic, whatever. Then we started having problems getting people into mental health treatment. We'd send, shift after shift, we'd send the same person back and forth to EPS, and every shift changed, the person would go in the other direction. My last job in my career was for the county was as mental health supervisor in the county homeless team. There is not enough treatment in the county to provide what people are voluntarily doing, let alone trying to make people do it. If you're going to, I believe that there's sort of an unwitting conspiracy between the right and the left. The right doesn't want to pay for anything, the left doesn't want to lock anybody up. So here we are. We don't have the facilities to treat people. Treatment diagnosis is based on whether there's a bed in a psychiatric hospital. If there's no bed, you don't get treatment. I am opposed to Laura's Law mainly because it won't work. It's adding another layer of bureaucracy and probably going to impact the services that are available. If there were inpatient treatment that you could take someone to who's floridly psychotic, that would be great. But even now, I've seen homeless people call the police to pick up someone who is violent, and they go out and they say, well, there's nothing I can do. And that goes on over and over. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Cartwright. Did you want? Nope. Okay. Mr. Larson?
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not sure what always happens to my speaker cards. I kind of went down over there, submitted one about half an hour ago.
I have it right here.
Kind of strange. It gets kind of put off to the side at every meeting. I don't know why that happens, but there's a historical record of it every single time at the clerk's office. So at least we have that documented.
And there should be also a video of me
you
identifying you as
Sounds
a
great.
speaker.
Hey, thanks, Sam. Love you, bud. Okay. Now, I am back and forth on supporting Laura's Law or not. I'm worried that our city is just going to scoop everybody up off the streets. My concern is that the existing county services, they're just not adequate for people. I begged for 4 years to get some type of drug treatment. I begged for mental health services. I know I talk about this a lot, but I wanted access to these services and I needed them. And we have a lot of people that are pushed off to the side. It's an impossible system to navigate, let alone when you're coming off of methamphetamines like myself. The things I did when I was on meth were some of the most bizarre stuff in the world. Screaming, yelling, wandering in circles, calling everybody I know, thinking that, you know, everybody was coming after me. And it was the drugs that were doing that to me. It was the bad methamphetamine that was on the streets. Years of being off of these drugs, you start to kind of come back to life. I know Sam Licardo probably doesn't think that about me, but I am coming back. My mind is straightening out. I am able to talk, communicate, you know. I don't hear these things in my head anymore. And I'm just concerned our county's not doing enough. Everything I film out on the street, there is no response from behavioral health. Thousands of videos, nobody from the county ever shows up. And the only time they showed up was for a couple of hours when that gentleman was up on the roof here at City Hall. That's the only time I've seen them out there. $526 million from our county. Where's behavioral health? They need to be involved also too. And there's a lot of people that just don't show up, guys, so maybe we could look into that. Thank you.
Welcome.
When you work with unhoused people really closely, you realize that there's a deep paranoia out there. And the paranoia is that they're going to be rounded up and placed in concentration camps. And they feel this way because they just see the way that they're treated. They see the way that they're mistreated by police. They see the way that they're just left out there to die. They see the plan to round them up and leave them at the fairgrounds. That really exacerbated things. They see the way that when they call the police for help for like domestic violence, that they're blamed, that they're gaslighted. They just have these feelings that just one day they're all just gonna be rounded up and like sent away or sent to concentration camps or whatever it is. That's their paranoia. Things like this definitely make it 10 times worse. Being left or being placed at places like Second Street Studios, which are permanent supportive housing, but when scores of them are being evicted back onto the streets, definitely remind them that they are just pawns in some sort of game. And there are lots of evictions at Second Street Studios for completely minor infractions. So those are people that are back on the streets and could be Laura's Lawed when they thought that they had permanent supportive housing. So there's issues like this that really freak people out. And when a lot of it seems subjective, like numerous encounters with police or, you know, just the way that things are perceived, people are afraid and they have a right to be afraid. And things like this are not going to make it better. And I think that passing this it's scapegoating homeless people rather than having the adequate amount of shelter beds, domestic violence shelter beds, navigation centers, treatment centers, mental health treatment centers, substance abuse centers. If all those things were in place and we still said, hey, we still have a problem, that might be different. But we don't have anything in place and we are taking it out on homeless people.
Okay, are there any other speakers who have submitted cards who have not yet spoken? Okay. Thank you to everyone who's come out to speak. I've actually appreciated and taken a lot of notes and learned quite a bit from those who have spoken. This is not an area where this council has much day-to-day engagement. Obviously, mental health and public health issues are handled by the county, not by the city. It's how it works in nearly every county in this state, except for San Francisco. And I certainly appreciate that this is a very complex issue. We've heard so far today from a woman who spoke of the benefits of having control over one's own treatment and the fact that, in her case, coerced or forced treatment was clearly detrimental to her recovery and her ability to be able to improve. And we've heard from someone who was concerned about a family member's lack of insight. his inability to believe he's ill and therefore unable to benefit. That is to take advantage of treatment on his own. And this is just illustrative of the greater complexity of this challenge. I am confident that no one on this council has any desire to criminalize homelessness. I am confident that nobody on this council believes that this is somehow or another about institutionalizing the unhoused. We have a huge homeless challenge because of the lack of housing, and that is compounded undoubtedly by a whole host of social and economic issues, including drug addiction and, yes, mental illness. But it seems to me we do need some alternatives to the status quo, because the status quo is not tolerable. And it seems to me likely that those alternatives have to include treatment by a mental health provider, even where that treatment is not, the need for that treatment is not recognized by the individual, him or herself. And that if there is not some intervention by that mental health treatment provider, then there's intervention by a police officer. And that leads to the worst outcomes. And frankly, the police really don't want to be in that position. And I don't think we want the police to be in that position. And so I am quite open to alternatives. I think I've heard from many that there is a frustration with the lack of mental health services in this county. And certainly I'm committed to do all I can in Sacramento and advocacy with the county to try to see how we could expand those services. I personally believe that mental health is so incredibly complex, both in terms of the policy, in terms of all the various dimensions of mental illness, which I don't pretend to understand, and the legal complexity of it all, that I can't help but believe that we would be better focusing in terms of the behavior that we're most concerned about on the street, that we think is most harmful, most risky to the individuals themselves and the surrounding community, as we heard, I think, earlier from Lori when she testified about her experiences near Sturry Road on Remillard, that ultimately it's intervention around drug treatment where we can probably be most effective, because I think mental health and mental illness is so complex, and frankly, we seem so desperately under-resourced that I'm not optimistic that there is a great mental health solution that is imminently possible to implement here, but I'm certainly willing to try something in the spirit that we cannot make the perfect the enemy of the good. So I'm supportive of efforts to consider how Laura's Law and other tools could be used to enable us to more safely address those who genuinely, and it's a very small number of people, as we've seen in San Francisco's experience. I think it was a few dozen in San Francisco. This is a very small number of people for whom critically we need some alternative to what is the standard response. And the standard response, as we know, is both inadequate and too often involves a police officer. So that's why I supported full consideration of this and why I support making recommendations to the county. I commend Councilmember Camus for his efforts in trying to encourage the county to more deeply engage on this issue, because frankly, it's taken a long time. I know Councilmember Camus has been at it for 2 or 3 years, and I think there are those at the county who would probably admit that it's taken them too long. And I'm grateful now that we are seeing more significant attention to this issue at the county. There needs to be more attention. As I said, they are the experts, we're not, but we desperately need their engagement and much greater engagement. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to echo some of what was stated just now. But first, I want to be able to say that a lot of what we heard is certainly truth based on what vantage point you're speaking from. As you pointed out, Mayor, and sort of the stories that we heard from individuals here today. And indeed, we are not the policy decision makers in this regard, but it certainly is something we interact with as city officials every single day, even though the jurisdiction may be with the county supervisors. Thus, we're talking about a letter here versus a study session in a priority setting and us actually putting in more effort, not only in what gets done, but more importantly in the discussion itself, because I would echo what the mayor just said. We are not the experts here, so I don't think we're attempting to say what is right or wrong, but I will absolutely say definitively what we are doing today is not enough. And I don't think anybody can challenge that. And if you've been, whether you're a provider in the system, or you've been a recipient of services, or you're just a community member experiencing the day-to-day issues that we face here in this community, we know that what we're doing today is not enough. And absolutely, one policy like Laura's Law or assisted outpatient treatment is not going to be the sort of one-size-fits-all solution. It's not going to solve all problems. We still have an issue with insufficient beds for individuals that are homeless out there in our community. We have many other issues in our community, and this is not going to solve them all, but it is a tool that we unfortunately have not utilized and not had the discussion to date in the manner that I think we should have at our county, and I am glad that that is happening now. I'm glad that this council is lending its support and encouragement to the supervisors in actually enacting a policy like Laura's Law, because what we are doing today is not sufficient. And I appreciate the letter in partnering with Councilmember Camus and then our city staff for putting together the letter, and I also appreciate Councilmember Esparza's additional memo. I will be supporting that. I just asked the city staff to bring it down a notch here on being nitpicky. On the third line down on the letter, you're missing an accent on the San Jose. So just to be consistent along the lines of within the rest of the letter. So
Thanks for keeping it real. Okay. All right, Councilor Camus.
I hope that was accepted as a friendly amendment. I have to say that I got interested in mental health after Officer Johnson died in our police force. I promised his mother I would work on efforts to help the mentally ill. And when I first started delving into what services are available, I started understanding that there's actually very little accountability, as many of you have spoken. There's not enough hospital beds. There's not enough of much going on. And I found this law because I was looking for ways that to treat the people who needed the treatment most. The people who can't make decisions for themselves, often we see them on the streets talking to themselves, getting into trouble, jumping into traffic, screaming at pedestrians. Those are the people that we're trying to help, the ones that are not making decisions for themselves. And so this isn't the first time we've introduced this discussion. We've had joint meetings over the last 3 years where I've brought this idea and other ideas on opening up the new, for example, using the beds that are being created by the purchases of the new O'Connor Hospital and St. Louis hospitals. I've introduced those. I've been working on many issues that affect mental health. This isn't the first topic, but this seemed to be the low-hanging fruit because this law has been around since 2002. It's been implemented in all the surrounding counties. It's been implemented in 44 states statewide. And it's been working. It's been working in San Francisco, as many of you have seen. There's articles. There's been working in many of the other counties around us. So why wouldn't we do something that isn't that? Why wouldn't we take something that is working and reproduce it here? This is the intent. All of us are trying to solve very difficult issues that some of us are not experts in, including myself. Over the last 4 years, I've become a lot more understanding of what is needed. And I know that there are many other people talked about things that are lacking in the mental health services and the drug addiction services. And I agree with all of you. I agree that we need a lot more services for people. In fact, the Santa Clara County's own survey said that 36% of the people that are unhoused are drug addicted and 42% are mentally ill. So not looking at mental illness is not going to be addressing, we can't just look at the cost of housing as the only cause of homelessness. And so that's the intent here. And I don't know, we could be doing a lot more, and I think that we should. And so I appreciate I've had so many meetings with so many people from NAMI, and I've heard a lot about the 5150 holds and the 72-hour holds that aren't working either, and a lot more needs to be done about those. And I will continue to advocate for those issues as well, because the system is broken and we need to try to fix it. Unless we start having these discussions, we're not going to fix it. And this is one part of the discussion, one part that I think is kind of the low-hanging fruit, and that I'm hoping that we can all support unanimously here, because doing nothing, we've tried that. And I'm hoping that we do something.
Right. Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. As everybody's already mentioned, this is a very complex and complicated issue. And I know that there's been a lot of comments about, possibilities or abstracts. And I want to just talk about a very specific example. I have an individual in my district who has been known to us for about 2 years now, but in the last year, that person's behavior has become more and more erratic. We had an issue with them accumulating 45 shopping carts full of stuff that was obstructing the sidewalks in front of businesses. And in addition to that, again, the person's behavior became more and more erratic, where they were getting into confrontations with business owners, students from the local high school, and other individuals. So my office obviously was inundated with emails and phone calls and Nextdoor postings and all the other channels of communication to express their concerns about this individual. I want to actually ask Angel Rios to come forward, because Angel and his team really went above and beyond in terms of trying to come up with solutions to address the issues with that individual. And Angel, I want you to walk us through all the things that you and your team tried to do in terms of taking care of that person, in terms of being able to provide support and services.
As we've been working interdepartmentally to really respond to the issue of addressing the needs of our unhoused population, as well as ensuring that our community continues to get beautified. In this particular situation, we found ourselves really kind of in a helpless situation, where we could continue to remove the carts, we could continue to offer assistance, working very closely also with the county and mental health services, who, by the way, were right side by side with us in trying to address the issue. We found ourselves continually just hitting a wall. We even tried to pursue the 5150 hold, and to no avail. And unfortunately, as you described, Council Member, we just saw kind of a deterioration of this individual's health, as well as additional threats to the neighborhood, and especially a threat to this person's well-being, because without getting into too much detail. And so with that in mind, all we could do is kind of default back to just remove the carts and try to keep her safe, using whatever we can, trying to reach out and talk. But as I mentioned earlier, case managers, care workers, San Jose PD, county mental health workers really had no other tool to effectively address the situation. We are not mental health professionals, but at minimum, we are hoping that there could be an opportunity to at least get this individual screened, so then that way this person could get either opt in or out of some type of service, right? And so with that in mind, that is a challenge that we continue to have. That's just one example. There are many others throughout the city. That one there, just the optics of that one is just a little bit more visible.
Right. So we were constantly offering that person both housing as well as mental health services.
That is correct, and both of those were refused.
Right.
Continually.
And at that point, we were handcuffed in terms of anything else we can do.
At that point, all we could do is, because we couldn't force the situation, all we could do is just exercise our, every option we had to just keep her and others safe.
Right. So again, Angel, I appreciate you coming down and walking us through all the things that you tried to do to help this person. And it was frustrating. It was frustrating for you and your department. It was frustrating for my office. It was frustrating for the community. And it was tragic because I literally would drive by and see this person washing their clothes in a puddle at a gas station. I would see see that person wandering the community. I actually had an opportunity to have a conversation with that person. And it was so obvious that there was such severe mental illness that that person couldn't make rational decisions on their own behalf. And so we cannot, as the mayor said, continue the status quo of having situations like that where there's individuals out there who are in danger. There's a danger to themselves as well as a danger to others. In her pile of belongings where there were objects that could be used as a weapon if she, if that person's behavior became more and more erratic and someone was harmed or she harmed herself. So if we don't come up with programs and strategies to address that, that's one of those situations where you see on 60 Minutes or Dateline or those other news programs where they're interviewing a public official and they're going through all the things that happened before the incident occurred. And the question it's always asked is, how come no one did anything beforehand when they saw all these signs and indicators that something was going to happen? Why didn't anybody intervene to stop it? And we all know the expression on the elected official's face, right? The deer in the headlights expression where, that's a good question, I don't have a good answer. Well, we need to have an answer for the situation. My staff has been in conversations with Senator Wiener's office trying to get a better understanding of how Laura's Law is integrated into SB 1045 and SB 40. And our understanding from that conversation and what we learned is that the County of Santa Clara, to be included in the pilot program, SB 1045 and SB 40, the Welfare and Institutions Code 5450 needs to be amended to allow that inclusion. So there would be obviously new legislation that would need it to be enacted in order to move forward with that. So that being said, again, I really appreciate Councilmember Esparza's memo. I think you captured it perfectly. In fact, when I read it, I was like, I wish I had come out with that memo. So it was that good. So I actually want to make a friendly amendment to, after I buttered you up, a friendly amendment to actually item number 1, and that is to ask staff to at least explore the possibility of either having some type of joint county-city study session or potentially even a roundtable group that's formed in order to further the potential collaboration and come up with solutions.
I'm open to that. What I would also include in that is I see that as sort of tying into item number 3, which is the direct referral process. If that could be included, and frankly, I think if we do a joint city-county meeting, it would be appropriate to have that be the focus of a joint study session, especially as we don't control the county, but we need to find ways to work better together and understand each other better. So I would, in that context. Does that help? Is that clear? Right.
Yeah, staff is fine with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and with the seconder, was that you, Vice Mayor, or someone else?
I think it was me.
Okay, I heard a lot of voices. Okay. All right.
Too, I also want to thank Councilmember Camus and Perales for leading this effort as well. So thank you.
All right, Councilman Diep?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. It's not lost on me that we're discussing this on, I think, the 71st anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and Article 9 is no one shall be subject to arbitrary arrest, detention, or exile. When I was talking to advocates, who are not advocates, but people coming to inform us about this, that was kind of what I was really keying in on, what the idea of involuntary detention and taking away somebody's liberty. My limited understanding after just spending some hours talking to folks about this is that I don't feel that there is much, even from the advocates who may not even appreciate Laura's Law, that there's much abuse of this particular power. And I think one statistic I heard was, like, even in San Francisco County, of the numbers of people who were subject to Laura's Law, there was only, I think, either 17 appeals or something like that in the last year. So I understand, though, the sentiment of people coming and advocating against Laura's Law, because I agree with their comments about the stigma of mental health, or adding to the stigma of mental health. And what we should not be doing as a government body is making it harder to discuss about mental health, or to add additional shame or a sense of criminality or something to that. But having said that, I feel that we do need more tools to address people who need additional assistance, who may not be able to care for themselves. So I will be supporting the motion. I also just wanted to say, though, that I think it's important that we understand the context in which this council is approaching this. The council is not doing anything with Laura's Law. What we vote on today will be simply writing a letter with a preference, a recommendation to the County Board of Supervisors. And this is really Health and Human Services is an area that they're in charge of in our region, not the city of San Jose. And additionally, I think the context of how this is coming up, at least in my perspective, is a part of a reaction to the increasing number of homeless that we face in our community. And I think it's important to separate that. We have a growing homeless population. Some of them face mental health issues, but it's not all that. And I don't want to kind of expand that perception because we're dealing with this in terms of the context of behavioral health. So we need to do more. This will be a tool to help with that, I believe. But I don't want anyone in the public to feel that by doing this, by recommending it to the county, if the county decides to pursue it, somehow we have a quiver, an arrow in our quiver that will suddenly tackle all the homeless encampments and everything that we're seeing out in our community. And that is not what we're doing here. And so let's not, misunderstand that. And with that, I'll yield.
Thank you. Councilor Esparza, you had your button pushed. Did you? Okay. Okay. Councilor Kimmis?
Yeah, just for a point of clarification, Councilmember Esparza, when you said to, in your memo where you said that to accept staff recommendation, does that including sending the letter that they drafted?
It did include sending the letter.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Great. Councilor?
Can
Sure.
I speak? Actually, so I actually just wanted to read off the 13 items. I know many people in the audience weren't here when we began. So the 13 items that are coming to the county on December 17th, or that staff was tasked to review and come back with a plan. So the options that they were to review were an enhanced role for LPS conservatorship, implementation of AOT, enhanced street outreach and engagement, establishment of a drop-in center, utilization of a no wrong door approach with the same day direct access to mental health and SUTS services, enhanced utilization of current resources such as crisis stabilization and the sobering center, expansion of walk-in shelter beds, expansion of board and care, respite, and supported housing to increase housing options for seriously mentally ill and dually diagnosed individuals, measures to increase the number of and prevent future decline in the number of board and care homes and beds, creation of a hospital discharge transition team, and then any other option the administration deemed to be effective. So that's the brief list. There's a longer list attached to my memo, but that's the list that county staff was reviewing to come back with the plan, and that is next Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can I ask staff, and I know this is going to sound like I'm putting you on the spot, so feel free to defer, but I've had a couple conversations with a couple members of the board, and they've mentioned to me that there are 3 separate initiatives that they had launched in October, and I'm just wondering if we're familiar with what those are, and they specifically relate to mental health outreach and our homeless population. At least that's the way it was made sound to me. Are you familiar, or have you sort of been briefed by the county about this?
I'm not aware anything specifically to the work that we're currently underway with related to homelessness. We have talked about mental health and a lot of the tactics, resources, and access to services, but not new initiatives or policy conversations outside of that realm. But again, this is something that we don't, just as the council is a little bit unfamiliar with this, so is staff.
Yeah.
So I think part of the work that we would do in working with the county is try and do a deeper dive into this area so that we can better educate you as we continue the conversations.
Yeah, I think that amendment is really important as I think about more, just having ongoing conversations, particularly with PD involved, so everybody's really on the same page and understanding what resources are out there. You know, I know mental health and drug treatment are interrelated but very separate also. But I know from my own personal experience dealing with family members as well as in my professional experience as a prosecutor, just being able to identify what beds are available for drug treatment is impossible right now. And being able to find an open bed. And there may be beds open, but the county doesn't know where they are. It's incredibly frustrating. And it seems to me we've got to be able to work together to the point where a police officer can know if they need to be able to make a call to get somebody referred, that there is somewhere at the end of that chain of phone calls where someone will be able to get off the street and into treatment. That would be helpful to know. Anyway, Councilmember Crosco.
Thank you. And this is such a complicated issue when we're dealing with mental illness or alcohol and drug addictions. It's a very complicated state of being if you're experiencing it, and even more so, I think, for family members who are seeing what's happening to their loved ones and don't know necessarily where to get help or how to provide that if the patient or the individual is unwilling to accept it. I did meet with Elisa from Behavioral Health Contractors Association, just to give me a better understanding as to what we're really dealing with, because I think that, as someone put it, when you're talking about someone's civil rights or someone's liberties, I don't want to be responsible for going down the wrong track and then damaging individuals who are really on the brink or who are just experiencing a great deal of risk and then exasperating that situation. We do have a very difficult situation. I worked for the county for 11 years, and then I worked with families in crisis for another 10 plus years. And in working with an entire system, a family system is very, very complicated. What has been very clear to me just in my conversations is that we're dealing with, and these are two separate things. It can be dual diagnosed, but drug and alcohol is very different from mental health issues. And I'm very concerned about a couple of things. One is that as someone that went through the MSW program at San Jose State, I don't remember once, not one time, taking a drug and alcohol class. And by the way, San Jose State's MSW program is considered one of the best in the country because it takes a holistic approach. It takes the environment into consideration, it takes the family unit into consideration, as well as the individual. But I never took a drug and alcohol course unless I wanted to just specialize in that. So I think that there are some really glaring gaps in services and the way that we're preparing students to take on these challenges that I think are very low-hanging fruit that I would like to either as a city or partner with the county really address this, especially since we're just across the street from, you know, a wonderful learning institute, and to see how we can address the very complex issues that we're facing as a city and have our MSW program start addressing that more systematically and more aggressively. And so there is a training where you can get certified, but it's not, it's above and beyond the MSW program. The other thing that concerns me is that I learned that let me get this right, the mobile emergency crisis, the crisis mobile emergency, anyway, I'm a little dyslexic when it comes to the emergency, yes, mobile crisis unit has only, and I think that this is a wonderful model, but it only has actually 2 clinicians. And these are individuals that go out and work with folks who are houseless and are living in different encampments. And to have 2 clinicians to deal with the huge issue that we're facing seems inadequate, to say the least. And so supporting the county or encouraging the county to hire more actual clinicians to do this kind of work or oversee the teams who are already out there doing this kind of work, I think is a way of also leveraging our scarce resources. I wanted a point of clarification, council member. The item 3.6 speaks on both Laura's Law and the enhanced conservatorship. And someone suggested that we bifurcate that, but your motion doesn't include conservatorship, does it? Except in that we're supporting the county as it's exploring expansion of it.
So my motion incorporated the letter that was submitted to us. And the reason I'm okay with that is the county has the list of the 13 items that I just read out loud that they are actively reviewing right now to come back to the Board of Supervisors next Tuesday. So there's a menu of options. Personally, I think the number of individuals that this AOT, idea is, a lot of the people that we're talking about is very small. I think we need a lot of drug and alcohol support and crisis stabilization centers. I think I want to be wary of looking for any one thing and realizing what we probably need as a community are an array of tools, and that's why I put forward the memo that the Board of Supervisors submitted.
In page 1 of 3 from the Board of Supervisors, item 1 to the 3rd, it says enhanced, by the way, thank you for that clarification, enhanced street outreach and engagement, including the addition of a phone number the public can call to request outreach when they see a need. I'm assuming that those are from the outside looking in.
Correct. And I've had a number of conversations with county folks about this, and I'll share with you my some of my experiences in District 7, along Story Road and McLaughlin are, I can think of one woman in particular. She was homeless, clearly in trauma. didn't have very many clothes on, and I'm going to stop and call 911. I could have, maybe in an ideal world, pulled over, called a hotline, and had a county team come out to help her. But this, under the system that we have right now, I have to pull over, call 911, and have a police officer respond.
Yeah. Thank you. So, and that's part of my concern is that, so we call this number, we hope that the county will come out, but as I was speaking to some folks, that's part of the issue is limited resources that actually handle these kind of situations. And so I just really would like to encourage the county to look at hiring those or expanding those teams. What's the point in calling a phone number if they're not going to come out anyway? And so I don't see that here in terms of their 13 points of filling the pipeline, working with like San Jose State University, maybe even explore the idea of forgivable loans, because I know that this is not necessarily an area where a lot of people are jumping into. But when I was at social services, if you went through their program, there were forgivable loans. If you committed, I think it was, I don't remember if it was 3 years or 5 years to the county. If you committed to that, your loan was forgiven. You paid nothing for the MSW program.
Can I, Councilmember, can I ask, under the item that I included around supporting legislation and policies that support, serve to support severely mentally ill, dually diagnosed and unhoused in Santa Clara County, if under that package of legislation, we could coordinate with the county on what initiatives that we could support that enhance their staffing levels?
And I don't know if I can do because I know that someone made an amendment, so I don't know if I can include an amendment as well. Okay, so included in that second item, could we slip in there partnering also with our local universities to fill the pipeline of professionals? I think that that's a huge issue that's lacking at this point.
Yeah, and I think, again, yeah, so under the direction of legislation of how we could support the county in filling those slots, I think that's something that would fall under that resources.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to support the motion that's on the table, and I'll say with some reservation, because I don't think, again, that this is the end-all be-all. It doesn't produce more housing. It doesn't produce more beds. It doesn't produce more professionals unless we really push that the needle, and it doesn't force anyone to take medication against their will. And so I think that it's simply another potential resource, but it's one that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on in terms of what the county, the direction that the county moves in.
All right. I also support the notion that we need many more staff in this space, and we've heard that clearly, both in our efforts to try to get mental health professionals to ride along with police officers as part of I think Eddie Garcia's effort, or Chief's effort, to try to integrate that more so that we can better deal with critical issues without having officers be the first individuals. When someone's having a mental health crisis, the first individuals to encounter the individual. And also in conversations with our superintendents, we've had a couple of meetings in the last couple of years where school superintendents have said that is their number one frustration, is the inability to get county or someone to respond when a child is having an episode and they have to clear out a classroom and nobody can learn for the next 4 hours because everyone's in lockdown. And it's incredibly, obviously it's humiliating for the child to be in that situation where everybody's kind of frozen for hours, and it's not helpful to the other children as well. And we just need to find ways to be able to enhance the response. Lee, you mentioned you might have an answer to some questions.
I did. I know I had answered. I didn't have any recollection or memory, but the team upstairs reminded me. Tony Tallis, the director of behavioral health, did update the Board of Supervisors on August 22nd in regards to a new mobile mental health response team is more dedicated slots in clinics related to outpatient services and also new slots in different shelters. So I think for better context for us and for the council, staff will go ahead and get that memorandum and forward it to the council under an info memo, so we all have that.
Great. Thanks, Lee. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I just want to chime in on that mobile mental health response unit. We were told by a supervisor's office months ago about that unit, and I just want to caution that when my staff actually tried to use the phone number that was available to call the response unit when they were witnessing a mental health crisis that was just across the street here, the operator answering the call did not have any knowledge at that time about the program, and we took it back to the supervisor's office. So I haven't gotten an update on whether that, when it was launched but not actually launched, whether it has become functional. So I just want to caution that whatever August memo may not be the most recent data on that. So I think we do have a lot more work to do to coordinate and communicate between the city and the county staff. And I do want to thank Councilmember Esparza for your memo, recognizing that need and bringing us together. Thank you.
Great. Also, I just want to acknowledge several folks who came forward to discuss the concerns about the conservatorship process, the abuses inherent, and the lack of protections for the conservatees. And I don't deny for a moment and don't discount that there are undoubtedly defects, serious defects in the system, and we're not going to resolve those here. I just do believe that that is not incompatible, the idea that we are going to try to reform the system in some way to ensure that civil liberties are protected. I don't believe that's incompatible with strengthening the system, given the extraordinary amount of unmet need that's out there. I think we can do both, and I hope we can. Okay, on the motion then, let's vote. All right, that's unanimous. Thanks, everyone. We'll move on to the comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2019, affectionately known as CAFR. And Julie and team are here, and this will be heard concurrently with items 3.8 and 9.1, and Ed's about to tell us something.
Right. So we have a technicality here. So if you want to hear 9.1 along with these two items, you have to reconstitute yourself and have a joint meeting of the successor agency and the city council. You will also at the end have to take separate votes as the city of San Jose and then also as a successor agency. So just wanted to give you the technicalities because that's my job.
Okay, so at this time, it would be helpful for me to convene the meeting of the board of the successor agency.
And the city, and a joint meeting with the city council.
In joint meeting with the city council. And if any of you are feeling your own mental health challenge with that, yes, that means we are both things here on the council. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Julia.
So thanks for doing that convening as 11 is two different groups, because that'll make the presentations a lot shorter today by combining them all into three. So, good afternoon. We're presenting, as you said, the CAFR, and today I have with me David Bullock, who is the managing partner with Macias, Genie, and O'Connell, our external auditors. Annie Toe, our Deputy Director for Accounting, and then Lisa Titano, our Assistant Director of Finance. So we made this presentation to the committee back in November 21st. We noted when we made that presentation to the committee that it was the first time in 6 years that we'd been able to make the presentation at the committee level before coming directly to the council. And that's a huge accomplishment for all the people across the organization and our external auditors. It is a significant challenge for us to put the comprehensive annual financial report together. And I just wanted to kind of put in a little bit of a context that I didn't do at the committee meeting. I kind of went back and looked 15 years ago when we put together the CAFR for 2005. it was only 201 pages long. The report that was distributed to you in hard copy last week is 344 pages long. So it has grown significantly over the last 15 years. Most of that growth, however, has come in the need for us to prepare notes. The notes to the financial statements are the words that tell the story about how the city ended its fiscal year. And in 2005, the notes were only 52 pages long. This report has 145 pages of notes. Those expansion of the notes is a result of an active governmental accounting standards board, which promulgates rules and regulations with respect to how local agencies and government agencies put their financial statements together. And in putting those financial statements together, and by everybody following generally accepted accounting principles and the GASB rules, means that organizations can be compared across states, within cities, because everything is consistent. And that consistency is what is important for rating agencies to evaluate credit. The state auditor has on her website comparative reports in which she uses those CAFRs from cities across the state. Lenders and letter of credit providers use it to evaluate their appetite for providing more credit to the city. The $4 billion of debt we have outstanding, those investors rely on that document. Even the Securities and Exchange Commission Chair Clayton is very interested in the timeliness of these reporting these documents. In the short story, there are lots of people that care about this document, and the document is, in fact, the most important financial document the city produces on an annual basis. So I just kind of wanted to provide that little bit of context on why we take it so seriously. And so additionally into this report, there's a lot of sub-reports that get prepared behind it, and there's 21 separate reports. All of those are posted on the internal auditor's website once they're completed by MGO, and some of them are still in progress today. And then this was just a slide about GASB. It was established in 1984. It establishes those accounting standards and rules for local governments. And as I mentioned, it's a way to make sure there's consistency across local jurisdictions and how they promote financial reporting. So the CAFR this is the table of contents. As I mentioned, there's basic financial statements, which are basically just the numbers and tables and schedules, but those really can't be understood without reading the notes. And as I mentioned, the notes are very important, and they also have expanded greatly over the years. So with that, I'll turn it over to David for his presentation.
Thank you, Julia. So as Julia mentioned, it's a very large document, over 300 pages. Our responsibility is the the first three pages of the financial section, where you'll find our auditor's report. And in that report, we talk about management's responsibilities. Management prepares the financial statements, is responsible for making sure those financial statements are fairly presented. It's our responsibility to audit those statements and agree to that. And we do that following two sets of standards and a number of procedures that are required by those standards. And I'm happy to report that we expressed an unmodified opinion, which basically means that we agree with how management has reported its financial statements. And then there's several paragraphs that follow the opinion, and that just lets you know that this is a very big document. Not all of it is audited. The transmittal letter and some of the introductory information in the report is not audited, nor the statistics. It's a valuable information as it presents 10-year trends and gives you a little bit of history, but it's not audited. So what we audit are the financial statements, and so it just clarifies that. On the next slide, we just wanted to point out, Julia mentioned that GASB is the body that promulgates GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles, and they're very busy. As you can see, they just required standard number 88. And this is probably the cause of why your financial statements have grown so much over the years. They're continuously adding new standards. And you may be familiar with some of the recent standards on pension and OPEB. So this year was pretty tame. There's only one standard, but the city has a lot of debt. And because of that, there's a lot of additional debt disclosures added because of this new standard. But all in all, it didn't really change the financial statement presentation. It was more focused on disclosure. And there will be some significant standards in the near future, and I know Andy's going to talk about that. So I think with that, we'll move on to the next slide.
Thank you, David. My name is Annie. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm here to present some of the major components in the city's comprehensive annual financial statements, also known as CAFR. The chart presented here shows the trend for the statement of net position over the last 5 years. This statement presents information on all assets and deferred outflows of resources, all liabilities, and deferred inflows of resources. The net position is residual of all other financial statement elements presented in the statement of financial position. Statement of net position is equivalent to the balance sheet, similar to a personal balance sheet where you have a statement of net worth. In government, we call this the statement of net positions. Over time, increases or decreases in net position may serve as a useful indicator of whether the city's financial position is improving or deteriorating. This chart presented here shows a 5-year trend of the city's net position since fiscal year 2015. In fiscal year 2018, the city's net position was $3.939 billion, whereas in fiscal year 2019, the city's net position was $4.054 billion. This represents a slight uptake over the last 5 years, a $115 million increase, which is equivalent to a 3% increase as compared to the prior fiscal year. The chart shows that the city's net position has improved from fiscal year 2018 to 2019. This chart shows the statement of activities of revenues and expenses, and this can be found on page 9 of the city's CAFR. The statement is presented on a government-wide basis. Total revenue was $2.496 billion in fiscal year 2019, representing a $281 million increase, equivalent to a 13% increase, while total expenses was $2.381 billion in fiscal year 2019, which represents a $41 million decrease. This is equivalent to a 2% decrease as compared to last fiscal year. So in general, revenue has increased from the last fiscal year and expenditures have decreased from the last fiscal year, which is good. Next slide. This is a statement of fiduciary net position. The net position for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of San Jose, also known as SARA for short. Okay, this statement includes the assets, deferred outflow of resources, and the liabilities of SARA. Overall, the net position held in trust totaled negative $1.407 billion in fiscal year 2019 as compared to negative $1.475 billion in fiscal year 2018. This represents a decrease of 4.6% as compared to the last fiscal year. Okay. The statement of changes in fiduciary net position. This chart represents the statement of changes in fiduciary net position for the beginning and year-end balances in fiscal year 2018 and fiscal year 2019. In fiscal year 2019, the net position in the beginning of the year was negative $1.475 billion, resulting in a decrease of 8.3% from the prior year. In fiscal year 2019, the net position at the end of the year was negative $1.408 billion, resulting in a decrease of 4.5% from the prior fiscal year. General fund, this is a general fund comparison. The general fund comparison can be found on pages 30 and pages 190 in the city's CAFR. In fiscal year 2019, the beginning generally accepted accounting principal fund balance, also known as GAAP fund balance, was $293 million. And the ending GAAP fund balance was $415 million, while the budgetary fund balance was $365 million in fiscal year 2019. The difference of $50 million in the fund balance between the GAAP fund balance and the budgetary fund balance is comprised of 2 items: encumbrances of $49.7 million and an unrealized gain in the fair value of investment of $300,000. Next slide, please. The gap pronouncement. Okay, so these are the GASB pronouncement, which Julia mentioned earlier. GASB pronouncement is what caused our CAFR to be so thick and heavy. GASB 83 is relating to certain asset retirement obligations. This statement requires the city to evaluate assets' net book value and adjust it annually to reflect the asset's fair market value. GASB 83 did not have an impact to the city's fiscal year 2019 financial statements. As for GASB 88, this is a GASB that was implemented this year, and this is relating to certain disclosures related to debt, including borrowings and direct placements. This statement requires additional disclosures of unused lines of credit, assets pledged as collateral for the debt, terms specified in debt agreements related to significant events of default with finance-related consequences, significant termination events with finance-related consequences, and significant subjective acceleration clause be disclosed in the footnotes. It's a mouthful. Finance worked closely with the city attorney's office in providing the GASB 88 disclosure in the fiscal year 2019 CAFR. And there are several upcoming pronouncements for fiscal year 2020 as well as fiscal year 2021. In fiscal year 2020, there's going to be a GASB 84 relating to fiduciary activities. And there's also going to be a GASB 90 majority equity interest in fiscal year 2020. Excuse me. Lastly, in the upcoming pronouncement for fiscal year 2021, there's a major GASB 87 on leases. This new GASB pronouncement will have a huge impact citywide, as the Finance Department will have to collaborate with departments throughout the city to collect and compile data on all leases and report on our fiscal year 2021 CAFR. The Finance Department is commencing exploration of software tools that may assist in the tracking and monitoring to ensure ongoing GASB 87 compliance. And lastly, but not least, there's also going to be a GASB 89 interest costs incurred before the end of construction period. This GASB pronouncement will most likely affect our airport's financial statement presentation in fiscal year 2021. So in summary, I have presented the major components of the city's financial statements and the current year and upcoming year GASB pronouncements. I would like to return over the presentation back to our Finance Director, Julia.
Yes, thank you, Annie. So the next item, which is item 3.8 on the agenda, is the report to those that governs. It's a requirement of statements on auditing standards, so the auditors need to communicate the information to the council and city management. Also, it provides an overview of the planning and scope and the timing of the audit, along with significant findings. So with that, I'll turn it over to David.
Okay. This report is about 20 pages, and so the report that we include in your CAFR is really just focuses on the financial statements. This report communicates to you the results of the audit. We let you know things like what's changed from the prior year, what kinds of estimates are included in your financial statements, whether or not we had any difficulties or disagreements with management. So I'm happy to report there's no negative reporting of those things, although we did have some internal control findings during their audit that we felt needed improvement. And this slide summarizes the two that we identified this year. And so just to take a step back, when we talk about internal controls, we're not expressing an opinion on internal controls. What we're doing is we're letting you know that if there were any internal control deficiencies identified during the audit, that we would inform you of those, and that's our responsibility. One of them had to do with financial reporting of liabilities. During the end of our audit, we identified a liability in your clean energy fund, the enterprise fund, and it's a new operation, so it's understandable that the internal controls may not have been in place fully in this first year of operation. So we identified an internal control deficiency that the management should correct so that we don't have similar instances in the future. And then secondly, the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, that's the federal assistance that the city gets. Annually, the city completes this schedule when we perform a compliance audit of those federal programs. And there was an issue with pulling the numbers together for the FEMA grants. FEMA is one of those grants where there's a lot going on, different kinds of expenditures that may or may not be reimbursable. And there was just some difficulty in identifying what the final number was. And so we identified that not as a material weakness. We didn't feel that gravitated to be material in terms of dollar amounts, but it was significant enough that we just wanted to make sure that we brought that to your attention. And then on the next slide is the follow-up that we do on last year's findings. So we reported 5 findings last year, 2 of them related to the financial statements, and then 3 of them related to information technology, IT. And we're happy to report that 4 of those findings have been corrected, and the one that's partially corrected was the repeat that we just talked about for the FEMA grant. So I think Julia is going to discuss management responses to those.
Thank you, David. So the management responses are included within the report, a little bit different from what you see from the internal auditor, which is a supplement. So they're included in there. So with respect to the first finding, we agree with the finding, and we have already started to take steps towards correction with respect to the addition of an overstrength senior accountant in the Community Energy Department. And the Finance Department is assisting Community Energy in evaluating their long-term accounting staffing needs for consideration during the fiscal 2021 budget process. And it just so happened that the Finance Department is in the process of recruiting for a senior accountant in our own operation, so Community Energy will just piggyback on that recruitment process. So we're taking immediate steps to correct that today. And then with respect to the completeness of the schedule of expenditures for federal awards, we again concur with those findings. Want to point out the finding is not a violation of any of the federal grant covenants, and we will also be introducing a new reconciliation procedures for grant expenses with departments. So continue our outreach efforts, since the grant administration is very decentralized in this city, so we'll be using our accounting staff to help with more training and outreach to departments. So finally, the recommendation is to accept 3.7, the comprehensive annual financial report, 3.8, the report to those charged with governance, and then 9.1, the successor agency's audited financial statements. And those audited financial statements will be presented also to the Oversight Board in January, so they will have them as well. So with that, we're available to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much for the reports and all the information. Questions from my colleagues? I have a couple. Since my colleagues are not apparently interested in asking questions, I will. Can we go to slide 8 for a moment? I just want to make sure I understand the decline in our position that occurred a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like
that was a
just
GASB pronouncement.
GASB required us to describe OPEB
Yes.
liabilities. Is that the issue?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, there it is. In 2017 to 2018, you see a decline in the position. It looks like we're adding OPEB liability.
Yes. That's correct.
Okay.
So you can see that footnote, the number 2 there.
So that's not really a decline in terms of apples to apples, right? That's just
Correct.
reporting.
It's bringing it into the face of the financial statements where it previously wasn't included there.
Okay. Certainly helpful. And then that stuff about deferred outflows and deferred inflows, what is that?
Okay, I'll leave that to you, Annie.
So deferred inflows are something that you have earned, but you haven't really received. So that's part of revenue. That's part of, actually, I'm sorry, that's part of your asset. And deferred outflows or liabilities, those are things that you owe in the future.
Okay. Got it. Thank you for that. You gave us, of course, included in this is a report on Sarah. And our redevelopment agency has been deceased now for, I don't know, 7 or 8 years, and we're still dealing with the corpse. And I feel like it's like having to do your Aunt Petunia's taxes 15 years after she died. At what point can we just let go of all this and stop spending human resources?
2035.
I was worried you'd say that.
When the bonds are paid off.
Okay.
But it's 2019. We're getting there.
Yeah, sure. It's practically around the corner in terms of state statute.
So yes, we have to continue to report because remember that liability, that big liability number you see, those are our bondholders.
Right.
So, we have an obligation to continue to report the financial position of the successor agency until the last bondholder is paid.
Well, we love our bondholders, so, okay. Really want to commend everybody on the improvements in internal controls and appreciate the identification of the problems there. Particularly, it seems like issues in IT have been dramatically resolved, so thank you, Julia. Thank you, Rob.
Yes, Rob, big help, big round of applause for Rob's team for doing that.
Yeah, thank you, Rob, because I know you guys are taking on a lot in a lot of different departments. We appreciate that. There's a rare moment of happy news when we don't always get good news in these reports, but we've seen now long-term liabilities have dropped more than $90 million, it looks like, because of all the refinancings, all the work you guys did last year in finance. And here's something I don't think I've ever seen here in my 13 years. Net pension liability and OPEB even decreased, which never seems to happen. It was a very small decrease, but we'll take it. It sort of beats the alternative. So I know a lot of those are numbers that depend on lots of actuarial assumptions, and we all know those assumptions can go wrong, but I think we should at least take a breath and declare some small amount of victory that we have halted for now the march of these liabilities growing and growing and growing, which we know have been really choking the city in many ways. And hopefully we're starting to turn the corner, although we know that's a very long corner to turn. Okay, any other comments or questions? Councilmember Foley.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate all of the detail in these three reports, and I, in particular, appreciate my staff person for reviewing it, Kyle, and a degree in accounting who is able to help me crunch the numbers and get through. I'm not a math major, but I hired an accountant, so I'm very happy about that. I do have a couple of questions for you on the CAPRA. The general fund balance shows that we have 2 months of general expense, funds to cover our general expenses. Is that typical? What do we strive for in reserves in our general fund expenses?
So do you know what page you're looking at specifically?
I do not.
Somewhere in the
It's
middle.
on my talking points,
It's on your
to give you full disclosure.
So, it's important for the city to have some liquidity, and the fact that our revenues come in on a fairly regular basis, and then we have a diverse general fund revenue stream, makes our need for a lot of liquidity not as necessary. The rating agencies look at it as part of their credit evaluation process. So, and then also the budget, there's specific policies with respect to how much reserves we want to have in place over time. And so we're growing that and trying to reach that overall objective, which I don't recall off the top of my head. I think we have about 11% in reserves now. Jennifer's sitting behind me. I think she can correct me if I'm wrong.
Here comes actually, Jim, I think it's something like 6.5%.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it. 6.5% on the reserve. We're headed towards 10% as the goal.
Okay.
10% is the goal. And you said, does the state require us to have a certain, no, it's just a goal that we have internally that we'd like to maintain 10%.
Right. And the city
reserves.
auditor did an audit of reserves a few years back, and so they've been working hard to increase them. The airport has cash reserves on hand, so they have their own audit, and they talk about their cash reserves as well. So a lot of it depends on the type of operation that you're running and how much liquidity you need to have.
Okay. Regarding our revenues, and what percentage of our revenues in 2019 were one-time funds? Same thing, same question for expenses.
Yeah, that's more of a budget question. We
Okay.
don't.
And I'm just, Jim might want to come up, but just in general, we don't have a system that actually bifurcates it that way.
Okay.
But we do have to, when we're actually preparing the budget, understand those differences and match them appropriately. But I don't think we do a year-end reconciliation that I can recall unless something's changed since I left the budget office.
Yes, thank you, Jim Shannon, the city's budget director. We can do that analysis. I don't think we have anything on an annual basis that shows that, but a good idea to get a sense of that is in the adopted budget in the city manager's transmittal memorandum. There is a spot there where we have the budget balancing strategy, and it looks for the general fund, at least, you can see how much money is ongoing money and how much money is one-time money. So that's probably the easiest way to get a snapshot on a year-to-year basis, which is probably going to be pretty close to what is actually there.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I was glad to see that we had an unmodified or clean opinion on the report, and I appreciate the information about the material weaknesses. I was concerned that the clean energy material weakness, that was a liability that we would be incurring, but that isn't the case. Is that correct? What's the risk that that money is at risk for us?
So the financial statements as they're presented are correct. Okay, and so the internal control comment is we identified a process that should be in place to make sure that those liabilities are captured during the financial close, not at the end of the audit. So the internal controls have nothing to do with the financial statements and whether or not they're reliable. The financial statements have been corrected and they're presented appropriately. We're just communicating and strengthening of internal controls to prevent, missed liabilities in the future.
Understood. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, so we're going to take items 3.7 and 3.8 together. Is that right, Ed?
Yes.
Is there a motion on those items? Comments? Let's vote. And then next, we'll separately take up item 9.1. Is there a motion? Let's vote. All right, thank you all. I'm now going to adjourn the joint meeting, and we're going to resume the city council meeting. So thanks, everybody, for your presentation and all the information. Okay. 3.9 is the comprehensive annual debt report for fiscal year
You're staying.
ending June 30th, 2019. We're not done with debt just yet. And yes, we have a presentation.
Yes, we have a presentation. Sorry about that.
No problem.
We just have to change staff around.
Yep.
At the committee meeting in November, we also presented the comprehensive annual debt report that we prepare every year for the council. That one looks like this, and we also distributed a hard copy to your offices right before Thanksgiving. So with me, I have Lisa Titano, the Assistant Director, and Joe Gray, who's our Debt Administrator. So just as a summary, the Debt Management Program does three big things. We issue debt, we administer debt, and we provide what we call financial advisory services to the organization. That's when they're thinking about financing something over time. We assist them in doing that evaluative process. And we do that in the context of the policy objectives of the Debt Management Program, which are spelled out in the policy. So this is where I turn it over to you.
Sorry?
This is where I turn it over to you? No?
No.
Okay. I'm trying to remember the choreography of the presentation. So today we have outstanding about $3.8 billion in debt. This does not include the conduit multifamily housing revenue bonds that are outstanding, which now total almost $700 million. So as you can see, the largest piece of that pie is the debt related to the successor agency, followed up closely by the airport at $1.2 billion. This reflects debt outstanding as of June 30, 2019, so it doesn't take into account the general obligation bonds that were issued in July of this year. So it still shows the amount that was outstanding, 323 from the prior authorizations. Okay, so with that, I'll turn it over to Joe.
Debt issued in fiscal year 2018, 2019 totaled $640 million for the projects you see there. So the tax revenue an anticipation note, or TRAN, was $150 million, and that was our retirement pre-funding. We issued $71 million in wastewater notes for the regional wastewater facility for the improvements that they're making there. Lease revenue commercial paper notes totaled $46 million. The majority of that was for the South Hall purchase, and $55 million in commercial paper notes for the San Jose Airport as part of their expansion, terminal expansion. And then the largest portion of that was a multifamily housing revenue bond obligation in the amount of $318 million, and that was for the El Rancho Verde project. This fiscal year, we have planned debt issuance in the amount of $815 million. Roughly $570 million of that has already been issued, and the biggest chunk of that is the $500 million that we issued this past July, as Juliet mentioned. $240 million of that was for the Measure T funding and the CIP program for that. And then the balance of that was for general obligation refunding of prior bonds that were authorized by the voters. We had a $70 million total in multifamily housing bonds that's already occurred in this fiscal year. Going forward in fiscal year 2019-20, we anticipate, if this project gets approved by council, it's going to be coming up, $140 million for the Ice Center expansion project, and another $45 million in conduit multifamily housing bonds, and then probably $50 to $52 million in lease revenue bond refunding that will occur later this fiscal year. The city has a variable rate program. It's been reduced in recent years. It was just as recent as fiscal year 2010, it was over $1 billion, and it's down considerably, just over $560 million. Some of the projects that we will be issuing will be the South Hall. I've already mentioned that. $42 million. Flood insurance, $3.8 million, and then the City Hall campus expansion of $6.5 million, and that's scheduled for spring of 2020. In August of 2018, we not only extended the term of the city CSJFA's CP program and letter of credit program support, we extended that by 3.5 years through February 2022, and we also increased the capacity from $85 million to $125 million. As Julia mentioned earlier, we provide financial advisory services, many more than the list that is on page 6, but some of the major projects include the 2019 GO bond issuance. That was in July of this year. We worked on the sale of the Hayes Mansion property, used the proceeds to redeem CSJFA bonds 2008 and C. We worked on, obviously, providing commercial paper and all the other documents associated with the South Hall purchase for the convention center. We completed a request for proposal for the solicitation of the feasibility consultant for the Ice Center expansion project, and then also have been working with Clean Energy on securing a bank letter funding agreement for their power providing and also line of credit. So I'll turn it over to Julia to talk about credit.
Okay, so the city has a number of credit ratings. The one that we focus on the most is our general obligation credit rating, which is rated AA1, AA+, AA+, and the lease revenue bonds are generally rated about a notch lower. Santa Clara County does have the AA1 rating by Moody's, but they do have a AAA by S&P and a AA+ by Fitch. The airport bonds are A2, AA. Recently, they had an upgrade from Fitch from A- to A. And then also the successor agency bonds are rated AA, and their subordinate bonds are rated AA- by both S&P and Fitch. Those bonds, by design, do not carry a Moody's rating. So one of the questions that came up at the committee meeting was, how do we stack up compared to the 10 largest US cities? So we added this slide to the presentation so you could see kind of where we are. We line up as number 3 with respect to our rating compared to those other 10 largest cities. The other 2 California cities that are on the list are Los Angeles and San Diego, and they are tied at 5 and 6 for the same, for their ratings. As I've noted before, it's very difficult to be a AAA rated city in the state of California, especially when you're a large, diverse city like San Jose. And that's primarily because rating agencies look at a number of different credit qualities, and they look at kind of your revenue and expenditure side of the equations in terms of budgeting and managing your resources. We have a lot of control over the expenditure side and very little control over the revenue side, because any tax increases, as you're well aware of, require voter approval. So in summary, we continue to be highly active across all spectrums of the debt management program. We maintain a strong and dedicated program that protects our financial interests, our credit rating, long-term management of compliance to minimize any financial penalties, and failure to comply with the regulatory requirements placed upon us can result in significant penalties. So the recommendation is to accept the report, and we're available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. And thank you for ensuring that we're not Chicago. All right, any questions?
Motion to approve.
All right, let's vote. And Julia and Lisa on all these refundings and refinancing. That's been
Yeah, so, okay.
monumental. Okay, this is item 3.9 that we're voting on for the record.
Yeah.
All right, that passes. So we're on to item 310, which is public hearing on recording liens on properties for reimbursement of costs of sidewalk.
Yeah, and this is our item, and we understand there might be some questions, so I decided just to stay put.
Okay, thanks for hanging out.
And it's on the sidewalk liens, and so we have representatives from DOT, John and Rick, and then also Rick from Finance. So
Okay.
we're here to answer any questions you may have on that item.
Fabulous, thanks. Robert and Gary, did you want to speak on this item? Or was it on another item? I don't see Robert here, so he may have stepped out. Okay, let's come back to council. Questions, Councilmember Pross.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I did issue a memo, so my colleagues should have seen that. I don't know if it's, yes, it's posted, so it's also online. I had brought up this issue, actually kind of initiated a couple years ago in a few different conversations with some community members, and ultimately had a good understanding of why we had moved away from the city fully funding these sidewalk repairs to putting the onus on property owners, and ultimately though saw an opportunity through our hardship program to help more of our community members that may actually have a genuine hardship. And the biggest discrepancy that I determined and that we intended to try and remedy was we were utilizing federal standards of ranges of income, and so we were able to increase the allotment for the hardship waiver based on raising the sort of minimum threshold to meet for incomes. I believe it was last year, and in looking at the process, or looking at the report here from staff this year, one of the things I was hoping that we could have done a few years ago was to actually have a tiered approach. So one that may actually not even require more funding into our hardship program, but just a better way to divvy it up. So instead of, somebody applies and is accepted for a hardship waiver, they get a sort of a $0 cost. We would have a tiered approach where depending on your income, you could maybe save 50% or something off of the cost. Somebody else could save 100% and somebody maybe 25%. And maybe we could do so without adding any or maybe not adding too much funding to this program. And so that's the gist of sort of where I'm asking my memo, but we do ask that remaining funds stay within the program. I know there's a recommendation that and look, there may not be, I recognize there may not be any or not much, but if there's a recommendation that they can be utilized in other forms. So my ask on the first recommendation there, 1A, is that they remain within the program. 1B would be what I just described on sort of a restructuring of the hardship assistance program. And then one of the things that we determined was the outreach that we're doing to community members that includes this information was only in English. So we'd like to make sure that, especially if we have somebody that we can identify, but it would be great if the language just itself would be dual, if not at minimum trilingual, both Spanish and Vietnamese. And I recognize that there could be budget implications. Again, I'm thinking that this could be restructured, but I'm comfortable with sort of moving through the budget process with recommendations about that. So, and I apologize, the memo was late, so I don't know if staff's had a chance to take a peek at it and give a response, but I'd like to move my memorandum.
Second.
Okay. Any response from staff on the memo?
Yeah, thank you, John Russo, Department of Transportation. Yeah, we appreciate that, the memo and the ideas. I do think it's probably just as a general response is that we do agree it probably is best to do this in the budget process. That would allow us to bring back analysis on these various different alternatives and then bring some comparisons for some other ideas. So overall, yes, we'd like to do that. As far as the actual specifics here, I think we're in general support of that. And then I think we do have some other ideas to bring the outreach, bring it further into how we're putting that out to folks that are actually needing the hardship assistance. What we think is maybe we can do is to add the secondary form that goes out when a hardship form is actually requested. We could translate those into the languages that we need to. We're doing about 15,000 of communication pieces in a year for this program. We don't want to add any more paper, but I think with those specific pointed directional things that people that need the hardship information, we can go right to that. I think that's what we can probably do. We'll look into that.
Okay, so just to sort of understand the timing of all this, John, are you suggesting maybe easier for staff if that last line around come back through the budget process apply to 1A, B, and C as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, Councilor Pross, are you open to that?
Except for 1A, I think that decision has to be made today, correct? Because otherwise, if we don't make that decision today, then we're sort of giving them authority based on their memo to do something else with the funds.
I mean, I think that still can be part of the budget process. You're looking at the money that's budgeted for the current fiscal year, for fiscal year 20, that it be carried over then till fiscal year 2021?
Yes, if I read the
Okay, so
memo
that-
correctly that staff wrote, right?
Yes, so
yeah.
that's part of the budget process as well. Because at the end of the year, there's a memo, it's one of the MBAs, and it has all of the rebudgets from the current year into the next year. So I think that direction could just be carried forward into the budget process as well.
Just additional information. Last year we used 97% of that set aside for hardship, and we're on track to do approximately the same this year. So we're not talking about a lot of money, but that's part of what we can bring back.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. All right, and the seconder as well? Okay. Councilor Esparza?
Thank you. I'd like to thank Councilmember Perales for bringing his memo forward. I know we've had a number of discussions about the hardship program at council and also privately. I had a couple of questions. One is if somebody could walk us through how we go through this now. How do we decide how much to give in the hardship program now?
Rick Scott, Deputy Director, DOT. The hardship amount was actually the amount that was set aside prior to the vote to change the program back in 2018. So it actually worked out that as the threshold was changed, we virtually utilized all the funding that was available with the new threshold.
And so how do you allocate that to an applicant?
So, the typical process would go that the applicant applies for hardship, or requests a hardship application. And I think, well, I don't have it in front, I can't present it to you now, but there is the qualification thresholds, and if we have staff that analyze their tax returns or some acceptable documentation that's outlined in the application process, if they meet the threshold, the decision is made, and it's either they meet the threshold or they don't. And if they do, then the work is performed by the city or by a contractor that the city procures at no cost to the property owner.
Thank you. I had one more question. So in going through the list, so I mean, I haven't looked at every council district, but just as an example, so some of the liens, the total lien amount on some properties in my district, it's $243.90, $275.40, $277.45, $280.75. All of those include administrative lien fees, and do they also include the $117.50 administrative fee? I'm confused on the fees that we tack on.
Yeah, that's correct. The 117 is part of the 135.
It's part of the 135. So essentially, we're putting a lien on somebody's home for, $108, right?
That's
correct. So I support the memo and the motion moving forward, and the DOT memo included some language around working with the budget office to considering further funding adjustments in the mid-year budget process. I'm interested in seeing kind of what we can, how we can sort of reconfigure that program so we're not putting a lien. I just can't believe that helps us as a city, or it's the best use of our time to put a lien on somebody's home for $240, half of which is a city fee. If we could kind of revisit those thresholds moving forward, in addition to how we fund the hardship program and do outreach for the program, if that could be included when we come back, I'm assuming in January. Does the maker of the motion be amenable to that, including those items in what comes back in the mid-year budget?
I guess I just want to hear from staff on their thoughts on that.
So if I can just understand, you're suggesting that in the mid-year process to evaluate the change to the program to the extent that we're discussing for the budget process also?
Correct. And what if we, for example, what if we don't put a lien on a home where the original amount is under $200?
Yeah, I can speak to that.
Sure.
I think a couple things. One, the amounts would, if we don't put a lien on it, it's a very successful collection tool that we have. But then again, we would use other resources in trying to collect the money. It is money that's owed to the city, and that's our objective. And so, there would be other, if we aren't able to collect that money, then ultimately it becomes a write-off of bad debt that the city does not absorb. So that would be the alternative to not collecting it or not placing a lien.
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing a little bit more on this item. It seems like going through this list, we're putting liens on homes for really small amounts. And I don't know how we benefit as the city putting our residents through this, especially looking at some of these possibly very low-income residents. That's why I'm trying not to be really prescriptive right now, because I realize we don't have all the answers. What I'm asking is to have DOT or have your folks look at that and come back with some further analysis.
Yeah, I think that you're suggesting that we include that relook at this in terms of, should we be charging the permit fees, or is there a limit to what we put a lien on? And perhaps that's just something that we would actually bring back to compare those numbers of how many liens are underneath 200 or whatever target level that we're talking about.
Correct.
But it still is, as Rick Bruno pointed out, there is still, those are costs that are owed to the city, so there's probably some other legal implications that we'd also have to
Right, and
look
I'd
at,
be
so.
interested in hearing that come back to us.
Okay. Is that okay with the maker of the motion?
Yeah, I guess the other issue I was having was the timing. So I wasn't necessarily asking that everything, that was on my recommendation comes back for a mid-year budget discussion. So that I don't necessarily know if this is right, if that would also be the right place. So that I'm comfortable with accepting that language, and that we look at it in the same way we're looking at all the asks in my memo, which may be through just the general budget process and not coming at mid-year. That's what I was.
I think it's appropriate that it come back through the annual process, because it's a programmatic, expansion and analysis of an existing program, and we're kind of really late in the process to even do anything for mid-year. So I think it's best that we kind of look at it. Then we'll have more of a whole year of data almost to look at and do that analysis on as well. So I really, and the city manager's shaking his head yes at me too. So I think the annual process is the correct time.
So am I as the maker of the motion. So that I'm comfortable with that as the addition. And I, Councilmember Esparza, I also had similar thoughts on, hey, wow, these are really low, like $100, right? But we don't know which of those people are actually low income or not, right? So that's the challenge. It may be $100, which is a low dollar amount. May be easy to say, hey, do we sort of clear those out, or what do we do with them? Or do we look a little deeper and determine, can somebody actually afford it or not? And that's where my focus was really around the hardship waiver itself. And, I would be curious how many of these individuals that only have a $100 balance, right? If the threshold was just a $5,000 more or something like that, are they actually low income here in San Jose, and have this small dollar amount now turning into a lien on their house? Those individuals, absolutely, right? I want to be able to help. And so, but we just don't, as you pointed out, we don't have that information today. So, but I'm happy to include that in the motion. So I don't remember who seconded. Oh, I think.
Okay.
Councilmember Davis, it's good with you.
Yes. Okay, it's all right with the seconder. Just on that point, from purely self-interested point of view from the city, it's about $135 for us to impose these, to even get these liens. Is that right? That's the administrative fee, so I assume that's equivalent to the cost to us?
Yeah, those are our internal fees, as well as a county lien fee that we have to pay.
Yeah, I just, I can't help but think at some point there is a de minimis amount where you just have to say, is this really worth the expenditure of more dollars on our standpoint? Because we know even after we attach the fee, there might be a lien on the house, but are we going to collect unless there's going to be an actual transaction, the house is going to get sold? We're probably not going to collect that. And I don't know what our record is, but it would be helpful to have that context of really, are we even collecting these dollars? When this does come back, to really know, is this really worth it?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that the house doesn't have to sell. This is a special assessment, so it's on their property tax bill, so they have to pay it as part of their property tax bill.
Yeah, so I was under the impression this is a highly effective recovery method.
It is. It's highly effective. And then the other thing to note is that we do have an opportunity for people to come in and enter into a payment plan with us. So somebody owes $100, even if they only owe $100, we will enter into a payment plan, and they can spread that out over a period of time. So there are other ways to avoid getting to this lien process that we really try to work with people.
All right, thanks. Councilor Diep?
Yes, so I want to thank Councilmember Perales for his memo. But I also just want to comment. One of the items in his memo was the issue of language translation. And I just want to, well, this particular item would be the third time since I've been on council that we've kind of raised it. I remember the first time I was here, my first year, I really dug a lot into this particular item, and I was concerned about the same things that we're concerned about now, about people not being able to pay. It was explained to me, at least in District 4, a lot of the people that year are kind of landlords who live out of state. And so they've been delinquent, and we've sent them notices, and they've chosen to ignore our notices. And so I was, satisfied with that. But one thing I did ask for, I think a number of us asked for, was that we translate the notices about the sidewalks into Spanish and Vietnamese and possibly even Chinese. Last year, I kind of checked in on that. I didn't follow up, but staff said that we'd come back. And so now we're here again on third year, and I'm not sure what the mechanism is or of how heavy of a lift that is, but I just want to raise that because 3 years is kind of a long time to get something like that, especially when there are people who potentially might not be understanding and get stuck with a bill that they could have paid for, could have addressed had they just understood it.
Yeah, thank you. Another good thing. And reminding us about that. What we have done is we've updated our initial contact with the homeowners with the repair notice and permit that goes out. It's roughly 5 pages. We've added that there are translation services available in Spanish and Vietnamese. We also then send the pamphlet in the same packet, so it's a fairly big package. Within here, there's also further information of how to get that information. And what I was referring back to Councilmember Perales is when there's a contact made and a homeowner does request hardship service, then we also send out an additional form that I think what we'd like to do is actually put that into Spanish, Vietnamese, and any other translated services that we need to. That way that it really targets the folks that really might need that. Because this packet goes out to upwards of 5,000 different homeowners in a year, and wasn't really what we wanted to do to burden that packet with a lot more extra paper. But we want to make sure that actually anyone that gets this knows that they can get either direct translation services or to get it translated into a form that they can understand. So since that time, we've made some of these changes. Sure. We probably always can do more, but we've been making some changes as we've gone along each year to make it better.
Okay, well, that's good to hear, and that's good. So if we raise it again next year, just tell us that you've done it. So
trying different ways, yeah.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Perales, you wanted to modify your motion?
I wanted to just clarify one word in my memo that makes it confusing and was an accidental addition. So in the recommendation, it says accept staff report only. It just, if we can scratch the word only, it's just accept staff report and then the following. So.
Okay, and that's all right with the seconder?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Councilmember Foley.
Okay, a couple of questions, and I appreciate the report. So let me understand, these are people that we have repaired the sidewalks, and they have not paid, or they've paid a portion of the bill that is due, and we're leaning them, but we're not technically leaning them. You said that it's being included in their property taxes as a special assessment? Is that
I mean, that's how the lien process works.
Okay.
Is it's liened onto their property, and then they see it as a line on their property tax bill.
Okay, so if I'm selling my property and I have one of these liens on my property, it doesn't show up as an additional lien. It just shows up included in my property tax bill as an item related to the property taxes and says it's collected in your property taxes, something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, the mechanism is to lien the property first so that if the property is transferred or sold between now and tax roll, that the title company would collect those fees and pay them to the city. At the time when it gets to the tax roll, the lien will come off of the property and the assessment will go onto the tax roll. And and at that point, the lien would be released from.
Is that automatic then? It automatically goes from a lien to included in the tax roll, or there's some mechanism that we're involved in
the finance team is involved in creating that list right before tax roll time to identify those that need to be moved off of lien and into the tax roll.
Okay. That seems like a lot of work and a lot of attention for a $100 bill. So I'd really love us to see how we might be able to echo some of my colleagues that look at the threshold of which we're leaning it. I don't object to people pay us getting the money that is due to us if there is not a hardship, but there is there's a chance that we're exerting more energy than the money we're getting back, and I would want us to avoid that, because you have a lot more ways that you can generate funds and get your work done without spending 5 hours on collecting a $100 bill. Regarding the hardship letter, so we send out a letter to a homeowner, we're going to fix your sidewalk. Is it possible to include the hardship letter at that time? It seems to me that would save a step.
So it's certainly possible, but let me give you some of the numbers that we repair somewhere between 4,000 to 5,000 individual property owner sidewalks a year. And the property owner has a choice to do it themselves or just either elect for the city to do it or ask us to. So that's the number that we do. Within that, there's maybe 120 or so liens that are put on properties of that 4,000 to 5,000. And then of the 4,000 to 5,000, there's maybe, last year there was like 94 hardship. So what we would be doing was all those 5,000 communications, we'd be adding lots of just paper that maybe nobody needs. So it's entirely possible to load up the packet and send all that. But we've chosen up to date not to do that until they actually ask for the hardship information.
Okay. Just a follow-up regarding the homeowner who gets the letter and attempts to repair the sidewalk on their own. That is actually easier said than done. Homeowners have reported to me that they have attempted to get contractors out there to grind their sidewalks to level it out, but it's hard to find a contractor who will do that. Yet they say, well, when you get the lien from the city, then the city will come out and do it, and we can do it, and we'll do it cheaper for the city when the city comes out, and we'll do it because we contract with the city, but we don't want to contract with you directly because it doesn't make any sense for us to do so. So it's just a little glitch in the system where a homeowner may want to take care of it themselves. It's very hard to find someone who will actually do the work for them. So I don't know how we solve that, just something for you to consider.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor Camas?
Yeah, no, I just was, I kind of had the similar concerns with Pam Foley. I have how much staff, I mean, how much does it cost to put, and staff time to put something on a lien versus how much we're getting out of it is basically the quick question.
I mean, I think we need to look at it not just as the numbers that you see here, but the amount that actually, the threat of a lien, we use the word threat, encourages payment.
Yes.
So there are a lot of people that are paying along the process, along the continuum. So we would have to look to see exactly like how many people have paid at particular junctures in which they've gotten a notice that they owe us money, to make the determination of just the few that are here that are several $100s, versus how many that were several $100s that paid in the process of us providing notification that they needed to pay. Because that's really the delta. It isn't just these, it's the ones that have already paid because of the notices we sent them requiring.
And I can tell you that I've been late on a garbage bill, and I've gotten that lien letter and freaked out, and I paid for it. So I totally concur with you on the threat is actually pretty good.
Yeah, so I think we can't look at it just in isolation of the few that we see here. We have to look at it in the totality of the amount of the program.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm told I need to close the public hearing at this time, unless there is anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this. I suspect we have folks who are much more interested in speaking on the next item. Okay, we'll close the hearing. We don't need a motion to do that, do we? Good. All right. And we have a motion from Councilmember Perales. Let's vote. I want to thank everyone for their patience as we get through this very long calendar. We're now on to the spending priorities for potential general fund revenue from a real property transfer tax measure. I don't believe there is a presentation on this. I know that memorandum that several of us co-authored, and I appreciate Councilmember Foley and Perales and Yep for their work on this with us. Just want to state very clearly, this is a general tax. This money will go to the general fund. This council has the authority, as every council after us will have the authority to determine how it gets spent. What we are attempting to do here is to create essentially a set of political guardrails. These are not legal guardrails. Legal ones would be those that would be imposed through state law or through the measure itself. This is what we are imposing through the council policy, which of course can be changed by future council. And the idea is to heighten the attention to this, the source of this revenue, the revenue itself, to ensure that we have a set of procedural ensure that we have a process that ensures complete transparency and accountability about how these dollars are spent. As many of us have expressed a view about how we'd like to have them spent, we are trying to heighten the awareness both in the public and inside the building about how this council would like to spend them, and that is sort of that is the intent here. So with that, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually wanted to, where is it? Make a motion to accept the recommendation. I just have one small edit on the 10% 2I, the first item under number 2, 10%. I wanted to actually propose leave it for homeless prevention and rental assistance. That would leave it open. For example, if somebody were a veteran or a victim of domestic violence, or I didn't want to exclude anyone there. But other than that, I'd like to move to accept the memo with that small edit.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza, and I'm sorry, I'm just catching up to the edit. Essentially, this was the line in which we had several categories, potential categories of people that we might be helping, and you're saying simply make it universal. Okay. Correct. I think I got it. Okay, that's the motion from Councilmember Esparza, and the second, I believe, was Councilmember Arenas. All right. Councilmember Camus.
Thank you, Mayor. As you may know, I did not support the tax being on the ballot because if it is a general tax, as you eloquently stated earlier, and I know that we're doing this to inspire people to get behind the tax and support it, but saying it's going to housing and homelessness doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go housing or homelessness. But in fact, on any given Tuesday, as a part of any annual budget process, we can make these decisions, we can reverse these decisions. Correct, Council?
Yes, it's a policy, and so on any Tuesday, you can make a change.
So can a future city council change the 2/3 requirement with a simple majority?
The way that it would work is within the confines of the policy, you have to have a 2/3 to vote on the spending priority. However, to modify the policy in its entirety, you only need a majority.
Great. So basically puts one extra hurdle, but it's still, if they do, then the money can be spent on anything, like paying down, the pension debts or what have you, right?
Yes, the council would have the authority to spend the general fund monies on any city expense.
And I know advocates are looking at this as a huge new revenue source for housing. And if it was dedicated, I might have supported putting it on the ballot. But by law, these tax dollars can't be dedicated to housing since they're asking this. We're asking this to be a general tax. I'm also concerned with the spending plan itself. We're overlooking the impact of that on parks and trails that the unhoused have on the services that we need. We need people to clean up often homeless encampments. Our park rangers are being tasked, and we're overlooking resources that we could reconstitute the SJPT Parks unit so that we can deal with homelessness more effectively. So if we're going to be considering spending decisions now, I'm hoping that we consider spending at least 5% of these funds on parks and the SJPD Parks unit, because it's really important and it is often overlooked. Is that something that somebody's willing to, the maker of the motion's willing to consider?
You know, I really feel that that kind of changes the direction of the fact that of what everybody's been working on up to this point, so I'm going to decline.
Okay. Well, our city has, like I said, plenty of big issues, and I know that homelessness is one of them. And the fact that this is not a dedicated fund, this is one of the reasons why I'm supporting it. And the reason why I'm not supporting the spending plan is because I think it gives false hope to people that this was going to be actually dedicated monies, and it is not. And I think the fact that we're also overlooking parks and the need for more police officers for our park unit is also another reason I'm not supportive of this spending plan, so I'm voting no.
I want to interrupt council deliberations now with apology to members of the community. There have been cards that have been submitted, and thank you for those who've been patiently waiting. Pancho Guevara, followed by David Lowe, Elma Arredondo, and Mario Lopez. Thank you, with apologies.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm here on behalf of Sacred Heart Community Service and the Homelessness Prevention System, which is a collaborative of 15 community-based organizations working to ameliorate one of the worst crises facing our community. I want to express our support for the spending plan and for the process of a real estate, the spending plan and for the proceeds of a real estate transfer tax, and appreciate the thoughtfulness of memos from council members Esparza, Carrasco, Arenas, and from the mayor and members Deep Foley and Perales. While it is a general tax, we believe that there is a strong nexus between the critical housing needs delineated in the plan and the taxation of windfalls from the dysfunctional real estate market. We need to build housing, especially such as those targeting the most vulnerable in our community, extremely low income and supportive housing, and those are emphasized in the plans that have been proposed. And we must prevent homelessness with both financial assistance and legal assistance resources that need to be available, especially for residents here in San Jose. In the last few years, our homelessness prevention system has managed to make a huge impact in the lives and stability of many hundreds of families that have been coming through, and that's really valuable to have an investment from the city. But we are still serving only 1 out of 5 households that are coming to us under threat of homelessness and displacement in our community with the resources that are coming to. The truth is, 4 out of every 5 families were saying, I'm sorry, we can't help you. And making an investment and trying to be able to improve upon that would be helpful. But let's not kid ourselves. Unless we generate many times the resources expected in this tax to build new homes and the political will to get that housing built, even the most robust and even more robust tenant protections, we will not be able to make a dent. We'll need to continue to set aside tens of millions of dollars annually to prevent the displacement of low-income residents out of our community or into homelessness. So Sacred Heart endorses the spending plan as a start, an initial investment, and we stand with you to champion the real estate transfer tax coming this March. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guevara. Welcome, Mario.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Mario. I'm with Silicon Valley at Home, the Action Fund. And we want to thank both the mayor and also the council for moving the real estate transfer tax measure to the March primary next year. And we thank the mayor and council members, Perales, Diep, and Foley, for their recommendations on the spending plan for the revenues raised by the potential passage of this measure, along with the guardrails recommended to uphold the integrity, transparency, and accountability that will ensure the prioritization of these funds are used for affordable housing and homelessness prevention efforts. In our letter of support submitted to the council, we listed about 20 different organizations or so, including nonprofit developers, as supporting this spending plan. This includes, but is not limited to, organizations like the Health Trust, South Bay Labor Council, LGBTQ Youth Space, Bill Wilson Center, Asian Law Alliance, First Community Housing, Habitat for Humanity of East Bay and Silicon Valley, EAH Housing, and this is just to name a few of the organizations and nonprofit developers that are supporting this spending plan and measure, to give you an idea of the breadth of support that we've been able to garner up to this point. But there are other organizations and groups who have expressed their willingness to support this as well, yet have to go through their own respective endorsement process with their board members to be able to do so officially. We are building a broad coalition that reflects those that are most affected by this crisis, and this is our hardworking residents that help run this city. They are teachers, firefighters, janitorial workers, as well as working class families, seniors, and veterans. We believe this spending plan addresses some of the concerns previously raised by the council to ensure that the funds are prioritized for these particular purposes. And we urge the council to fully support this plan and invite members of the council to join us on the campaign trail in the next few weeks to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the mayor and city council members for advancing this proposal for a real property transfer tax measure. My name is Alma Redondo. I live in a first-time home buyer affordable housing development built by the city of San Jose and Moxa called Las Mariposas. I agree with all the categories for funding. What I don't agree is with the percentage assigned to category 4. The majority of funds are targeted for rental housing. A much larger percentage should be specifically for first-time homeowners, for low and moderate income residents. This first-time home ownership opportunities for households is critical for our communities. If my family had not had this opportunity to have a stable mortgage payment, I could not afford these current rentals. I probably would have had to move out of the area. So I like to see more opportunities for people to get into homes, buy homes, even if they're townhomes. We need that stability. We're losing young professionals like teachers and nurses and so many young people because they cannot live here. They can't start a family, they can't start their lives, and they're stuck. And I'd like to see more opportunities for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, David, followed by Jeffrey Buchanan and Robert Aguirre.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. David Lowe speaking on behalf of Destination Home. I want to thank Mayor Liccardo, Councilmembers Diep, Perales, and Foley for their memorandum. I think it does a great job of combining the many ideas we heard from the entire council before and really targeting these dollars towards our most critical needs in the community. When it comes to homelessness, I particularly want to call out 2 of those spending priorities that I think are really critical and will help us lead to a reduction in homelessness, and that's the 45% allocation for affordable housing that's targeted towards extremely low-income households, as well as homelessness prevention, to make sure we have that type of timely intervention that Pancho talked about for those families that are at risk for homelessness. So we hope you guys all will endorse that spending plan today, and Destination Home, we look forward to working with you all to get it over the goal line in March.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Buchanan.
On behalf of Working Partnerships USA and Silicon Valley Rising, certainly too many San Joseans are struggling as a result of our housing affordability, displacement, and homelessness crisis. This is why it was so important for the council to put the transfer tax on the ballot for March 2020. While the measure is a general tax, we endorse the memo from the mayor, Councilmember Perales, Foley, and Diep, and the motion on the floor from Councilmember Esparza, which we think brings together really the best ideas from the council and the community and ensures that we're starting the budget process early to make sure that the city's a good steward of these future dollars if the measure is successful in March. We support the efforts to create a provisional budget to map spending priorities focused on addressing our greatest housing needs, preserving and producing affordable homes, and preventing homelessness and displacement. This provisional budgeting proposal mimics the council's efforts around the 2016 Measure B sales tax, where policy was made around spending priorities, policy that continues to shape the budgeting process going forward with those revenues. I'd like to thank particularly Mayor Liccardo for his engagement with the community throughout this process. Certainly to Councilmember Esparza, Carrasco, and Arenas for their earlier memo, speaking up for the most vulnerable. The memo before Council represents a strong compromise, balancing investing in our immediate and long-term priorities, including addressing the majority of funds towards our most vulnerable populations, with 45% for ELI housing and 10% for preventing homelessness. We also appreciate the flexible approach, not necessarily outlining specific ways of providing affordable homes, but focusing on outcomes and those who need it the most. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, back to the council. Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I support the efforts to provide funds in dollars towards our most vulnerable residents, homeless and extremely low-income residents. But also, one of the things I don't hear a lot, and I was glad to hear one of the speakers actually speak to this, is that they are missing middle. We don't have a lot of advocates that come out to our council meetings and advocate for that missing middle. And I'm supportive of the breakdown in the mayor's memo with his fellow council members. But I'd like to make a slight tweak. Again, to try to be a voice for the missing middle and be an advocate for my dental hygienist and my auto mechanic and all the individuals who are struggling to find affordable housing in our community. So I'd like to make a friendly amendment to just make one slight modification to the motion, and that is to shift 5% of the funds from the category of 30 to 80% AMI to the category of 120% AMI. So going from 35% in the category of 30 to 80% AMI to 30%, and moving that 5% over to the 120% AMI to make that 15%. That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, I'll share some statistics I didn't share when I spoke earlier. 86% of those who are seniors, who are families, who could be your dental hygienist, but maybe they can't work 40 hours a week, are on the waiting list on the Housing Authority. They're waiting to find a permanent home and trying to keep their heads above water while they do that. Somos Mayfair, who's not here tonight, but 82% of the families and individuals who get some type of assistance from them, who, whether it's a class or an after-school program, they fall into the extremely low-income category. In the displacement studies that have come before us as a council, those are the areas those are the people that need it the most, and it's where we see the most direct link between homelessness and housing. And so I feel like, you know, there's been a lot of work already in terms of trying to put the bulk of what is on the proposed spending plan into that pipeline and still include 10% for below market rate for sale housing and moderate income rental housing up to the 120% AMI. And that's what I'm comfortable with moving forward.
I can respect that, but I at least wanted to make the effort, again, to be a voice for that missing middle that we don't often hear about. And we don't have advocates to come out and advocate for them. So I just wanted to at least throw that out there as an option.
And thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Councilmember Diab.
Thank you, Mayor. Of course, I'll be supporting the motion. And we've had this debate about this property transfer tax previously, but I just want to kind of drive home a point and give some context to viewers at home. Everyone talks about this affordable housing crisis that we have in the Bay Area or in the state of California. I believe we're short statewide 3.5 million housing units, so we definitely need more housing of all types. In the city of San Jose, as far as I can see, our main mechanism not main, but one of our major plans for getting affordable housing is our inclusionary housing ordinance, where we have private developers come in and they build, and 15% of those built units are below market rate. Now, affordable can mean any number of things. There's a range from 30% of area median income to like 80, 90%. So there's a sliding scale. Affordable means different things to different people. But that strategy of using the inclusionary housing ordinance is really dependent on the private industry to come in and build. And there are a lot of decisions that private developers have to make work before they start doing that in San Jose. Another way of doing it is to be masters of our own destiny and to step forward and say, we're going to build affordable housing, partner with affordable housing developers, and do that. But what is it, in terms of getting that done, an affordable housing unit is more or less a market rate unit, just with cheaper rent. It's the same cost of land, it's the same cost of lumber, it's the same cost of labor, and arguably it's more expensive to build because usually with affordable units, purely affordable housing sites, you have services on site, community rooms, et cetera, and those kind of developments require subsidies from HUD, require subsidies from the state, from the county, and from the city, and one affordable housing unit, I think, I'm correct, cost about $125,000 in subsidies from the city to make that work, to make that pencil out. So with $1 million, we can't even build 10 affordable housing units in the city. And our need is great. So having more sources of revenue come in from this general sales tax, general tax, transfer tax is necessary to make a dent in it. We tried doing Measure B. We tried the dedicated tax last election cycle, and we fell short. But when you fall down, you got to get up and keep going. And this is our attempt to do that. And so it's important, and I just want to reassure voters at home that it is true that on any given Tuesday, any council can do anything. But that's not how it works in practice. I've been here some 3 years now, and we've never on any given Tuesday willy-nilly made a budget decision. In fact, we've had many fights when one council member or a number of council members attempt to dedicate a lot of money through a memo, and then inevitably we have this fight and say, let's go back through the budget process, because our budget process, our annual process, takes a look at the entire city, and it would be, dicey to just on any given Tuesday say, all right, let's just kick a couple of $1 million to some other purpose. If some future council, deviates from these guardrails that we're trying to implement tonight, I have full faith that they're doing so in order to serve the best interest of the city, to respond to some sort of alternative crisis, and they need to be nimble and they need to reallocate resources. But in doing this tonight, I think that we're trying to set up a system where it will be difficult, if not in practice, then at least politically, for future leaders to step back from the commitments that we're making today. So I hope that folks will support as I am. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. As you all know, I did not support the property transfer tax last week because it is a general tax. But polls do suggest that this measure is likely to pass, and since that's the case, I do think putting the guardrails in place is a good idea. I think that's an apt analogy, guardrails, because guardrails do provide some protection, but they can fail, as we've all seen when we've been on the freeway, some mangled guardrails. And so in this case, these priorities and our own 2/3 requirement in the motion for changing those priorities can be changed, as has been mentioned before, by a majority vote on any given Tuesday, although it is unlikely, as Councilmember Diep has said. But it does concern me that we can make this change at any time. And it's why I would have preferred, as I've said multiple times before, a dedicated tax to address our housing and homelessness crises. I'm a little bit concerned that this vote today will be perceived as a way of misleading voters, and I hope that's not the case. And I know we've all taken pains up here to say this is still a general tax. So I do have some concerns, but I'm a pragmatist at heart, and having some guardrails is better than having none. We know we need them, and so I will be supporting the motion. And I do want to commend Vice Mayor Jones for trying to change the percentages a little bit, but I am very supportive and grateful for the item of including the 45% for permanent supportive and affordable housing for extremely low income. We've discussed this before, and Councilmember Esparza and I had a memo about this before, and I'm really glad that we're maintaining that percentage in this measure as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Every day as a fairly new city council person, I get asked what's the most important issue facing us in San Jose, and number one, number two, and number three is housing. It has to be housing. We don't have enough housing for our homeless population. We don't have enough housing for extremely low income. We don't have enough housing for our teachers and our middle income. So it's important that we've already moved forward and decided we're going to put a transfer tax on the ballot. That's happening. So we need the guardrails, we need the provisions to set some guidelines for us and future council members. While we may not be binding them, it sends a message to future council members that this is a priority. It's a priority that we provide funding to build housing. Someone today said that I should be voting my heart, and my heart is to support this memo. It's very important that we provide additional housing, and this is the mechanism that we can provide additional housing. It sets the guidelines that will help us move forward in structure and design. I too would have liked to see our AMI increased by decreasing to 30% and increasing the other percentage, because I think helping people with down payment assistance, nurses, teachers, etc., is also very helpful, because that does free up apartments and other types of housing stock. But I will accept the motion as it is, and I appreciate the Vice Mayor for attempting to decrease those numbers. So again, I will support it. Everyone has said it. Any given Tuesday, the numbers can be changed, but this sends a message to ourselves in a couple of years and our future selves. So with that, I will close.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question for you, Lee, or a few questions. One of them is, I know that we're currently working with the county to develop, I think, the new plan to end homelessness. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Would you say that the previous plan had any focus? Because from what I recall, the previous plan didn't necessarily focus on interim solutions. It was just sort of a housing, which is important. But is that your sense of the past plan? And
to some extent, I think the past plan dealt with a housing first strategy, and also heavily focused on preventative measures. I'd say with this plan, those two things are still central to the conversation, but we have introduced more of a how do we improve the quality of life for our unsheltered residents into that conversation via the interim solutions or crisis interventions.
Right. And was that, I'm trying to recall, was that like Pillar 3 or something or other?
Correct. It is Pillar 3 in the draft plan.
And that idea is that we certainly are striving towards and moving towards housing, but that space in between, from homelessness, from living on the side of Monterey Road to housing, what do we do in that middle space? Is that correct?
Yep, that is correct.
Okay. And then how far along are those conversations with the county?
The plan is in, I would say, close to final draft form. It is the intent of Destination Home, the county, and city staff to start doing individual briefings with council members in late January, and bring the full plan forward for consideration by the council sometime in February. And staff would be following up with a very aggressive implementation planning process around all three pillars for your consideration through the budget process or any other policy setting process.
Okay, and then so on that third pillar, would you say that the idea of like navigation centers and things of that nature sort of fall within that? Is that?
That is correct.
Okay. In the development of that plan, should we expect when that comes forward that we're going to see some space dedicated to funding of some of those things or ideas, or say navigation centers in Pillar 3?
So I do think the plan is going to call out what it will cost for each of those pillars, or I would say the cost broadly with the entire plan, and some additional details around cost for each pillar. The plan is silent on a funding mechanism, just as the first plan was. It's meant to go out and be aspirational, and then county and individual cities to work together or with Destination Home on finding those funding solutions.
Okay, and the first plan, my understanding, this is before my time, but my understanding is part of the funding that came out of this is the idea of Measure A and all that sort of transpired after, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Would you, I was looking for Jackie earlier, but I don't see her here. I think you probably know, and I don't know the exact, I have a sense of the numbers, but that we don't have enough beds in the city of San Jose for all the folks that are homeless. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Because that's a sense I get. I think we have upwards of 6,000 people that are homeless. I think the last numbers I saw was like upwards of 800 something shelter beds available for those 6,000 people, assuming everyone wanted to get off the street at the same time. We just simply wouldn't have enough space.
That is correct.
Do you now to the transfer tax? I appreciate the breakdown of the, and I also didn't support this, but now that we're sort of a little further down the road, and this is going to get put, more of the meat on the bone is being put on. I just wanted to chime in with my perspective. I certainly appreciate the breakdown of affordable housing. I myself am a product of affordable housing. I think it's super important. Is there anything in the spending plan that you see that's come forward? Is there anything there that would help address the interim housing solutions that staff thinks we need money to address?
That is a difficult question because we have so many needs that we try to address citywide. I think on Pillar 3, the way, and I want to speak for Jackie, but we did speak about it yesterday, we're going to be overly reliant on the HAP money and working with the governor and the state legislature to try and convert that, what it's been one time. We've got an allocation this year. I'm forgetting the exact dollar amount, but one of the main pushes for us in Sacramento this year is going to be switching that to an ongoing, and that's really the intent of a lot of that money is for the emergency and interim solutions that we've seen.
But I think it's safe to say that we don't know if that's going to happen. We're pushing towards that, but there is currently today there is no dedicated source of funding for that. I mean, we're looking for sources.
No, there's not.
Okay. I guess, one of my biggest concerns in seeing the breakdown of how the money's being spent, and I wasn't privy to conversations as it relates to the breakdown of the percentages, and I think they're fine as far as the breakdown, but one of the biggest concerns I have is that we move forward with this, the residents approve it, that they are not going to see a difference with regard to folks and having places for them to go. And that's concerning to me because they're going to, what we hear oftentimes is you're taxing here, you're taxing there, but we don't see any sort of product coming out of that, any significant difference. And what I'm most interested in is certainly we need more money for housing, and I think certainly that this captures that, which is important. But also just the fact that we don't seem to have, and I think we need, and I would be much more supportive of this if I saw that there was some money in here allocated a percentage allocated to some of these interim solutions, whether it be tiny homes, bridge housing, whether it be encampments, or exploration of encampments, whether it be, money to purchase a hotel, a motel, whether it be the bringing online of a navigation center. And I really don't see any space within some of the language that I've reviewed as it relates to the breakdown of the allocation of the percentages of how this money is going to be spent anywhere that it shows that in there, and it just doesn't seem to be included. And I feel that we're maybe going down the same path as we did for the first plan to end homelessness, where we were, it seems to me, solely focused on production of housing, which is important, but the interim step from homelessness to housing, that seems to consistently get lost. And I don't think I think we need to do more to identify funding for more shelter beds. So I'm not sure I'm going to be supporting this, and I think it's just very important that we figure out some funding sources for some of these interim solutions. Thank you.
Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also going to support the motion on the floor. Obviously, this is one of the issues that we are all very much in line with, and sometimes we differ in terms of how we're going to accomplish some of our priorities, and I'm really happy that we have a general consensus on this. One of the questions that I have is about the 10% for homeless prevention and rental assistance for homeless college and school engaged students, victims of domestic violence, seniors, and families. From what I understand, the technical label of rapid rehousing and emergency housing is what this states instead of homelessness prevention and rental assistance. So when we think about supporting victims of violence or families with children, it is rapid rehousing or emergency housing service. But this says homeless prevention. I just want to make sure that it still is going to have the same purpose, even though it's technically not the same thing. And this might be a question for the housing department.
Yeah, we can have the housing department follow up with additional information. I think the way we read this is it's very similar. The RAPID program is very much focused on prevention, not letting the people in these categories fall into homelessness. So it is a preventative measure, and the way the housing department talks about this is a preventative.
I get it. It's just that is not homeless prevention. It's rapid rehousing and emergency housing services. So I just want to make sure. I like the targets that we have here because these are the targets that I'm concerned about and that are actually in rapid rehousing or emergency housing services. I just want to make sure that if we need to change the language, that we change it now, or the intent is to include the rapid rehousing and emergency housing services under homeless prevention.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's probably unfair to Lee to have to answer questions for language he didn't create, but I appreciate his efforts. I'll just say, look, we absolutely expect there'll be rapid rehousing as part of this, and really at the end of the day, this is going to be the housing department bringing specific expenditures to us through the budget process. What we're really setting here is broad categories and communicating really to many stakeholders in the community who obviously want to see, in some sense, for us to set markers down about who exactly we're focused on helping, and that's what you see here, not specific programs.
No, I get that. I get that. The intent might be still the same. I just want to make sure that we're not constrained by language.
Agreed.
The other item is for us to coordinate all of this with our 5-year community plan, and this is also for housing because we are going to very soon be engaging with our community in terms of hearing from them what their concerns are and what they'd like to see more of our services focus on. And I think that we need to make sure that that feedback that we get from our community is coordinated with what we're stating here, so that there's some level of coordination, that these two aren't two different streams. We're all achieving the same goals on this. And that's really it in terms of my comments. I'm really happy that we are moving this forward. I have said I'm always very concerned about our families and our children that are couch surfing. You know, they're renting couches and they're not renting rooms. Before, we would go into low-income neighborhoods and we see people renting a room. 5 different families, 3 different families renting a room, and now they're not renting rooms, they're renting hallways, they're renting couches, and it's really making our children and our families that much more vulnerable. So I'm really happy that we're moving this forward, and that we're focusing on victims of domestic violence, our seniors, and our families. And so I'm absolutely going to make sure that I advocate this measure in the community as much as we can, and extremely make an extreme effort in terms of informing folks, and then on my personal time make sure that I advocate to make sure that this gets over the finish line. So I'm really proud that all of us were able to agree on this very important priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rennes. Okay, Councilmember Carrasco?
Yes, I'll make it very, very quick. I'll be supporting the motion that's on the floor. I will say that I'm grateful that that one of our residents from Mariposas was here to speak on what I think is a really crucial issue, and it's how do we regain stability in our neighborhoods? How do we ensure that that missing middle, which includes half of the council here, but also my children. I don't want my children to leave because they at some point want to be homeowners, and they won't be able to afford $1 million home. And so, how do we help create stability? But also, we know that when you own your piece of land, when you own the roof over your children's head, you have a great deal more pride in your neighborhood. You have stability, but you have somewhere to lay roots. And you also have, I think, the best recipe for anti-displacement. Who's going to displace you from a home that you own? In addition to that, we also know that real estate is the way to build wealth. You build wealth. It's a great way to ensure your future and that of your children's. And we also know from research that children who grow up in a home where they own it don't have the experiences that a lot of our kids are going through, which is instability, insecurity, and never really feeling like they're laying roots. So at some point, I know that's not for this memo necessarily, but at some point, we really need to start having that conversation. And I know that right now it's all hands on deck. We have to make sure that we have an inventory of affordable housing for our extremely low income and low income families. But at some point, we need to start talking about how we help families stay in San Jose permanently and lay roots, and that's through home ownership.
Councilmember Esparza? Nope, okay. Well, I support the amendments Councilmember Esparza suggested, and I think we're done with comment. Let's vote. And that measure passes. Rhonda, item 3.5. Oh, we have, that's right. Okay, thank you very much, Tony. We had put off 3.5 until after 5 o'clock. It's directed in the agenda. We have just a few minutes before a break. Let me ask you, Tony, I know that we have to resume council at 6. I assume our commission applicants just got here, is that right?
2 of the applicants, they've been here since before 5. The third applicant is, Joan Smith is unable to be here.
Okay.
She submitted a letter. She's already on the board, and she can come back next week for an interview. She's out of state.
Okay. With apologies to our applicants, I'd like to be able to take the break now. Otherwise, we're going to try to figure it out in the middle of the agenda in the evening, and it's not going to work.
Okay.
So I want to just ask and beg our applicants their indulgence for another 30 minutes. We'll resume at 6 o'clock.
Okay, we'll let them know.
Okay, great, thank you. The meeting is in recess. Welcome, come on down.
Cammie Richardson. I actually first met Cammie when she was a freshman at Notre Dame here in District 3. She entered in a competition hosted by my office, which we call D3 Yes, which was District 3 Youth Expo for Sustainability. And the idea was a showcase for creative thinking around surrounding the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It was then that Cammie won for her age group for a project on sustainable cities and communities, and I knew Cammie intended to make a difference. Now, fast forwarding to today, Cammie, also a Girl Scout, engaged in a service learning project called Take Action, which she identified an environmental concern she wanted to create a sustainable solution for. Cammie developed the Sea Flow Filter Program that included education to the public about ocean pollution and a hands-on project to build filters that are distributed throughout the United States coastline. Her overall goal is to educate locally and to distribute filters in a distributed network system that encompasses the entire U.S. coastline. So far, Cammie's filters are in all the western states, and a few are in the south and east coasts. She continues to target the inlets and estuaries which feed into the oceans. She also worked with grade school students to engage them in conversations and lessons on environmentalism to encourage positive actions. Her commitment to the successful implementation of her project earned her national recognition with the Distinguished Girl Scouts Gold Award from the Girl Scouts of Northern California and Girl Scouts USA. This award is very special. Only a few ambassador girls earn this award, so out of the almost 2 million girls, she is one of the 100 that was recognized. Cammie demonstrated confidence, commitment, and dedication with her project, as she did almost 4 years ago when I first met her. It is my honor to ask our mayor to present Cammie with a commendation for her efforts to educate local residents about ocean pollution and the systems of filters that encompass the entire United States. And I will tell all my colleagues and everybody here today and everybody watching, this is an individual to be on the lookout for, because I guarantee you she will be going on to do bigger and better things and represent our city tremendously. Congratulations, Cammie.
Yeah, thank you for the award and the commendation. It's incredibly amazing to be here and to be recognized for this. Yeah, I put a lot of work into this, and my hope was to give back to others what was given to me as a younger person. And yeah, thank you so much.
All right.
We'll take a quick...
Mayor, if I may, you should all know that the Gold Award is the equivalent of the Eagle Scout Award, so it is a huge accomplishment.
Well, that's how we roll in San Jose. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Foley, for pointing that out. All right. We are now here for interviews for the Civil Service Commission. I understand we have 2 applicants who have been patiently waiting. Is that right, Tony?
Yes, so we have 3 applicants total for 2 positions, Joan Smith, Roy Truitt, and Bob Gill. Joan Smith is out of the state, so she submitted a letter, and she can come next week for interviews. But Roy Truitt and Bob Gill are both here, and Roy Truitt is here, and we will call him right up.
Right. So before you do that, I know that we have two positions.
Right.
Two incumbents, one new applicant.
Yes.
And one of the incumbents is unable to be here because out of state.
Yes.
I wanted to suggest a way of proceeding, and I'm open to my colleagues' suggestions around alternative approaches, but just to ensure that it's fair, that we would hear both applicants who are present today, select one of the two, and then give the other incumbent applicant an opportunity to be heard next week, and then the council could make the selection on the other individual. Does that seem reasonable? Okay. Okay, let's proceed then.
Okay.
And who will we start with?
Roy Truitt.
Roy, okay, great. Mr. Truitt, thank you for your patience. I'm sorry that you have been here for some time. I appreciate your willingness to stay and your service as well.
Thank you.
Perhaps you could begin just by telling us a little bit about why you'd like to continue serving and how you've been able to benefit the commission.
Sure. How much time do you want me to take?
You have however much time you want, 2 or 3 minutes to talk about that, and then we'll just go on to questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for allowing me to candidate tonight with you for the Civil Service Commission. It's been a pleasure and an honor for me to serve on the commission in past. And I have been active in the city for, 28 years now. I been a hotel general manager for 40 years with 2 hotels, one the St. Clair and then the Hilton Santa Clara. And when I was downtown, I was on the board of the Convention and Visitors Bureau, I was on the board of the Downtown Association, and I was on the board of the Hotel Committee at that time in the 90s, and I was on that board for those boards for 10 years when I was downtown. And I felt I loved being downtown and being part of the downtown community and contributing through those tough times in the early 90s, especially in the hotel industry. And then I moved out to Santa Clara, and when I retired from the hotel business, then I was the CEO of the JW House at Kaiser Santa Clara for a couple of years, and then I transitioned over to CEO of the Santa Clara Chamber of Commerce. So I've had a long-term commitment to the community. I live on the west end of town and have been very involved in my neighborhood community as well, because I believe that my community, I can only expect of my community what I'm willing to give. And so it's been an honor for me to serve in a number of different ways in our community in different volunteer meets. And I'm also in the Santa Clara Rotary, which and I'm also on a program called Rural Family Kids Camp, and we take 50 foster children ages 6 to 10 to a week of summer camp, and then we mentor those kids all year long. And those are foster children in Santa Clara, San Jose, and Gilroy. And so we help the children as well as the adults in the community. And the Civil Service Commission, it's been an honor on that. Was on the local HEW 19 Health and Welfare Pension Board for 17 years. So I know, and having managed union hotels plus sitting on union boards, I understand a number of the labor issues that a Civil Service Commissioner has to also often review. And I know that from a union standpoint as well as the management side. So I respect the city that my job is to enforce your policies and procedures that respect the citizens of San Jose. And I hope I've answered your question.
You have, actually. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And first, thank you for all the ways you've served our community. Appreciate it, and particularly on the commission, which you've served since 2011, is that right?
That's correct.
Is that 2 terms?
I have served 2 terms,
Okay.
yes, sir. It's been an honor to do. It seems like the fastest 2 terms in my life, very honestly.
Wow, okay. I know that feeling. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, questions from my colleagues? If not, I'll jump in with 1 or 2. Okay. First, sir, given your experience 8 years now that you've been on the commission, are there ways that you believe we can improve either the functioning of the commission, or are there policies that the council should reconsider that you believe would result in better outcomes?
I will say over the last 8 years, I've seen a big improvement in how the city has handled the different situations that have come before us. I would say we made you asked this question of me 4 years ago.
I did, yeah.
And I must say I've been impressed how much it has improved in the 4 years, from my first 4 years. The thoroughness, I think if there's anything, it's the preparation. I respect, it seems to take a lot of time to get to us sometimes, which is good and bad at the same point. But the detail now that goes into trying to resolve the issues clearer is much better than it was the first 4 years in the commission. I think, again, as the group in the city works on the details, tries to make sure all the details are finalized, I think it makes it a clearer case when it becomes to us. Where there was the first 4 years, there was a lack of a better term, I'm sorry, I'm having a senior moment. There was a lot of lack of detail for us, where now we have more detail that makes it easier to make an appropriate and correct decision regarding the city policies. Many times we would get interview statements, but we weren't given the city policies, and then we'd have to ask them, be weeks before we'd get, well, this is what the city policy says needs to be done, because our job is to follow policy, not to give our personal interpretations. And that has been improved, and if they continue to work in that direction, I think it will continue to make us more efficient.
Thank you. You actually anticipated my next and last question, which is undoubtedly there are times when there's a policy, an ordinance, or regulation the city has that conflicts with your own belief about what ought to be. Not that anybody on the council would approve such a thing, but maybe some prior council. And when you're faced with that situation, I mean, your job, of course, you're assessing unique facts in every situation and applying whatever ordinance or policy there might be. And what do you do when you've got a conflict between your beliefs and the policy or rule that you have to apply?
Well, there's a book I read every day that really makes me make sure I follow the rules, and that's the Bible. The Bible gives me 10 commandments. If I can't live by the truth of the 10 commandments, I can't live by anything. So I was taught very young by my Lutheran grandfather that I don't care if you like it or don't like it. This is the way it was structured, and this is the way it has to be enforced, and this is the way you will do it. And simple example, one day he was showing me how to milk a cow. I'm like, I don't like doing it that way. My hands get cold. And he said, but it's best for the cow. I don't care if you like it, it's best for the cow. So the answer to that is and when you manage a union hotel, many times my employees would come and say, I don't like, this is the way we got to do it. I don't like it. I said, I'm sorry. That was the contract that you put in place. My job is to honor that contract. I appreciate your feelings, and I don't agree with the contract, the way you're being treated, but it's the contract, and I have to live by that. And my employees always, the last union contract I negotiated, the union used terms that I can't use in this room about me, and the employees stopped the negotiations and said, we want a contract. You don't treat our general manager that way, because he goes by the rules. So that's the best way I can give you that answer.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Other questions? No? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Troy.
Thank you for the time.
And thank you again for your patience.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, Bob Gill is on his way in.
Great. Hello, Bob. Good to see you again. Yeah, welcome. And I know you served in many ways in the city. Thank you very much for all your service. I was hoping, and thank you also for your patience in waiting for us here. I was hoping you could just tell us in a couple minutes or so why you'd like to serve on the commission, and then we'll throw out a few questions.
Number one is employees who's to make a difference in this city and this country and this state. And always we need to, what they are doing, if their retirement, their pension, because they work hard, we also need to know whenever they do some mistake and something, we need to correct it, to work it with them. And also you can look at, there's a many law in there, which I start to looking at, reading at Form 114 to 39, a long story. Anyway, my son is an attorney, so I know, so sometimes that plays the part at home when you have doctor and attorney at home. So the things like that. And then there's, I'm serving currently Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Board, and I have served as a senior commissioner, and I also have served in housing commissioner. So I learned that to working together, and this commission is important because this is a lot more concerned or to look into where the decision can be made. I know it's hard, it's difficult, but it's need to be studied and work on to get prepared. So to look forward to, and you know, like you see, you all know who I am and have built that temple uphill, and I was the general manager, so in building, you can see the beautiful building. A lot of other, I've been in this city for more than 40 years, and this is my city where I live in. I like this city, and this city, what goes on, I'm in it. Because that difference in my life and my children's life, and this city, I have 3 sons grow up and get master degree out of this city. And several other things. I built the community, I built the senior center. There's many things I have done in this city, and I think there is an opportunity to make a difference, to make something better.
Thank you, Bob. Bob, in this role on the commission, I know you've served in various ways. You know, you'll be given a set of rules that may be in the form of an ordinance or a council policy. Whatever form that rule comes in, an ordinance or regulation, you'll be asked to apply that to the facts of the particular issue with this individual that's before you. And there are going to be times when your own personal beliefs conflict with that rule, that whatever it is the council passed doesn't make any sense to you, you think it's the wrong policy. What do you do in that situation to reconcile what you believe is the right thing to do from what the rule is telling you to do?
See, my grandfather was, honesty is the best policy. I have to follow that what's right. And in the old day, my family used to get for single mother and get them married because we had a lot of land. We helped them. So I learned from there. Sometimes it takes hard to take research and look into the issue to get better, because the law, sometimes it takes time to understand, but we need to make sure where I am and where this person is who I'm looking after. So that means it has to take some time. Sometimes I have to end up with the research and find some more answer correctly, because I'm not going to be hurting somebody without knowing anything.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Camus.
Thank you for your interest in serving. I know that some of these commissions are, sometimes they don't meet because there's a lack of quorum. Like some people don't show up to the meetings and then they have to cancel the meetings. Is your schedule, are you able to attend the meetings? Have you looked at the meeting dates and times for this meeting?
Yes, I will.
Yeah. Okay. And have you also attended a meeting and found out the topics that they discuss?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gill. Any other questions? Mr. Gill. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate your patience and your willingness to serve.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
and honorable mayor and council giving me this opportunity. And all of you do a good job. And I would just make one request, please look at housing, and homeless.
Okay.
The same word I say at the county.
Actually, we just heard that a few minutes ago from one of our colleagues, so
Thank you.
fair to
I just
say
wanted to put my
they're
share.
listening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right. Okay, so as we discussed, what we would do is we have a two-step process. This week, we'll select one person to serve, and then next week, we'll be able to hear from the third candidate and then select somebody for that second position. So, Tony, how would you like to proceed?
We have ballots, or somebody can make a motion. Do you want to do ballots?
Sure, I guess ballots would be fine. Yeah, ballots.
She's coming around with the ballots. Make sure you write your name on them.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have 10-0 for Roy Truitt.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Truitt, for your willingness to continue serving. And then we'll consider the matter further next week when we have an additional interview and allow the council to make the selection again. So thank you, Mr. Gill. If you don't mind hanging on for a week, then we'll have another opportunity here. Great. Thank you, sir. All right. We'll move forward then to item 3.12, which is a resolution in support of transforming PG&E into a customer-owned utility. I see Lori and Jim are both here. Perhaps I'll just open this by briefly explaining what we're doing and what we're trying to do. And certainly if there are questions that Lori or Jim or I can answer, I'm happy to do so. The resolution you see before you is something we've put together with local leaders in other parts of the state. We have been in conversation now with mayors and supervisors and council members throughout the state in PG&E's service area. And we've established a set of guiding principles, which are in the packet as well, that was submitted to the clerk. Those principles I would expect will evolve and change. I know we're probably anticipating putting in additional environmental principles in particular. But this is a starting point for us on a concept that we've all been working on. And the notion is how we can make PG&E a more responsive and more responsible utility would be by converting it to a customer-owned utility, one that would be a company with financial incentives that would be better aligned with the public interest, as well as a company that would have better access to capital at a lower cost to enable it to make the investments it clearly needs to make in the infrastructure and grid. So that's the basic notion. And certainly if there are questions for Lori or Jim or myself, we're happy to respond. Councilmember Camus.
I can't believe I was first to act. First, I want to thank you, Mayor, for your hard work. I think this is a concept or idea that is very important, very timely. I've been going through the principles, and as you know, I feel that this was a kind of a big undertaking, and I wish I had more time to study it. However, in reading what we do have in front of us, is it possible to modify the principles at this point where we talk about the rate and credit quality principles? Where I prefer that the excess revenues be returned to the ratepayers rather than going into a fund.
Let me just say, just as a procedural matter, all we'd be voting on is actually the resolution. The principles, we can certainly take your advice on and take it back to the steering committee and raise it as an issue. But we'd want to have, right now at this point, I think we've got about 125 local leaders from throughout the region. And so certainly we can take your feedback back into it. And
okay, well then that's would be my feedback.
Okay.
I'd like, instead of creating a fund, let's say if we have excess revenues, meaning that we have quote unquote profits, I'd like that, since this is being equated to a credit union. Credit unions actually give dividends back to their customers, and so I would love a discussion around that.
Lori, did you want to respond in any way, or?
No, I think that's something we can consider. I would just expect that in the early years, potentially, there's a lot of investment in PG&E's infrastructure that needs to be done. So I don't know that there would be excess revenues in the early years.
Right. And I'm not talking about the early years. I'm talking when there is a quote unquote excess revenue. I know that regardless of what happens, there's going to be a lot of need to improve the infrastructure, whether it's PG&E or this new entity that's going to have to invest in smaller grids, safety, undergrounding, all kinds of great stuff that's going to be very expensive. I get that. But when such time comes that things net out a profit, I'm hoping that we do consider giving those profits back to the people who funded this opportunity.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I guess I would just say if we have net revenues or excess revenues, it's probably a sign that rates are too high. And since this will be customer owned, I would expect that will be worked out in the rate making process to reduce rates.
That would lead me to my next question.
Yes.
You're predicting.
I don't anticipate, like Laura, I don't anticipate a lot of excess revenues. PG&E submitted, I think, to the PUC a plan for $28 billion in an expenditure for upgrading and hardening the grid to deal with some of the challenges that we all know about. So I think your point is well taken. There's tens of billions of dollars of cost here.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Mayor, forgive me for this. We're going down an uncharted path, and I think it's important to highlight some ideas. Will the new entity be subject to like the Prop 218 ratepayer protections? For example, would rate increases need to be cost-based?
Yeah, I would defer to city attorney on that. I know Ed has some thoughts.
So those are issues that we're going to have to look at, because the question is if it's a 501c something under the IRS, they may or may not be considered a government entity under the state, Prop 218, Prop 26. And so those are the kind of things we would have to look at, because they would not be a government entity. They would actually be a 501 some designation. And there are certain limitations with regard to the use of funds for those particular entities, and those are the things we're going to have to look at.
So we're not sure about what the entity would be?
Yeah, I believe it's a C12.
A 501c12.
501c12.
But again, these are just ideas right now. We've not had any opportunity to look and see at the details of this. And as the mayor said, this is something that everyone believes is workable, but there will be details coming up in the future.
Yeah, I should also note that by law, in order to qualify for federal tax exemption, they have to be nonprofit. And so obviously rates cannot exceed what's necessary to run a utility.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's good to hear. I didn't know that before. And are there limitations to excess funds? Can we require the excess funds to be given? Well, I think I already asked that. Let me ask you this. I just heard on the news, I think maybe yesterday, that there was some already $13 billion settlement that was proposed. I don't know if it's in effect or something.
Yeah.
How would this settlement affect this effort?
Yeah, so here's what's going on. There've been two, PG&E, the company, has settled with two groups so far. They settled with the insurers on the wildfire claims for about $11 billion. And they settled with the wildfire victims for $13.5 billion. Half of that $13.5 would be paid in cash, half would be paid in stock. So if you can think about that for a moment, about whether or not you'd really like to have PG&E shares in your stocking for Christmas, or a lump of coal, which would be worth more, I'm not sure. But it's fair to say that giving PG&E stock to victims may not be something that results in the best alignment of incentives for the company or the PUC, because the only way you really manage to sustain high values of shares is by increasing rates, which I think is bad for all of us customers. And so that is one settlement between PG&E and one set of claimants. There are multiple claimants in bankruptcy court. And in addition to PG&E, you have another suitor in bankruptcy court, that is the bondholders, who've also separately come up with a settlement with plaintiffs, the victims in the wildfires. Ultimately, it's going to be up to the bankruptcy court to resolve who wins and how those dollars get allocated among all the claimants. We are not going to have a direct role in any of that. If this entity ultimately is embraced as the vehicle by which PG&E will come out of bankruptcy, it'll simply be the responsibility of the new company to be able to pay off all those claims. I hope that answered your question.
It does and it doesn't. Do you happen to know when decisions are expected to be made about this effort, and when do you think that the lawsuits are going to be kind of settled?
Yeah, there are two relevant dates. One is December 17th, when the governor's team informs us that the governor is supposed to be taking a position in responding to the bankruptcy court about how the governor views these settlements. The end date is June 30th of next year, when the governor's made it clear, as the legislature has, that this company has to come out of bankruptcy in order to qualify for any of the funding that's been set aside in the wildfire fund. So it's fair to say all of this is going to resolve by June 30th, and likely sooner. We will have a pretty good indication where the governor is probably in the next week or so, although it would not surprise me if the governor came out and said, well, we have more questions and we still need more information.
Okay. And so this resolution is not necessarily binding, but it just shows interest in this. And it doesn't, does it obligate the city for any financial obligations in any way?
No, there is discussion around all the entities about whether or not there may need to be some legal expenses that this various entities, they're mostly CCAs, will contribute to, but we certainly have made no commitments, and it's not in the resolution anyway.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for answering those questions. I'm sure this will be coming back at some other point if it starts to get further.
Yeah, certainly if there needs to be any money, we need to come back to council for that.
Okay.
Yeah, we may know a lot in the next 4 weeks, I think, about the viability of this.
And then ultimately with the details of the proposal as it gets developed, Mayor, I think we would bring that back in the new year when it gets framed up in more detail.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the answers to all my questions. Just to let you know, Mayor, if you owned PG&E yesterday, you would have made 10% today.
Yes, it is rising.
Good stocking stuffer.
Yes.
Anyway, I'll be happy to make the motion to accept the resolution, and I'm looking forward to looking at this new idea in a more detailed way. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Sparson?
Yes, I had some questions around So on the co-op version, who would assume liability? And for example, if equipment hadn't been maintained, it converts to a co-op, something happens, who has the liability? in
Yeah,
that?
if the customers own the company, the customers have liability.
Okay.
And I think what's important to recognize about that is that's not much different than today. Because PG&E stock has declined about 90% over the last 2 years. Typically, shareholders would absorb liability up to the amount they actually own. But if their equity tends to zero, then they don't have any more liability after they don't have stock of value. So ultimately, that means it's on ratepayers because the PUC is simply going to increase rates to pay for that gap. And what we saw in the settlement back in June, the legislature and governor, they created a wildfire fund of $21 billion. Half of that was funded entirely by the extension of rate increases, meaning it's on us. And there have been other examples, certainly over the last few months, the last few years, that pretty well demonstrate that, particularly for a company that's in bankruptcy, it's on us either way.
It's on ratepayers.
But it's
either way,
important.
not us as a
It's
city.
not the city, Mayor.
Right,
I
not
would
the
agree
city.
with that,
City,
too. It's
right.
not the
Yeah,
city.
on us as
It's all the ratepayers and
us
the
as
PG&Es.
ratepayers.
That's
Yep.
correct, and not
Yep.
the city, yeah.
Ratepayers.
And so similar question, PG&E not maintaining their infrastructure, who is on the hook for bringing that infrastructure up to where it should be?
That also would be the customer-owned utility, and the idea there, which you'll see in the principles, is that a customer-owned utility would operate under greater transparency and more government oversight, and there wouldn't be a profit motive in it. So hopefully there would be more investment in infrastructure to get a safer, more reliable system.
And where are the discussions right now? I appreciate that we sort of at some point converted from municipalization to the co-op, because don't think the city should be in the energy, in the PG&E business. As a CCA, we're not out there responsible for all the infrastructure. So where talks right now in terms of the state possibly taking on that responsibility instead of forcing sort of each region to come up with its own alternative?
So this isn't a state entity that would emerge. It's a customer-owned.
No, I get that in this scenario, but I mean, are there discussions happening in Sacramento about the state stepping in and being sort of a state-owned or state-run
instead
energy?
of the customer
Right.
owned. I think there's a lot of different models that have been proposed, and the state traditionally has been against that. There's certain cities that are for taking over their own electrical infrastructure, San Francisco being one, and there's some others. But the state has been reluctant to do that.
And Councilmember Sparks, if I could just supplement a little bit too. Senator Wiener, I know, has announced that he would be interested in proposing a bill. I don't think the bill has been formulated yet. There are several barriers to that. The California Constitution actually prohibits the state from owning stock outside of its own pension funds. So they have to get around that. It's also the case that S&P and other ratings agencies have publicly said if the state attempts to take over PG&E, they're going to downgrade their bonds. So there would be a real cost, certainly to taxpayers. And I think we have some common experience here in local government around eminent domain and what it tends to cost when the government is trying to take over private property. And usually the private property owners get a great deal and the taxpayers get the short end of it. And I suspect that a lot of folks looking at this from the state side would conclude that ultimately you end up paying billions of dollars for deteriorating wires and poles that ultimately are overvalued and without investing a single dollar yet into actually improving the quality of those poles.
Look, I mean, I'll say, I think the state should have been providing stronger oversight with PG&E. I will say that I do not support the city investing, millions of our infrastructure dollars into an energy infrastructure system to replace PG&E, so separate from what we're doing now. And so that's not where I want to go. I don't want to invest city money into being the new PG&E. So given that sentiment, I will support this measure. I just do want to put out there, I don't want to see something in the future where there's an expectation that we would have to significantly invest in some future infrastructure system. But so I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. Just to provide a little contrast to Councilmember Camus's comments about this being an uncharted path and a new idea. This is not a new idea. Growing up in North Dakota, electric co-ops were regional and very common. So the one that I'm most familiar with, my grandparents had a farm, and they had the Morgan and Sioux Co-op, and it was the Morton, Grant, and Sioux counties that were all banded together. And my grandpa occasionally took a turn on the board because it was just kind of one of those rotating things that they all did. It was a rural area, it's all farmland. But to that point, these are above ground power lines in a place where there's high winds and heavy snow and hot and sometimes very dry summers. And I never heard of a large fire. And I know I would have heard about it because it would have wiped out somebody's crop. So they were always well-maintained lines, and I think this is a really good, alternative to municipalizing and breaking up a very large company, having a customer-owned utility. I am a little bit concerned, and I'm interested in learning more about how the board will be chosen and how much information we will get as customers who will be, it looked like we're going to be voting on, as a customer-owned utility, as you do for a credit union, you vote on the board. Is that right? Is that how it would work?
To be determined. You want to say more, Lori, or should I?
Yeah, so I think what you see in the principles is what has been embraced by some elected officials, where there potentially it would be organized similar to the way that the ISO is organized today. So there's a nominating committee, and then perhaps there would be an election of those that are qualified, but I think that is yet to be determined.
Yes, certainly we'd want to screen to make sure this is going to be obviously a major company.
It's a little bigger. I don't think my grandpa would qualify.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, it's funny you mentioned that because North Dakota is the site. I think that cooperative is merged with many other cooperatives, and now they have a 9-statewide cooperative.
So now it's MDU, the Montana Dakota Utilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's multi-billion-dollar cooperative. Yeah.
Yes.
I think there is certainly a desire for some direct election process to ensure there's accountability with customers. I suspect there might be something of a hybrid model that emerges to ensure, obviously, that you've got a board with really qualified people who understand how to run big businesses.
That would be great. I hope the people who are active in this and helping decide what these principles are and ultimately what the model is really cautious about, I guess I'm just concerned because CPUC has not represented us well, I don't think, as citizens and as ratepayers, and I'm a little bit concerned about having a customer-owned utility that's governed by the same kinds of people who would be tone deaf to what we actually need and want and perpetuate this problem and putting it, again, on the backs of ratepayers. So that would be my only caution. And I'm sure everybody's trying not to replicate that, as we know, already failed model, but
It's a fair point.
Yeah, just want to daylight that.
Yeah, the ability to throw them out is an important feature of democracy. So
it is, yes.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? All right. I think Councilmember Camus had a motion, but I'm not sure there was a second.
There wasn't a second.
There is now, Vice Mayor. All right. Any other comments? Let's vote.
Thanks, Laurie. Thanks, Jim. On to 4.1, which is Team San Jose and the Convention and Visitors Bureau performance for the last year. Welcome, Joe. I just want to say thanks to Joe and his team, but also, of course, to Team San Jose. Carolyn has once again, and her team has turned in an amazing performance, in which she's exceeded every goal. It's very impressive. So Joe,
good
take it
evening,
away.
Joe Roy, City Auditor. I'm here with Brittany Harvey from my office. So since 2004, the city's convention center and several other city-owned facilities have been operated on the city's behalf by Team San Jose Incorporated. Additionally, since 2009, Team San Jose has operated the San Jose Convention and Visitors Bureau, or CVB. In the management agreements between the city and Team San Jose, an annual performance audit by the City Auditor's Office is required to determine whether and how well Team San Jose achieved agreed-upon performance targets that are the basis for an incentive payment from the city. We're happy to report that in fiscal year 2018-19, Team San Jose exceeded its weighted incentive fee score and CVB performance targets. Team San Jose booked over 170,000 hotel room nights, had an estimated economic impact of $138.8 million, exceeded its target in gross operating results, held 540 days of events at the cultural facilities, and received 98% positive satisfaction ratings on its customer service surveys. Overall, Team San Jose exceeded its weighted incentive fee score and thus qualifies for the incentive fee of $200,000 as stipulated in the management agreement. Additional detail on the performance results is included in the body of the report, and we have no recommendations in this report. I ask that you accept the report, and happy to answer any questions, and I believe there's representatives from Team San Jose here.
Yes, Ben Roschke. Welcome, Ben. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members. Ben Roschke, I'm Director of Research and Strategic Development with Team San Jose, here today on behalf of Carolyn Kirkessler, our CEO, who is sorry she couldn't be here tonight. But on behalf of TSJ, we would like to thank the administration, Dave Sykes, Kim Wallish, Carrie Adams-Hapner, Jim Shannon, and the Office of the Auditor for all their work with us in collaboration and partnership. I'd also like to thank the mayor, vice mayor, and council members for their confidence in Team San Jose. So on behalf of Carolyn, our executive team, and the TSJ board, we really are honored to serve the city and are really excited to up our game for fiscal year 1920. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. And I just want to say again, please pass along my gratitude to everybody who's working so hard over there. We've celebrated another big year, Apple World Conference, Facebook World Conference, amazing events. College football, it wasn't bad in College Football World Championship. We had some help on that one from a few folks. I'm just trying to remember the big event that, I was waiting for the big geek event. Yeah, Comic-Con, right. That's the cool one. Yes, the Comic-Con, yes. That's great. So anyway, it's been, because you got the flag raising, I figured you'd know. So anyway, we really appreciate it. And, I know my colleagues may not appreciate as much as I do just because it wasn't always so. A decade ago, we had really serious challenges over there, and this has been a great turnaround story. So thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Before you go, I have one question.
Absolutely.
Very much appreciate all the exceeding the targets, but it looks like the target for estimated economic impact in 1920 is the target's actually going down from 120 million to 100 million. What's the reason for that?
So
I know we had a lot of big events.
Yeah, so we forecast and set the targets based off of a combination of what we have on the books and then in terms also of what we expect we can pick up. Last fiscal year was a very special year. We had a couple extremely large events that were one-offs. College football playoffs, NHL All-Star Game in January were both significant sort of one-time shots in the arm, at least for a couple years. We also had a couple, we're also experiencing rapid growth in some of our conferences. So we had a very large tech conference last October, TwitchCon, which came in over the weekend and brought in like millions and millions of dollars of economic impact. Unfortunately, we thought we were originally going to have them multiple years, but they are growing so fast, they outgrew us in one. So it's a challenge that we're faced with, and we're working, as you're aware, with the city at looking now that we have the South Hall parcel at the potential for expanding the convention center in the near future, hopefully, but that capacity is something that we're going to keep bumping off with. It's a great problem to have with our success.
Yeah, I did notice that even in 17-18, the target was above 100. So I'm wondering, it looks like this is going back to the target from 15-16 and 16-17. So why did we think 17-18 was an outlier and go back? Like basically we're talking about holding from a few years ago and making that the target, and that doesn't even account for inflation. So that's where I'm curious.
Right. So and again, what we're also seeing a little bit is we're seeing some general softening in the business travel market. I think we're seeing that with the hotels as well. Occupancy is down year over year. ADR slid a little bit. Most of our data that we've received is that it's going to be a softening for a little bit for the next 12 months or so. And that affects corporate travel and it affects corporate groups, which is the basis of a lot of our revenue.
Is it because it's an election year? There's just more uncertainty?
That certainly tends to happen around election years and cycles. I think it's also just a factor of the overall global economy. A lot of uncertainty happening right now. And one of the first things that can happen is, specifically people start to look at budgets around business travel and corporate events. And really, corporate events are sort of those bread and butter for driving that economic impact.
Okay.
So most of our intelligence says that it's going to soften a little bit over the next year, but that we're going to probably look at a flattening back out and then hopefully build back up in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Ben. All right, any other questions? All right, on the motion, let's vote. All right, 4.2 is the financial feasibility study of the ICE Center expansion project. We do have a presentation. I want to thank Charlie Foss and the whole team at San Jose State University for their work across the street and providing a parking facility. I think is going to help enable this, and really thank the Sharks and their leadership for running the best ICE center in the United States and their willingness to invest and expand and create more. This is going to be really exciting for the city.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm usually not here after dark, so getting situated here. So today we have, I have with me Nancy Klein, Assistant Director of Economic Development, and then Catherine Surratt and Lloyd Ney, who are feasibility consultants who prepared the feasibility report. So, and also John Gustafson from Sharks Ice is here, and we'll make a few comments at the end of the presentation. So I know it's late, but this is an important project, so I'd like to get through the slides. So I'll start off, and then feasibility consultants will make their presentation, and then we'll conclude kind of with the city's assessment of the feasibility report. So as background, the current facility was constructed in 1994 with 3 project expansions, has 4 sheets of ice, is approximately 177,000 square feet. This proposed expansion adds 2 additional sheets of ice and approximately 200,000 square feet, 2-year construction period. 1 sheet will be a competition rink for the San Jose Barracuda and also include a medical office space of approximately 20,000 square feet for lease by the Sharks. The feasibility study was conducted because it's a requirement of the city's debt policy. Any debt financing that's proposed to be paid solely from project revenues requires a feasibility report to be done. This includes sensitivity analysis, which includes worst and best case scenarios. The impact on repayment source is identified as a backstop to project revenues, and it also requires 2/3 council approval to proceed with the project financing. That 2/3 vote comes at the time that we would bring back the proposal to issue the bonds. The feasibility consultant was procured through an RFP process last December. We had 6 proposals were received, and we selected the team of Strategic Venue Studies and Sports Synergy as our consultants. Sharks Ice provided the funding for the contract. So with that, I'll turn it over to Catherine and Lloyd. Do you want to
Hello, thank you. I'm Catherine Surratt. I'm the president of Strategic Venue Studies. Thank you for the opportunity to work on this project. We enjoyed it immensely working with Joe Gray and his staff. Really appreciate the opportunity. You've got the clicker? Okay. Here we go. Hit the green? All right. Starting with our study methodology, we started back in June, coming to San Jose for interviews. We met with the Sharks, toured the facility. We also followed up with interviews of some of the primary users, including San Jose State, Bellarmine High School, the Curling Club, the Police and Fire Group, as well as Peninsula Skating. We did a thorough review of the market analysis to assess how the market would be for accepting another 2 ice sheets. We looked at participation trends in hockey and figure skating, the 2 primary uses of the facility, and we looked at competitive and peer venue analysis. Specifically, we looked at 17 local facilities. We looked at 24 NHL practice facilities throughout the United States. We looked at 18 other AHL arenas, and we looked at 3 ice centers that have 4 or more rinks across the United States. So in total, it was 62 different facilities that we looked at and looked at various aspects of them. Moving on to the feasibility analysis, we took a thorough review of the historical operations. We looked at the plans that the Sharks had for the expansion, projected our own independent operating projections, and then applied some recession scenarios and looked at the project risks. Briefly, the market demographics, we looked at 3 drive times, the 30-minute, 60-minute, and 90-minute drive time populations. In general, all drive times are good population bases. They're large populations, they're well-educated, affluent, there's low unemployment, they're very stable, and all of this yields spending on recreation, sports participation, tickets to spectator events, spending that is well over the national average and about 1.5 to 2 times the national average spending on these type of recreation and spectator sports type of activities. We looked at a lot of different participation trends, both throughout the U.S. and in California. This slide here just gives a snapshot of some California ice hockey participation rates. You can see they're broken down by age group. So of note is that California has a really high percentage participation of adults, and that's one of the reasons why hockey has remained popular. A lot of participant sports, group team sports have seen declines over the past few years, simply because of the aging demographic and fewer youth participants to enjoy sport. Ice hockey and a few others are notable exceptions to this, and it is still growing throughout the country. Looking at California, you can see some of the greatest growth has been in the younger groups, the 6 and under and the 7 to 12. You see pretty good growth there. Lloyd, did you have any other comments on participation?
Yeah, pardon me. What's important to note is that in the 13 to 18 year-old age group, there's significant growth, and that's not typical compared to youth sports in other parts of the country. So it speaks to the quality of the programming that the Sharks group puts on and their ability to have high retention rates across those age groups, where typically athletes pick one sport or they stop participating. So that's notable for us.
Looking at the competitive venues, you can see the list here are 23 ice sheets that are used by NorCal teams. So NorCal is the Northern California Youth Hockey League. So some of these are going to be outside of the Bay Area, but they still compete with other with other teams that are in the Bay Area. So 2 of the venues are outdoor, meaning that they are only used in the winter. They're seasonal. There's 3 there that are operated by Sharks Ice, including the Solar for America, the Oakland Ice Center, as well as the facility in Fremont. So the Bay Area has the highest concentration of rinks in California, if you look on a per capita basis. But compared to other states, especially those with an NHL team, there's some data in the report. We don't have it here, but basically what it says is that if you look at how many rinks there are per population, and you look at California, it's around 700,000 people per rink. Well, if you look at some other highly populated states, such as Illinois or New York, that ratio is around 200,000. And if you look at some hockey-crazy states like Minnesota, it's about 35,000. So there's definitely capacity there for additional rinks in this area. Looking at the historical ice center use, this gives a list of the various user groups that are currently using the Solar for America Center, all the way from adult leagues to teams, drop-in, public skate, et cetera. This gives you an idea of how much time is dedicated. This is what you're looking at as a typical winter week. And across the horizontal axis is the number of hours. So prime time is when everybody wants to be skating, and we define that as from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. on a weekday during the winter months. So not everyone can skate during prime time, so there's a lot of activity that goes on the off hours. But you can see that some of the uses, even though they have the greatest amount of time for total hours, such as the freestyle dance, they don't get a lot of prime time hours. Those are used by other sources. In total, if you're looking at a typical day, which can run from 5:30 a.m. to 1:30 a.m., so 20 hours, Solar for America and its 4 rinks is currently operating between 84 and 84% occupancy, which is very high for the industry. There's a lot of things going on there, and that 84% is during the summer, 88% during the winter months, both of which are extremely high. We then expanded the facility to add the 2 rinks, and so this slide shows the difference between the number of total annual hours from the historical on the right and the expansion projected on the left. And of note is what I wanted to point out is that there's a difference in the percentage of ice time. So for instance, if you look at the facility hockey programs, that goes from around 32% of ice time to 40%, whereas the general admission time goes from around 37% to around 26%. So there's a shift in what activities are using up more time in the newer facility, and the shift is towards those types of uses that are getting more revenue per hour. So even though the general admission has a modest increase, other uses are increasing more rapidly, such as the facility hockey programs and also contracted ice, which are higher revenue generating uses. We looked at financial operations, and these are the lists of the various operating revenues and operating expenses that we looked at, from facility ice rental to food and beverage, and the various revenues that each program is going to generate. And we also looked at the income that's going to come from the AHL team moving its operations and games to the facility. Operating expenses, many are related to the revenues that they're derived from, such as the general admission expenses, the expenses associated with facility rental, et cetera. And then you've got your general building expenses, your administration, utilities, building operations, et cetera. We looked at non-operating revenues and indirect expenses, which would include the leases and long-term contracts for the Barracuda and the Sharks, and any incremental naming rights. We pull these out of the operating revenues because a lot of the operating expenses are based on a variable percentage of total operating revenues, and those would skew the percentages, the operating expenses that come from that. Indirect expenses are the parking deck access fee, some miscellaneous payments, and also the possessory interest fee that the facility would pay to the county. We looked at we did 3 main projections. The expected case projection is what you see here. I will note that 2022 fiscal year, that represents 9 months of the 4-sheet facility, so running from July through March. The new facility would only be 3 months, or the expanded facility would only be 3 months of that projection, so from April through June. So that's why that's considerably lower than the subsequent fiscal years. The conservative projection is next. We actually went through each line item and each revenue generator. It's not an across-the-board decrease in revenue. So we looked at each one and judged how that would change in the conservative projection. So you'll see it goes down. It's not consistently down for all operating revenue categories. And similarly with the aggressive projection, this would be where, given the capacity limitations, where it could go in a good year. So this slide is a summary of those 3. Looking in year 2026, it's all inflated dollars and thousands of dollars. So you see the expected, the conservative, the aggressive. We also did 3 recession scenarios, and we based those on the expected scenario. And those are just an across-the-board decrease in revenues at 10%, 20%, and 30% decline. And of course, some of the operating expenses also decline because they are based on the operating revenues. The non-operating and indirect expenses don't change with the recession scenario because those are typically more contract-based and set. So operating challenges. These are challenges. I would say they're not necessarily overwhelming challenges, and they're certainly challenges that Solar for America, the center, faces today. When looking as a national competitor, their ICE rates are higher than some other states. And so if an event is coming to look for competing for, say, a regional or national type event, those ICE rates might not be great for some price-sensitive groups. They might go to Utah, they might go to Washington, where they would find lower rates. But that's something that they face now, and it does not seem to hinder their performance at all. Same thing with higher market rates. It's just true that San Jose has higher market rates than a lot of other places where these events can go. Of course, the weekends are a little bit lower, and that is good news since most of these events take place from a Friday through a Sunday, so they would get the benefit of the weekend rates. And the AHL arena, when you look at the other AHL arenas throughout the country, the seating capacity is somewhat smaller. It's perfect in size for its main purpose, which is serving the AHL team. But if you're looking at some other events, that the seating capacity may not be adequate for them, but because you have the SAP Center in town, that's less of a concern because you do have another large arena if you did want to attract a larger event. The risks, and these are risks that are faced by any facility such as this, when you're looking at a long-term building life, there are going to be multiple renewals for third-party contracts. Your contracts with your tenants, your contracts with your advertisers, naming rights, those are not going to be 30 years, so you're going to have multiple renewals over the course of the term. And there's always that risk that you may not get the benefit or the full amount of what you have today. And there's also a risk of, outside risk of, if hockey becomes less, if there's reduced enthusiasm for hockey, whether there's a strike or a lockout, which we know has happened in the past, that could certainly have some impact on the spirit for hockey in the market. Did you have any other comments on those, Lloyd? Or
It's worth noting from my experience over the last 25 years and being in markets where minor or major teams have come and gone, that the risk of reduced enthusiasm for the sport pales in comparison to the risk of losing a sports franchise in the city. In terms of an economic comparison, and at the risk of sounding anecdotal, we just finished a project in St. Louis where the impact on the community of losing the NHL team would be far greater than any concern we would have about reduced participation at the ice center, which is similarly sized to Solar for America. So if we're ranking concerns here, the impact on the community from actually losing the team would be far greater than the residual impact on the facility.
So our conclusions. So the market analysis clearly indicates there's unaccommodated demand, especially during those prime time hours. But there is also unaccommodated demand during the non-prime time hours. There's groups that want more ice time that simply can't have it because there's simply not enough time. It's the facility's running at capacity, and there's not enough to accommodate everyone. So that increasing the ice supply will facilitate some programs that earn the greatest revenue per hour. So as I said before, you can get you can have some more contracted ice time and have some other facility programs that are going to be generating more revenue. You've got an existing operation that's operating very efficiently now, and so you've got the benefit of the economies of scale of expanding the ice with little impact on your fixed costs of operation. And with all of that, and in addition to the AHL team moving to the expanded facility, around 57% of your projected operating income can be attributed to these new sheets, and that's a combination of the economies and also the bringing in, having more capacity for the greater revenue generating activities.
Thank you, Catherine and Lloyd. So with that feasibility analysis being completed, the city took it and did some analysis with respect to, will the facility generate enough revenue to support the debt associated with financing the project? So the conclusion was yes. That's why we're here today. So we looked at, when we did our analysis, we took the conservative assumption, the revenue based on the conservative assumption. So if you were to look back on page 14 of the presentation, we looked at the conservative assumption, and then we also looked at the operating income, not taking into account the income that's generated by the leases with the Sharks and the Barracuda and the medical office space. So we did not count that as operating income available to pay debt service. So we took the conservative assumption and just looking at the operating income associated with the facility operating as an ICE facility. So with that, at the end of the stabilized period, beginning in fiscal year 26, we have about $10.5 million of revenue that's available to cover debt service. We estimate that the debt service would be approximately $8 million a year, which gives us a 133 times coverage. So we're looking at structuring the debt that allows for a ramp-up period for the Sharks after construction's completed in fiscal year 2022, that we would ramp up debt service in fiscal 23, 24, and 25. So on the next slide, the proposed bond financing is the construction is about a $114 million project. So it would require about $112 million in proceeds to be available to fund the construction because we earn interest during the construction period. We would refund the outstanding debt of the 2008 E-bonds. There's a debt service reserve fund that would be liquidated. Then we have bond issuance. We fund interest during the construction period, which is about a little under $11 million. And then we would fund a debt service reserve fund. So these are all very preliminary numbers, but these are the numbers we use to determine whether the project would be able to sustain with the revenue that's available. So in terms of looking at it, in order to move forward, we want to negotiate some key business terms with the Sharks so that we would then bring back the bond financing and the amended and restated lease and management agreement with the Sharks. So I want to quickly run through some of the key terms that we believe will help mitigate some of the risks to the city in terms of moving forward with the project. So the term would be 30 years to coincide with the issuance of the bonds, and then they would have the ability to extend up to another 25 years for a total of 55 years. So we have reduced rent during the construction period. So even though we're funding rent, we're funding interest payments to the bondholders, the Sharks will still be paying rent to the city during the construction period, so that we will have some income coming in to help set up a construction fund or a capital fund. And then the base rent, as I mentioned, will gradually increase over the 3-year stabilization period. And then base rent after the stabilization period, which is in fiscal year 26, it will be flat and fully amortized. And the city will set the rent payment from the Sharks at our borrowing cost plus 50 basis points. Which we think is important as I go through the presentation. And that's so that we can set up a capital reserve account. While the Sharks will continue to be responsible for making all capital repairs and replacement on the facility as they are today, we will allow us to set up this capital reserve in the ICE Center Revenue Fund to be used solely as a source of funds to pay for any extraordinary repair work that the city is responsible for under the agreement, or also for uninsured casualty loss. And the big issue there is earthquake. We don't have earthquake insurance, so to the extent that there was earthquake damage, we would have a pot of money to help pay for that. It's funded by these excess base rent payments above the amount, the delta between the city's annual debt service, and then also will provide a source for us to pay administrative expenses in terms of managing the project. The capital reserve will receive an estimated $21 million over the 30-year term, assuming no money is used. Another key term is substitutions. In the event that either the Barracuda or the Sharks would relocate to another venue, the Sharks will continue to pay all amounts that are due under their sublease until an acceptable substitute tenant is found. Additionally, the Sharks currently have a letter of credit in place. That letter of credit will continue, and it will be equal to 2 years of debt service payments. We'll allow it to be reduced to 1 year if one of the 2 conditions are met. The debt service coverage ratio for the prior 3 fiscal years is 1.5 times operating income. So as you could see from a prior slide, at the end of the stabilization period, it's at 1.33. So it would take them several years to get to that 1.5 times. They can also reduce it to 1 year if San Jose Arena Management agrees that the arena management agreement will be extended to June 30, 2040 without a right of termination. We think that's a key issue associated with the energy associated with having an NHL team in the area. The LOC requirement can be eliminated after both conditions are met. However, we have the ability to reinstate it equal to 1 year of debt service payments if they have 3 consecutive fiscal years where they're not maintaining the 150 times operating income. Additionally, the Barracudas will sign a 30-year sublease for the occupancy of the AHL training facility, and the Sharks will also sign a 30-year sublease for an NHL training facility. Parking, there's roughly 435 on-site parking spaces. The Sharks will enter into a parking agreement with San Jose State with their new parking garage, and the term of that must align with the term of the agreement, and it allows for an assignment to the city or another operator of the ICE Center. The Arena Authority currently contributes about $50,000. The Sharks ICE does to the Arena Authority, and that will increase to $100,000. And then also the ticket distribution program will provide the city with up to 20 complimentary club-level seat tickets for the Barracuda home games and any other event that's happening at the facility. That's important to note that the 20 is a big percentage of the total seats available at 4,200 as compared to the 24 that they currently provide at Sharks at the arena, which is a 17,000 plus seat facility. So our key milestones are that today this is just approval of the feasibility report and giving us direction to move forward with the putting together the bond financing. The approval of the Ice Center construction project is anticipated to come forward in January. In March, we hope to bring forward approval of the bond financing and the amended and restated lease and management agreement, and then have a bond sale in April so that the funds will be provided so the Sharks can commence construction, and then construction would be complete in April of 2022. So our recommendation, so the conclusion is that we recommend that you approve the financial feasibility report. We believe it satisfies the requirements of the city's debt management policy and provides the support of the project revenues to support the lease financing. And then, as I mentioned today, it will provide us direction to move forward with developing the bond financing program. So here are the recommendations that were included in the staff report. So with that, I know that John Gustafson would like to make a few comments before we take questions.
John, welcome, and thanks again to you and the whole team for your investment and your collaborative work here with the city.
Thank you very much. John Gustafson, 860 Chapman Street, Vice President of Shark Sports and Entertainment. Mayor Liccardo, City Council. Super excited for this opportunity to grow our successful partnership with the City of San Jose. Sharks Ice has been an incredible community asset, which has paid for itself. It's paid for itself for over 2 decades. This expansion will make it even better on even more conservative and beneficial terms in which the staff report and the feasibility study reflects. The expansion will make our facility the premier ice facility in North America. It will add 50% more ice, which is greatly needed, and it will be able to expand our programs such as youth hockey, adult hockey, figure skating, curling, special and adaptive programming, and much, much more. It's important to note, as outlined in the feasibility study, that participation in ice hockey, skating, and curling is growing. The same can't be said with a lot of youth and recreational amateur sports nowadays, which is too bad. The expansion will allow us to attract new regional, national, and international ice skating events, to the City of San Jose, which is a tremendous opportunity. And finally, the facility will be the cornerstone of the South Campus development. With the Giants, all the amazing things San Jose State is doing, Happy Hollow, History Park, and now having our new AHL team, the Barracuda, playing at Solar for America will only enhance what is happening in our neighborhood. I'd like to take this time to thank city staff, in particular Nancy Klein, Julie Cooper, Liz Klotz, Kevin Fisher, for their partnership and support through this 4+ year effort. Again, we're extremely excited to move forward, and we appreciate all your support, and we truly appreciate our partnership. Thank you. Thanks, John.
And thank you to Nancy and Julia and Catherine and Lloyd and everyone who's worked so hard on all this. It's a very exciting opportunity. Could you walk me through the numbers just a bit more, Julia? As I understood it, you take the conservative scenario, the expectation was that there would be $10.5 million in net revenue?
Yes.
That would be dedicated toward debt service?
Yes, that would be what is available to pay. That would be what's available to pay debt service.
Okay. When we roll it back to the conservative scenarios and then the 10, 20, 30% reduction in a recession scenario, can we go back to that for a moment?
Yep, there you
Okay.
go.
So the revenue decline in a very substantial recession would get all the way to 10 million. I'm sorry, or 9.9?
No, it would get, yes, all the way down, the net income that's available for lease payments. We're looking at the operating up a little bit higher up. Because we're not taking into account the indirect.
All right, so what we should be looking at, you believe, is the operating income?
Yes. So what you would have is, in the worst case scenario, you'd be at 7.2 on a debt service that's 8.
Okay. help me understand, why wouldn't we use the non-operating revenue also to pay debt service?
It would be available to pay debt service, but
Yeah.
when we were looking at it from the perspective of what should we be relying on, we weren't relying on that. We were taking it, and we were looking at it, we weren't looking at the recession scenarios. We were just looking at that conservative scenario.
Yeah.
So we were looking at that 10.492 number,
Okay,
and then discounting the other 2.5 million that gets you to net income available for lease payment.
got it.
So taking into account, if the Barracudas or Sharks weren't here, while the Sharks are making a commitment to continue to make that payment till they find a substitute tenant, that substitute tenant may not necessarily generate the same level of income that's being generated by the Sharks and the Barracuda. Hence
Yeah.
why we moved up the line to model our debt service.
Okay. So if we took the recession scenarios and our operating income is short of debt service, lay out to me our options. I assume we have the debt reserve.
Right, we wouldn't want to use that. But remember, the Sharks are giving us a corporate pledge to make that payment. So they're giving us a guarantee that they're going to make that payment. So while their revenue may be insufficient, they're supposed to be guaranteeing that payment to us.
And just to be clear about what that commitment is, I know that there's a letter of credit for 2 years. Is that the commitment you're referring to? Is there
No, it's
something
on top
separate?
of that.
I see. And for how many years can we expect that commitment?
The
For the
guarantee.
entire tenure of their,
Yeah, as long as the
long as
the
they're in the
agreement's in
arena.
place.
okay. And if they're not in the arena, then the other provisions would then be triggered, in which they would agree to pay until another subtenant could be found.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you walking me through all that. I was hoping to ask another dumb question, which is, this is the Solar for America arena. I think they got a Bloom box out there, right? Any chance we can get solar out there too? I mean, I know there's got to be a huge energy user. We're looking at it. Okay, great. Is there any reason why we should be considering that as part of the capital expense as we're looking at what we need to finance? Or would that look more like a power purchase agreement? John, if you're willing to say something at the mic, that'd be great, just so everybody could hear whatever you're saying. Sure. Thank you. And if it's to be determined, I get it. I just hoping to understand how you're thinking about it.
Is to be determined. We're actually looking to potentially expand our Bloom energy boxes as well. But it's something that we are considering, but we just haven't finalized.
Okay, great. And then I know you are a consumer of hotel rooms. Thank you for that, or at least the visitors are. I'm guessing that's not necessarily steady, but I'm wondering if you had considered possibly any kind of vertical development on top of any of these buildings for such uses. I'm not suspecting that Hilton wants to be on top of hockey, but maybe they do. I don't know.
We wanted to build these as economical as possible, and they're pre-engineered metal buildings, which really doesn't allow us to do so.
Got it. Okay. I haven't seen a lot of hotels on top of hockey rinks. I figured I'd ask.
Buffalo.
Great. Okay. Councilmember Esparza.
Okay, I'm just writing Buffalo. This is exciting. I'm so happy that we're here. And while you're up here, could you go to slide 9, please? I appreciated your remarks about the usage and all the folks that use the ice. There's quite an opportunity to expand curling, but I see a variety of uses, right? Figure skating, it's not totally hockey dependent, is that correct?
That is correct. We have one of the most robust program offerings of any rink in the country.
Thank you. So I just wanted to add that, and you can have a seat if you like, that I'm really looking forward to seeing this as the activation of this whole area between the Giants, who are still there, and San Jose State, and Sharks Ice and Kelly Park and Happy Hollow. I think it's only going to expand recreational use in this area. And so I also wanted to comment that I appreciate the collaboration between Sharks Ice and San Jose State, working to secure the use of the parking facility that's being constructed in the South Campus area. And I wanted to point out that this agreement could serve as a model on how to maximize the use of these facilities moving forward. So I actually just wanted to add a comment and thank you in the presentation, because I think you kind of made a little verbal change to the last, I think it's the last slide there on the recommendations. Council members Perales, Davis, and I submitted a memo several months ago that an agreement that mirrors the Arena Authority's ticket distribution program. And so the access would be to all events, not just Barracuda home games, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So with that, I'd like to move forward staff's memo to accept the feasibility study, direct staff to develop the bond financing structure, and to direct staff to negotiate an amended and restated lease and management agreement.
Thank you. Motion from Councilmember Esparza, seconded by Councilmember Davis.
With an addition that we should start our own city curling team, by the way.
I won't join in that motion. All right. Don't you have to be Canadian? I'm not sure. Councilmember Camus.
Thank you. And well, one of my claims to fame is making sure that we got general lease obligation bonds to undergo this type of scrutiny. And I'm really happy that we have gone through this effort to look at worst case and best case scenarios. And this will require a 2/3 motion. So I'm really delighted that staff has actually undertaken this and took this seriously, because going into debt on a project that we are not necessarily experts at managing is an undertaking that I wish we could have learned from other respects, like the Hayes Mansion and other endeavors that we have gone with general obligation. Lease revenue bonds, which these are. And I thank the mayor, because he asked a couple of the questions I've already that I wanted to key off on. But if you can go back to the scenarios, worst case, the 10% downturn, 20-30% recession downturn. And so these scenarios here are based off the recession is based off the expected revenue. So you're looking at it as 30% off, or if you were looking at revenue declines, is 30% off of the expected revenues, right?
Yeah, correct.
So it doesn't take into account and 30% off of the as the gentleman over there said, if the Sharks were to leave, is that what you're equating to 30% lower decline in revenues? What could happen theoretically? Because I know that the Sharks here, I think, have a 5-year renewal. I'm not 100% clear. We have an agreement with the Sharks where I think a couple years ago we said that they would stay here for 5 years, renewable for another 15 or something, right?
I think Nancy will fill us in.
So we go to 2023 and then renewable to 2040.
Okay, so in 2023, we could see a hiccup in this potential scenario, right?
That is conceivable, but their commitment by this agreement, they're stating now that they're going to be with us through the 30 years of the bond. So
at least in this endeavor.
In this facility, and/or the city has the ability to approve any substitution of either Sharks or Barracuda.
and they are in agreement with this. I really appreciate the terms that you actually negotiated. This is something else that I feel, you're making me very comfortable, and I don't get into these things very comfortably, I have to say. Getting into debt is not something that I enjoy doing, but the agreement is interesting to me that they've agreed to stay on and pay even if they are not in the area. Can I have this?
Yes, that's true.
So this has been negotiated. Okay. All right.
Councilmember, you're going to see the actual agreement. It's going to come back to you, so you'll see the terms in the actual agreement.
Right. Yes, I'll be looking forward to that. And I really I'm excited about this, although going into debt does make me a little nervous. What are the what kind of interest rate assumptions are you making on the payback ratios? What would happen if interest rates fluctuated in an upward direction?
So we had originally, when we started to think about this financing, had thought maybe we would issue some variable rate debt. However, the interest rate market today for fixed rate taxable debt is very, very favorable. So our expectation is that when we bring back the project for your approval, the bond financing, it'll be 30-year fixed rate taxable debt. And as of numbers that we ran at the end of October, that true interest cost was about a 3.4%. So
3.4.
So that's extremely favorable interest rates. And then as we mentioned, the base rent payment that will be set by the Sharks after the stabilization period will be 50 basis points higher than that. So that's what's helping create that capital reserve for us that we'll have available. And if for whatever reason they were to completely walk away from the facility and the lease and management agreement was no longer in place, that money would be available for the city as well. So,
and in this scenario, you're talking about this. Let's say that we have a 30% revenue decline. We're looking at still an income of $7 million. Am I reading this correctly? And so, this income is that net of monies that you're putting aside for building maintenance?
yes, that's the
net.
numbers are. Mhm.
Okay, all right. And if there's a recession, for example, I know that it's fairly expensive to go, play hockey all the time. If there's a recession and something like that with the Sharks, you feel that 30% is do you really feel that 30% is the worst case scenario is basically what I'm trying to ask? A 30% decline.
Yeah.
Because this is a decline in the increased revenue amount. This is not a decline in what we're currently getting.
Correct. And remember, we don't expect that a 30% decline would be all the way out into the future. It would be like a moment, it would be a significant recessionary hit for a moment in time, and then the economy would improve and revenue should improve. Okay. But again, the agreement has them that they're pledged to make that payment to us, for the term of the bonds. And if revenue was to be significantly declined over a long period of time, we have a right to put the letter of credit, a one-year letter of credit, back in place to the extent they haven't maintained that 150 coverage for 3 years. So that would essentially take into account a sustained recessionary period.
Okay, and in this scenario, you pay off these bonds. You could theoretically pay off the bonds in 15 years rather than
no,
because you're only borrowing $140 million, right? We're borrowing approximately
$140 million, but we can't pay off the bonds will be structured in a way that they'll have call protection to the bondholders, so that we couldn't pay off the bonds earlier than anything in that 10-year window.
So what happens to the excess revenues?
Well, the revenues go to them. So the Sharks are basically we're not getting all the revenue. We're only getting a base rent payment from them, and that will be set at approximately, I think we estimated about $8.6 million.
So we have no upside potential in a scenario where we're having an aggressive
No, we're not
benefit here.
we're not sharing in revenue.
We're not sharing in the revenue
No.
at all. Okay,
No.
so there's no revenue share, but but we are expected to pay this debt.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for. This is one of the first opportunities we've had to use this, and I really appreciate the thoroughness of the study and your analysis. I appreciate all your work.
Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the presentation, the discussion as well. As Councilmember Kim has pointed out, we have some history in regards to, both golfing and sports and hotels and you name it, sort of investments, right, that we've made. And if we were to make these decisions hastily, and I think not put this level of investigation and looking at different scenarios involved, there could be councils, 20 years in the future wondering, scratching heads why ice rinks is something we were getting involved in. But I really do appreciate that. I feel comfortable because of the level of analysis that we've conducted here, and knowing the opportunities that are ahead. And this is what we as a city have an opportunity to bring to our community. And I will tell you, as both a user from being a San Jose State student, and I learned how to ice skate in these rinks, and then subsequently took their ice hockey class, and then played some intramural there through the school. Just this past year, I know that my colleagues were mentioning that, but curling. But my team actually did our summer retreat there, and there was no curling, but it's a great place for a team retreat. And I think as well, one of the things that I did not expect to be a hit was the Barracuda games for our community. The Sharks games were already a hit. Kind of felt as though, with the minor league, it may not be as impressive, and so didn't know how it would go. But it has literally gone amazing, and so many community groups, students, youth in our community that really, really enjoy going to Barracuda games. And so, as Councilmember Esparza was saying, that commitment that there is to, continuing the seats for the Barracuda game, I think is really going to be key. And what it does is it opens up, and I think you kicked it off one of the earlier slides with the participation levels, right, for youth. And the more that we expose youth to the game itself, I think the more interest, the more youth we're going to have wanting to get involved, and then that just drives those numbers up. And again, it's not just hockey, but it's having the rinks, a number of other sports and figure skating, and so I think it's a great opportunity, and I do appreciate though the analysis on it, which can make all of us feel comfortable moving forward.
Okay, other questions? I just had one more. I know you guys have been kicking the tires in every which way, but I thought I'd ask the question anyway. I know we're self-insured for major cataclysmic events. You mentioned the capital reserve that would be kept, say, for an earthquake. Obviously, a facility like this, we could imagine if it was a very serious earthquake, may have a $100 million capital replacement cost, let's just say. What does that look like to us? I assume we empty out the reserve. And how large a reserve are we building again?
It would be about 20 million by the end of the 30-year period.
Okay, so if it happens in between, maybe we have 10, who knows? Essentially, are we on the hook for the remaining 90, or are there any options?
Well, there's always FEMA.
I'm sorry?
There's always FEMA.
Yeah.
If there was a catastrophic loss at the ice center because of an earthquake, there's been catastrophic loss across a multitude of city facilities.
Right.
So it would be part of a whole process that we would have to go through with respect to prioritization. We have, there's business interruption insurance that would help cover for a while. So, it would be part of a major conversation the city would be having, because we'd have loss in lots of places.
Yeah, I'm mindful this may be the least of our worries if there's an
Yes.
earthquake of that scale. I guess I'm just trying to imagine the fiscal reality and what our obligations are. If we have something that cataclysmic, are we in some way obligated
No.
through this to go rebuild something? If we ultimately decide, hey, you know what?
No.
We're wiped out, we'd rather just move on.
We're not, and because these are lease revenue bonds, we don't have an obligation to budget to pay debt service if we don't have what's called beneficial use and occupancy. However, that's a very difficult decision to reach, to not budget and appropriate for debt service, because it has implications with respect to your relationship with your bondholders and your bond ratings. So again, that would be a significant conversation the council would have to have at that point, because we do have lease revenue bonds outstanding on other city facilities,
Right.
Namely this building.
Yeah, I
That's the big
understand.
one.
It doesn't help us. I suspect our rates would not be benefited either.
Yeah.
But if we're within that 30-year period, we're still paying off the bonds. That essentially would be a default event if we decide we're simply not going to rebuild.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
So there's a lot of things to consider.
Yep.
I
Okay.
hope we don't get there.
Yeah, agreed. I just want to understand the scenario fully. Okay. Any other questions? On a brighter note, we have an opportunity to expand an ice center. So let's vote. All right, that's approved. Look forward to continuing the negotiations and coming back to council with our next step. All right, on to 4.3, which is status report on priority number 8 relating to North San Jose Area Development Policy Update. And Kim and Chris and Rosalind heading down. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Kim Wallish, Deputy City Manager, and we are here with an update on the North San Jose Area Policy, which has long been a council priority. And our two presenters are Ramses Madhu from the Department of Transportation and Chris Burton from the Office of Economic Development.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Ramses Madhu, Division Manager from Department of Transportation. All right, getting back into North San Jose here, kind of giving you an update on what we have been doing and where we are proposing to go. Just reminding us where we are in terms of our capacity numbers here. We've gone through roughly 56% of the total allowed capacity in the area. Of course, we have eaten up all of the housing allotment that we currently have. There's a few left, but really nothing substantial can move forward. And that's, of course, the reason why we've been working on this. Still a decent amount of industrial capacity that can still be used here. Sorry, it's worth noting we have been also keeping up with the transportation development in the area. As you note, there's roughly 56% of the allowable trips in the policy already allocated. We have roughly 55% of transportation development either underway or funded. So we are keeping pace there and working hard to keep those transportation projects going. We've got quite a few major ones underway. As you know, we have been trying for the last year and a half or so to get a consolidated phasing plan through the process. We had hoped to bring together phase 1 and 2 into phase A and phase 3 and 4 into phase B. We have come to the conclusion to propose to you a new direction. This old direction has run into some problems around CEQA in particular. We are wary of the implications of the current line of work as it will come out in CEQA. And it requires some amendments to the 2006 settlement agreement, and we have not been able to find an amenable path forward with some of the partners in that settlement agreement. But we have had a major change in context here. In particular, SB 330 and SB 35 have pushed forward some of the issues we've been trying to solve. Our city attorney's office tells us that SB 330 in particular removes our ability to enforce the development caps that are currently structured in the policy. And so we will, in effect, housing seems to be able to move forward per these new state laws. And this is giving us a new opportunity to move forward. With that, I'll pass it over to Chris.
Thanks, Ramses. Mayor and Council, Chris Burden with the Office of Economic Development. So we just wanted to remind you briefly on when we're talking about North San Jose, what that means in the context of residential. Obviously, this is one of the city's primary employment areas, and our focus has always been on adding employment opportunities throughout North San Jose. As we developed the plan, we wanted to balance that with allowing people the opportunity to live close to their place of work by adding in those residential uses. What the policy did was it created capacity for 32,000 residential units across a variety of land uses. What you'll see on this map, and I apologize, it's not the best map one on the big screen, but the sort of brown areas were existing residential land uses that already existed in North San Jose. Down in the southern portion, in the what was formerly the Rincon South area, we have an urban village designation that allows residential uses. And then the one that's really hard to see is there's an overlay in North San Jose called the Transit Employment Residential Overlay. And that's where the majority of the housing that we saw built in the first phase went in, sort of generally north of Montague, consistent around those areas where there are existing residential. The larger area in blue is the Transit Employment Center. Now, the general plan calls out the Transit Employment Center as an employment district. However, it does allow some limited residential uses. The policy is a little bit more prescriptive on how residential occurs, and there had been additional language in the prior general plan that was much more explicit on this, but we think this is one of those areas that we need to do some additional exploration to be able to fully leverage the opportunity. So just to walk through the various steps that we're currently proposing in the new approach, one is to stop the approach that we'd brought forward to Council back in May about rephasing or restructuring the policy around two phases. As Ramses alluded to, we think that there are challenges in continuing on that approach. It is important that we continue to plan for the transportation projects that are already underway and planned for in North San Jose. We believe that they are vital connections to the surrounding community. And so whatever we do, we need to ensure that the plan stays whole. Our intent is to come back to Council fairly quickly, so probably early in 2020, with some of those cleanup revisions just to sort of highlight where those opportunities exist and be very clear on what the process will be. We want to continue to leverage some of the work that was done through the last 12 to 18 months. We think there's an opportunity to use that, some of that underlying work to support projects that are consistent with the policy on the commercial and industrial front. After a number of years of renovations and relocations, we think there's opportunity for new commercial development, and we certainly don't want to miss that window in this cycle. We do need to do more work with the City of Santa Clara. Obviously, this approach will be inconsistent with the current settlement agreement, and so we want to work with them early through the process to understand the implications of these changes in state law. But then once we're sort of through this initial phase and we have clear direction to allow housing to move, to help us alleviate the current housing crisis, We really want to think about this policy long term and what are the opportunities to really restructure and reposition, similar to some of the suggestions in prior council direction. We think that work is still important, but we think it's really critical to kind of get the near-term opportunity up and running. And then lastly, to the extent that, we are going through a transition around some of the analysis in CEQA mid next year as we implement the vehicle miles travel standard. And so we want to make sure that in the context of North San Jose, that individual projects can move forward with their own CEQA clearance on a case-by-case basis. So this is generally the outline of the approach that staff is intending to take. Obviously, we'll be back to council in the new year with more clarifications. But with that, we're available for questions.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for your work on this little project. All right, we have Councilmember, yep.
Thank you. Thank you to staff and Chris and Ramses, Rosalind, and Kim for all your hard work, all the people who aren't up here as well. I like to say that North San Jose is the uptown, is the economic engine, economic dynamo of the city. We have over 90,000 jobs up there. We generate, I think, 70% of the sales tax for the general fund. But going through all this and talking with you guys on a monthly basis, North San Jose is also a mess. It is a morass, and everything that we want to do there, as we make progress on one side, i.e. the housing, let's say, we present problems for ourselves on other important goals like the jobs or the commercial development that we need up there, because again, we're a jobs poor city and we need to have that jobs and employed resident to employment ratio. Is that right? Did I say that right? Anyways, we have more residents than we do jobs in San Jose. We need to reverse the flow of traffic so the suburbs come to the big city, 10th largest city in America, to work rather than losing population to the outside. And we just gave up 35,000 jobs in general plan by preserving Coyote Valley. We need to put those jobs somewhere. I think North San Jose is a key place in doing that. North San Jose is central in our vision to have 25,000 housing units and 10,000 of them being affordable. So we're trying to reach into phase 2 to do that, to unlock those housing units. But as we do that, we're encountering problems with our neighbors to the north, Santa Clara, or is it northwest? Santa Clara, and it's creating some trouble there. And then, of course, the state's coming in and having VMT, vehicle miles traveled, as a new standard. So as we look at building North San Jose out, the more jobs we put in there, it's going to be difficult for us to allow that development because we're going to be generating car trips. And that is a big no-no under the new measurement. So it is vital, as Chris likes to say, to protect that any commercial development we have in the pipe, because I think if we measure San Jose, North San Jose, by today's or 2020 standards, we may not be able to build it out as we had hoped or envisioned under the EIR that we had in 2005. I think that our hands are tied in many regards because the state is kind of whittling away at local control. But one thing we can do to protect ourselves and kind of be masters of our own destiny is to clarify and protect our TEC. Our transit employment centers and the definition of that, because in our general plan, we make reference to residential uses being allowed in the transit employment center. And I think when we say that, we want residential to complete a neighborhood. We want, mixed use, residential on top of commercial and retail. But there are ways of interpreting that, as we've seen with, allowing for religious use in TEC, where we could see some people come in and try and oust the commercial usage we want by building residential, which is what's kind of hot in the market right now. So that's one thing we can do in our general plan, and I hope to see staff go back and redefine what TC means, to clarify it so we don't allow any of the commercial and jobs employment land to be lost to residential uses, especially in the core. And I wrote a motion to that effect, and I'd like to move it. Thank you. One question for staff. In the memo that you write, you make a lot of reference to is it SB 330? And you talk a lot about, or you make multiple references to housing development, residential development being able to move forward, assuming that the EIR conditions are met. They can do their own EIRs. But I just want to see clarification. Under a SB 330 regime, isn't the housing still restricted to where housing is allowed in the general plan? It's not like you can just do your own EIR. The environmental impacts are okay or can be mitigated, and then you can build it anywhere you want. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, Councilmember, the whole sort of slew of state legislation related to housing development is really focused on, enhancing that opportunity that exists based on a general plan designation that allows residential uses today. It doesn't allow for the conversion of other uses to residential.
Now, once SB 330 becomes law in January, would we be skirting a fine line or in danger of violating the law if we amend our general plan?
So, and I would probably look at Ed slightly, but I'll start off and let Ed fill in. So there are provisions in the law that say that that limits the city's ability to downzone, right, and so reduce the availability of density. So if a smaller community wanted to sort of not see the full build out of the density in their general plan, they're restricted from downzoning. So that's why we think for residential designations in North San Jose, which would be the overlay and those existing residential designations, they're there. We think that housing will move forward immediately. We think that's not so clear with the TEC, and that's really the piece that we want to come back and clear up.
Okay, thanks. I guess the last thing I'll say is North San Jose is a job center, and everyone in the city lives in the south side and then drives up to the north to work, and then there's this kind of one-directional traffic flow, and that's why we had the land swap in the 80s to have Evergreen and Berryessa to kind of balance that out. It never really played out the way we had hoped. Or not we, I wasn't even there, but the previous council hoped. And today, North San Jose, the kind of the complaint that I hear, talking to folks is just this lack of sense of community, this lack of place. It's kind of vibrant, kind of, during the week when people are out at lunch and scootering around and bicycling around. But on the weekends, it's often remarked that you can throw a bowling ball down North First Street and you won't hit anything. And to create that sense of place, we really have to be thoughtful about how the elements of play and work and housing and shopping interact. And I'm really fearful that with all that's happening around us, with Santa Clara blocking us off on one side and the state coming down from above, and all the restraints that we have fiscally and waiting for the private industry, the private market to do something, we'll end up just getting housing where we can get it. For instance, Apple is offering up, some of their land, which is, prime jobs land, to build housing. We definitely need the housing, but I'm afraid that we're just going to have housing built wherever we can get it, and that will certainly not create a sense of place. And I'm not sure what the answer, the mechanism is, but either it's master planning or something, but maybe just zoning, just being really clear in our zoning, but we have to figure out a way to build that sense of community and push back even on good ideas, because it's not the community building aspect of it, and not just looking at things project by project, but looking at the whole tapestry of the region of North San Jose. And I challenge you to do it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. And thanks everyone for hard work to get us here. I know we've got a lot more work to go. I just want to look backward for a moment. In the background section, it seems as though the date starts at June 12, 2018. And could I just ask, in future reports, can staff make reference? I think the first time the council directed for us to move forward in North San Jose was actually in 2015. There were a couple directions. And I think that's important for a lot of audiences, both the media, the courts potentially, and the public. I think it's important for folks to know we've been trying this for a long time, and this is not just a new idea we had of going to Santa Clara and saying, "Hey, let's go build housing here." And it would be helpful for everyone to have a clear sense of how vocal and how public we've been about a desire to move forward.
I think there were actually two separate council actions that preceded the June 2018 action. It would be just helpful if we could include that in the narrative. Thank you. And then the other question I had, sorry, I lost my place on the report. I guess where it comes down to the workload and resource assessment, what do we think? I assume this is going to be a mid-year consideration. What do we see as staffing needs to get this over the goal line?
Yeah, Mayor, I think, for the near term, we have the resources to do the analysis and come back with, potential general plan text amendments. It's really as we look to the sort of longer term plan revisions and, much deeper work that would probably come back through the regular budget process.
Okay, wonderful. All right, look forward to that conversation. Then Councilmember Yep has a motion. I have a card, but it doesn't have a name on it. Matt, is that you? Come on down. I'm sorry, Matt. Welcome.
It's good, though, I got to hear some comments. Mayor Liccardo, members of the City Council, we want to thank staff for the hard work. This is a tumultuous time to track everything that's coming out of Sacramento. We know that this can make things complicated. As you all know, we are, however, in a crisis. This crisis is so severe, so destabilizing for families and their communities, and so threatening to our economy that our collective failure to address this crisis has driven otherwise risk-averse elected officials to stand up and acknowledge the insanity of the failing. We work throughout the county. San Jose is different, of course. There's a long-term commitment to doing what it can, embracing new housing, committing to affordable housing. While others fretted and resisted SB 35, San Jose stepped up and worked to adjust its internal systems to facilitate the process. This council has supported efforts to find resources to match its political will, to set goals and work towards them. This was the spirit that directed staff to open up North San Jose to new homes, recognizing a growing part of the city envisioned as a vibrant mixed-use alternative to sprawling two-story office parks. But there is uncertainty. One can respond to change by fighting back, seeking to revert to a world of zero-sum conflict between jobs and housing in San Jose. This is a scarcity mindset. Let me be clear that we don't see that in the staff report. Or one can lean in and recognize the opportunity to meet the city's multiple objectives, recognizing a win-win that can respond to the crisis, provide housing that would be available to the diversity of incomes necessary to sustain the city, and that can provide solutions to regional hurdles to growth. And there's a lot of land up there. The vast majority of it is set aside for employment uses. There is room for jobs and housing. That was the plan. If we build and we build dense, we build for the future, we can have both. In this case, as in others, we are limited primarily by vision and confidence. We urge this council to lean in and support staff to act. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. So I really appreciate my colleagues' memo and will be supporting it. I appreciate the long-term plan that you've laid out. I think there are some complex issues here. I wanted to raise 2 points. One is that as we negotiate with Apple, which that we talk about, include levels of affordability in talking about that, and then also look at the impact to jobs in industrial zones, which I know my colleague is very sensitive to and will balance. So I think those are two really important issues. especially on the affordability, that we make sure that we include and work to achieve a range of affordability requirements, not just the missing middle. But I know that this is a complex issue, and there are a lot of different realities that we need to work with. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on Councilmember Diep's motion, let's vote. Thanks, everybody. That passes unanimously. We're on to 4.4, which is report on bids and award a contract for the traffic signal modification at King and San Antonio. And John, I see you in the audience. I may have a question on this one. There is no presentation. There's a motion to approve. Councilmember Mendes, seconded by Councilmember Esparza. And I'll certainly support this because, first, I really appreciate DOT moving as quickly as they have and Public Works moving as quickly as they have. We know this is a high collision intersection and there's been a lot of safety issues and there's been improvements already with the signal modification, and that's great to see. I'm just really concerned about the bid climate and what it's doing to our resources, because I know we've got a lot of intersections that we need to make safe. And again, I'm going to support this, but seeing something come in more than 60% over estimate from the engineer is really troubling. And I'm wondering, what, if anything, do you see as options as we move forward?
Thanks. Matt Kano, Director of Public Works. I'll address that a little bit. As you know, we reported to council in late October. Typically, we're pretty spot on with our engineer's estimate. We average about 4% under in our estimates. Every once in a while, we do miss one. And this was really a case of us. We don't send a lot of traffic signal projects out to bid, and our information wasn't as up to date as it needed to be regarding market conditions. So part of this is, yes, absolutely, the lack of electrical contractors and prices have been going up, but we hadn't updated our engineer's estimate numbers, and so we missed this one a little bit. But I know that doesn't completely answer your question of the fact that prices are getting higher for all the projects, and which means we can ultimately do less of them moving forward.
I'm wondering, is this, do you believe, a factor of there being a shortage of available contractors or a shortage of available labor, or both?
I would venture to guess that the shortage of available contractors was the biggest challenge that we noticed. The labor didn't come up in our conversations when we had some discussions on why these bid prices are getting higher.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up the page and my computer's conspiring against me. That's okay. I think I'll let it go because I don't think this is going to work. So thank you very much for the answers, Matt. Councilmember Crosco?
Yes, thank you. This intersection in particular is so important. It's right in the heart of a lot of activity, right in the heart of the district. But in particular, this area is one that I've traveled it many times. People speed through there. There's a lot of traffic going through there. There's a lot of pedestrians. We have a school on the corner. We have MHP just down the block, half a block maybe. We have the highest concentration of Latino churchgoers, which is another maybe, a quarter of a mile, if that, at Our Lady of Guadalupe. And so San Antonio and King is, we've seen a lot of activity taking place. And I'm glad that this is going through. And I understand the prices are going up, and we're going to see this in a lot of different intersections. There's one in particular that I'm thinking of right now is Story and Jackson, which, as you know, Mayor, we just approved, what was it, maybe a month ago or two?
Yeah.
My timeline's kind of blur right now. But it's also another area where there's a high incidents of recorded fatalities and injuries. And I say recorded because I'm sure that there's some injuries or some accidents that haven't been recorded. But so I'm thankful that this is happening, and we have seen just from August 13, 2013 to July 2016, 24 crashes in this intersection were recorded. Many of those were head-on collisions, and so I can't emphasize enough the importance of this project moving forward and finishing up. So I appreciate all of that. I just really just wanted to make that commentary. I don't have any questions other than when do you think that this will all be completed?
Date on completion? I don't have a sense of that.
Looks like completion expected August 2020, so sometime this late summer probably.
Okay. That's wonderful. Although I wish that it would be done before summer, because summer, oh boy. I mean, I don't know if there's any correlation with, you know, everybody being out of school and parents trying to rush home trying to rush home. But summer, we know that there's a lot of activity. Even just in front of my house right now, it's very quiet. In the summer, it's all night long. But thank you so much for this. And thank you so much for really addressing some of these really grave issues that we're dealing with in areas where there's already a high density of individuals living there. We're going to see more of it as we continue to build, but you know, King and Story, King and San Antonio, King and Alum Rock, that's just, you know, the heart of where everything is happening on the east side of San Jose. So thank you so much.
Agreed. I now remembered the question that I was going to ask, and it really had to do with how the elements of the contract. Looks like about $500,000 of the work we think will be electrical. I know there's a real scarcity of electrical labor out there, and I know we've talked about to what extent it makes sense now that we've got a Measure T pass, we've got some steady Measure B money. Were there any elements of this work are worth bringing in-house for us to do if we expect we're going to have a fair amount of repetitive work around, for example, signals, lights, et cetera? Does it ever make sense for us to start saying, well, there aren't many contractors out there, at least particularly around electrical? It always seems to be really acute. I know it's expensive to hire in that space, but does it make sense for us to bite the bullet and say we're going to start doing this in-house?
Yeah, John Risto, Department of Transportation. You're right, this is a combined, there's a fair amount of civil work. We're going to be bumping out the intersection to reduce crossing distance, so there'll be bulb outs. There's a number of other things we're doing, and there's signal work going in. So the contract
Mike.
Well, he has a sub for it because these are signal guys, but when we put that contract out, that contractor is going to manage the work all at once, and us trying to do part of it and them trying to do part of it probably doesn't make sense in something like this. It's better to, when they're going to combine that work, to get it all done within their control of their subs and everything.
John, I believe you're also carrying quite a few vacancies with our electrical staff.
Yeah, we certainly wouldn't be able to handle that.
And I think that's part of the mayor's question in terms of doing the work in-house.
Yeah,
so I think-
electrical for sure. Civil work like this, that we do contract most of this kind of stuff out anyway, but this would be one that would be probably more than we could handle.
Okay. And you're having a hard time filling the spots you got?
Yeah, we I don't want to mention how short of electricians we are right now, but we're really down to like 2 now out of 14 positions. So it's hard for us.
You have 2 filled positions out of 14?
Yeah. So we're going to use the labor hall to fill temporarily for electricians now.
I mean, is that satisfactory, or should we be talking? I know this
We
is
are
another
working
issue for
on,
another day.
we're
but-
working on trying to fill those through other means now.
All right. Perhaps we can talk another day about
Yep.
reclassification or whatever it takes. It sounds like that's a really acute shortage. Okay. On this motion from Councilmember, yes, Councilmember Carrasco.
Quick question. I should be paying more attention when you have the bulb outs and when you're making the changes to the crosswalks. But if I could ask you, do we do any sort of how do we retrain our drivers who have been speeding through there, who have been living through there, who, you know, are maybe not suddenly expecting the bulb outs? And I know it takes a while. It's not just from one day to the next. But what do we do to kind of start warning people that that this is happening and they don't like suddenly drive on top of the curve side or what have you?
So, yeah, that is the point of some of these physical improvements to change the visible look of the roadway, so the motorists are going to react to that, hopefully driving slower. That's the idea. The other idea is actually to provide a shorter crossing distance for pedestrians so they're not caught in that sidewalk, right off the sidewalk and the curb area. So 2 reasons, giving a visible message to drivers as well as providing an extra level of safety to pedestrians.
Yeah. So you know, we saw what happened when all the changes happened up and down Alum Rock because of BRT, the no left turns, the no U-turns and all.
The mics are getting tired too.
Did you knock me out? And I know that they weren't changing their behavior necessarily on Alum Rock. And so I'm just wondering, especially as we're looking at Jackson and Story Road and potentially even further down Story, I mean, these are folks who have a pattern of behavior. So I'm just wondering.
So as we implement some of these devices, whether they be narrowing the roadway with paint and plastic or putting in these things, we do then monitor speed and volume before and after, and we do start to see a slight decrease in speed in many of these kind of things. It may not be everybody, but we're a broad across the board look. We do see some speed reductions. Okay. Anything is good, but certainly there are some motorists that are not paying that much attention, but that's those are the few, I hope.
Well, and thank you for the lights, what are they called? They look like the precautionary messages that are up and down Story Road right now. As I'm driving through Story Road, I see them down.
Changeable message signs.
Down down the road. They're in Spanish, they're in English. It says, you know, drive with caution, speed kills. I don't know what other messages are there, but I notice them, but I'm hoping that others are noticing them. Thank you for putting that out there.
All right. There's a motion from Councilmember Jimenez. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Item 4.5 is a status report on Measure T.
Thank you, Matt Kano, Director of Public Works, and coming down, David French, Division Manager, and John Cannon, Deputy Director in Public Works, and Jim. I think Jim. No. So we are here for our twice annual CIP CIP report on Measure T. As you know, it was passed by the voters in November 2018, and we've committed to coming formally on a comprehensive basis to council twice a year, and we're also coming with interim items as needed to move projects forward. And this is our second report in 2019. And with that, I'll turn it over to John Cannon for the bulk of the presentation.
All right, thanks, Matt. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm John Cannon, Deputy Director of Public Works. Let me get through a $650 million program in 4 minutes or less. So to remind the council where we are on the funding, Measure T authorized up to $650 million total dollars. We've budgeted nearly all of that in the 5-year CIP. The current fiscal year is about $154 million, and we issued bonds for up to $239 million in July. So there's been a lot of sort of financial and fiscal work to enable all of the project work that you're going to see in the next few slides. We currently have 17 of 20 projects active this fiscal year. 10 are currently searching for sites, which is a significant challenge for us, but it's the first step of a lot of projects. 7 projects, other projects are under scoping or design. The bulk of the projects are related to street repairs and paving. I'm sure all of you have seen recent work in all of your districts. That's going to continue for the next at least 8 years. Measure T is going to be funding about $37.5 million a year for 8 years. A lot of work underway right now to put together the bid packages that are going to go out for the summer construction season. DOT will be providing an update in the next few weeks on their 3-year outlook and their plan for paving projects. Another chunk of roadway work is for bridge repair and rehabilitation. So we had allocated $20 million of Measure T funds to do this. We're hoping to leverage up to $61 million of grant funding. You put the two together, and we got a 4-for-1 payback on our investment. There's a couple of major grant programs: the Highway Bridge Program and the Bridge Investment Credit Program. All of them work on you develop the credits, then you build a project, you get reimbursed, you reinvest that money in other projects. The largest sort of non-paving work really is centered around public safety projects. Measure T contemplates 5 new or relocated fire stations. One of them, Fire Station 37, is currently under design. It's finalizing the design as we speak, and we'll be going out to bid in the spring. We're expecting to start construction in the summer. Fire stations 8, 32, 23, and 36 are all looking for properties right now. On June 18th, the fire chief presented the fire station prioritization plan, and all of these are top priorities in that plan. We've rearranged our search a little bit as a result, so the real priorities for us are fire stations 8 and 32, followed immediately by 23 and 36. So we're looking for properties for all of those. Police Training and Academy, it's a very significant facility and requires a lot of specific sort of size and separation requirements. So we're working with the property owner right now on a potential site. There's a lot of work to do here, but it's going to be a pretty major and exciting project when it finally happens. The Emergency Operations Center, the current strategy is to locate it at the Central Service Yard. Back in August of this year, the Public Safety Finance and Strategic Support Committee, there was a suggestion to take a look at locating the EOC at the Central Service Yard. We've done that. It's not as affordable as locating it in the substation, which was our previous priority, but it does provide a lot of significant advantages. It's more centrally located, and it allows us to keep the backup EOC at the police substation. The air support hangar out at the airport is currently out to bid. We're looking for a design-build contractor for that. This project was paired up with an airport project to relocate their facilities division. This is going on the southwest corner of the airport near Coleman and Airport Parkway. So we're expecting to award that contract in early 2020, and work will begin shortly thereafter. Another project on that same site, actually on the southwest corner of the airport, is Fire Station 20, or the Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Facility. So this is an FAA grant-funded project to relocate the existing Fire Station 20 at the airport. That project was awarded by City Council to a design builder. Design's currently underway. Back in June, staff was directed to take a look at adding capacity at a couple of fire stations, specifically Fire Stations 8 and 20. We did take a look at service areas around Fire Station 20 and determined that it would be a good investment at this time to at least invest the dollars. We have an opportunity to design it in with the current FAA grant-funded project, so we're planning to do that. One of the recommendations two of the recommendations in this council memorandum recommends appropriating funds and increasing the design-build project contingency. Once the design is done, we will continue to work through the budget process to identify construction funding. Again, this is a good opportunity, though, to leverage different funding sources and get more sort of bang for the buck, if you will. One of the kind of new and exciting things that we're working on is developing zero net carbon, microgrid, and energy resiliency into all of our new building projects. Measure T is funding most of them, so all of our fire stations are going to have some element of this. We're currently working on Fire Station 37, where we're certainly able to put in some photovoltaic cells on the roof. There's a very tight site, and there's very limited area to do that, but we're going to maximize that. We're also evaluating some batteries and different sort of scenarios on batteries. How much backup do we want? Whether we can separate some of the critical loads, put them on a sub-panel, and just back up the sub-panel. So things like that, we're evaluating those. We'll be coming back to council in January with an info memo on kind of how that evaluation process is going and what our recommendation is, which will then be worked into the design, and then council will get to see that when the construction contract gets awarded. So we're looking at all of that. For some of the other projects, especially given kind of the bidding climate, we're going to try to package them up so we have a base package of fire station work, but if there are some resiliency sort of things that we can put in as add alternates, we'll set up the contract that way. And then the overall framework for evaluating all buildings as far as resiliency is still being worked on. Anticipate coming back to council at some point, perhaps in the spring, with really a more robust analysis on how we do that for every project. So it's not just a one-off kind of thing. LED lighting, there were was a lot of activity, or a lot of approvals back in June when we came to City Council. All of that is still underway, almost exactly as planned. We're working with the PG&E agreements to fund a streetlight program. We're working on-site with our own staff. We're going to also try to avail ourselves of PG&E's program for some on-site park and trail lighting. And then smart controls, we're developing specifications by the end of January. We'll have specs for smart controls, followed by a finance department procurement, and then we'll give a big box of controls to PG&E. They'll install them on the lights when they get their work done. And then one of the probably more significant Measure T activities recently was the November 6th approval of about 672 acres of real estate that we purchased in North Coyote Valley for nearly $50 million. Creates a vital wildlife connection across the valley, and provides some element of flood protection as well. And then we've also got a couple of project categories, some green infrastructure and clean water projects. We're currently moving forward with the River Oaks Pump Station stormwater capture project. And for the storm drain improvement project, we're looking in the area near Charcot and Coyote Creek to try to relieve flooding. The original concept was a pump station. We may be able to do this through some piping improvements and avoid having to build a pump station, but we're still modeling a lot of those scenarios. And so the recommendation in the report is to accept the report and then take some appropriation actions that would authorize the design work out at Fire Station 20 for the landside bay, and then also increase that project contingency. This is a big chunk of scope that we've added to that project, so we'd like to make that contingency whole. So with that, we're ready for questions.
Motion second. I just want to thank everybody, including the fire chief, for your flexibility and your willingness to take a fresh look at Station 20. I think it really looks really promising. It's exciting to see us be able to expand on site, because I know it's challenging to find new sites. So that's a great feature. One question about the Emergency Operations Center being located potentially at the city service yard. As I recall, that's awfully close to where we saw a lot of flooding happen 2 years ago. And I'm just wondering, obviously we need to do a lot of, well, the water district needs to do a lot of work in particular. to help us be better protected from floods, but is there anything specific that we might need to do if we're choosing that as our emergency operations center?
We'll be evaluating that as part of the design, looking at the flood maps. The southeast corner of the central service yard comes pretty close to the major flood lines, but the area on the northwest where we're hoping to put the the emergency operations center does not. Having said that, it is still close to Coyote Creek, and so we're very cognizant of that. So as we continue to design, we will continue to factor in if there's a worst case scenario, what do we do? So it is something we're very aware of, and right now it's out of the flood zone, but it's still close enough where we're very aware of it, and we'll remain vigilant on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Every time I hear the report on Measure T, I'm just thrilled. I'm so excited to see our money put to work in the way that it is. I'm so thankful to the voters for passing it, and then to be able to approve the acquisition of the land in the Coyote Valley just makes me smile every time I think about it. So thank you for the report. I also note that we selected the Oversight Board today. When will the Oversight Board be receiving information from you regarding their duties?
So they'll be hearing from us in January, and we're planning right now on meeting 2 times a year. Once formally for the annual audit of Measure T, and that'll be after the summer sometime. But we're not going to wait until the fall to meet with them for the first time. So we'll meet with them for the first time, likely in the May timeframe when the budget is being adopted, so they can get a preview of the budget and some background. But in the correspondence we send to them in January, we're going to, introduce them to the program and send them a lot of background information to start looking at. And they'll also have our contact information if any of them, between that January messaging and the possible May meeting, if they want to meet with us to get any more background.
That's great, thank you, because a couple of them have reached out to me already and said, when are we meeting? And that's helpful for them to know they're going to be hearing from you in January. And also, I'm so glad we're still on track with Fire Station 37. I know it's in District 6, but it's literally 4 blocks from my house. So I'm very excited to have this new fire station finally having groundbreaking sometime in the spring. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. And just piggybacking off that, appreciative of the zero net carbon work that you're doing at Fire Station 37, but I just want to make sure, is that impacting the timeline in any way?
It's not impacting the timeline. It's possibly impacting the cost. So we're trying to kind of evaluate what can we do there for minimal sort of cost and still make some impact. We don't have enough surface area to put full solar, and we don't have the money to do it anyways, but we're trying to maximize the opportunities we've got. And so right now the timeline is intact, but there is cost pressure.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for raising the flooding issues. Those were my questions as well. So I look forward to the work on that. And then I'm just going to echo that, Station 37's in District 6, but just up the street is Station 26, which is an incredibly busy fire station on Tully Road that has what is it, more calls than Mountain View and Santa Clara combined. So having some relief with Fire Station 37 and then hopefully 32 as well will be huge. So thank you.
Thank you, and thanks again to the voters for approving this. All right, let's vote. We have a motion, right? We do. All right, that motion's approved. On to 5.1, actions related to the Pellier Park Master Plan. Welcome, John.
Tony, can you recognize my aye vote on the last item?
Thank you for saying that out loud.
Good evening. John Cicerelli, Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. With me today are Nicole Burnham, Deputy Director for our Capital Improvement Program, Rob Tidmore, Parks Manager, also supporting the Capital Improvement Program, and Daniel Affleck from SWA Group, consultant on this project. We're here to talk to you about the first, and what you'll see is a small but connected system of parks, Pellier Park, right here in downtown. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to staff to just sort of walk you through some of the process and the concepts. We're looking for approval of a master plan to continue the work.
Sure. Thank you, John. I'm Nicole Burnham, Deputy Director of Capital Programs for PRNS. I also want to acknowledge, as part of this project, we work closely with the Office of Cultural Affairs and an artist named Nori Soto that you'll hear a little bit more about how her work is embedded into the design. We're excited to be here tonight with this design. This is a park that was built in 1977 originally. It's in the North San Pedro area at the intersection of West St. James and Terrain Street. During redevelopment of the North San Pedro area, there was major roadway realignment work that was done. There was major residential construction that was done that had impacted the park for a number of years. And the community has been very eager to get this park back online and up and running. So we're really excited to be here tonight and to show you this master plan. With the completion of the Julian Street realignment, we were able to move forward with the design. So starting in 2018, PRNS, with the support of Office of Cultural Affairs, hired Nori Soto, the artist, and hired SWA Group to lead us through a master planning process. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rob and Dan, who will talk you through that.
Thank you, Nicole. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Rob Tidmore, Parks Manager. This is an aerial image of Pellier Park in the North San Pedro neighborhood. Pellier Park is shown in purple there. And for reference, the Highway 87 and Julian Street interchange is the large feature just west of the park. Pellier Park is just over half an acre in size and is bordered by West St. James Street to the south, Divine Street to the north, and Terrain Street to the west. Zooming out now to show a little bit more context, this image has been rotated to the left so that north is in the upper left-hand corner. As Nicole mentioned, Pellier is one of 3 new parks being developed in this neighborhood. The other 2 are shown in lime green on your screens, North San Pedro Park and Bassett Park. And these 3 parks are being planned and designed really as a chain of parks. They'll have unified wayfinding and coordinated programming that really collectively will provide the necessary parkland amenities for this neighborhood. So they're really working together as a system. Just as an aside, master plans for North San Pedro and Bassett will come before council at a later date. You also notice that there are several nearby parks within a 10-minute walk to Pellier, Ryland Park to the north, St. James to the east, and Plaza de Cesar Chavez to the south. Guadalupe River Park is just across Highway 87, just off the screen. And that's a lot of parks in a small area. And really the reason for this density of parks is that there'll soon be 6,000 new residents within three-block radius of Pellier Park. So a lot of new housing development coming in. This is a close-up aerial of Pellier Park that really starts to show the dense housing developments immediately adjacent to the park and really highlights the space constraints we faced in the development. So given Pellier's small size, again, just over half an acre, it alone cannot provide all of the park amenities for these new residents. So the design team worked closely with the existing community to program Pellier Park in conjunction with these other parks so that each park has a unique experience that, again, together meet the neighborhood's needs. And with that, Dan will talk about the outreach process and the design.
Hi, Dan Affleck, SWA Group Landscape Architects. So I've been, as Rob was saying, I've been working on this project for a little over a year now, and the process was really, I would say, a successful community outreach process. We had a lot of good feedback. The park itself is going to be a great place for the community to all come together. It's at a good community scale. So we really wanted to encourage the community feedback as much as possible. We used images, Post-it notes. When it came time to pick different design options, we used video fly-throughs to engage the community so they could really get immersed in the space. And what we heard from them was largely that they wanted a space which created a strong identity for the community, and also was a place where they could was kind of a refuge from the city, not too active, somewhat passive, and also that it respect the history and the culture of the city and of this particular park itself, which is a historic landmark in the state and in the city. Basically, actually, I want to point out one thing on this. In the corner image here is an image of a descendant of Pierre Pellier. They actually showed up at the meeting. And anyone who doesn't know who Pellier is, I can go into that in detail. But they were very touched that people still cared about the story of their family and how they related to the community and how they related to the history of San Jose. Next. So the design itself was very much a collaboration, as Rob mentioned, between Nori Sato, the artist, who was picked by Public Art and SWA and PRNS. What we heard was that they really wanted something very identifiable. And one person even suggested, how does it look like from the buildings above? How is it going to look like from planes flying over? And we really liked that idea. We thought it was kind of fun. So we took the idea of, what if we took this circular shape in the form of a plum, of a prune, and laid it on the site, and see what would happen. And we actually thought that when we started working together, we thought it was an interesting idea because it really created a sense of space which worked well with what we were hearing from the community, which was that they wanted a sense of a kind of very social, connected space that could bring the community together and which also protected them from the outside and was very green. Next. So I'm going to just walk through the space. From the center of the pit of the prune is essentially a community, what we're calling a community grove, which has a kind of a bar height community table where small groups can gather to really, create a social experience. Because this is really going to be the living room and the front porch for all the new residents that are going to be coming to this community, as well as people who live there now. Then as you move out from the center, which will have lighting around it, there'll be these berm slopes, which will create some green space and some lawn, which will kind of delicately berm up to this perimeter of trees, which will really create that sense of enclosure. And then along the edge in the top of this image is the Paseo, which will create a connection from St. James to Divine, and also have some planting buffer from the neighbors at the City Heights building and the new Trumark homes. Next. And now the fact that this was a historic landmark really made this important that we engage the history of the site and of the history of Pellier. And so we were very inspired by it, from the design itself to the colors to the patterns we use in the paving. And I think we like the idea that history was immersive in the park. So as you walk through it, you experience it at all times. It's not just a one-note thing or in one location, but it's spread throughout the park. So there are these different moments of discovery where you can look a little closer and maybe you'll learn something. You'll find some of the history of the site of Pellier and this area of San Jose. So these different elements would be embedded in the community table. They were the inspiration for some of the lighting fixtures that'll be there. And then we have a large feature called the Storytelling Wall, which is adjacent to the new Trumark property on the left of this drawing. And that will have, there's 26 plaques which were from the previous park, which we had to keep. So those plaques will be showcased on that wall, as well as additional plaques which we are designing, which will tell the story of Pellier and potential for future plaques. There's also some California historic landmark signs from the previous park which will be showcased. And then one specimen prune tree. Now prune trees are not very good urban street trees, but we wanted to showcase the prune tree in a special location with a plaque in front of it. and then entry palms at all the corners, which relate back to the original house, which was on the site, as well as markers of where that house location was. And I just want to point out that this particular project, this design was approved by the Historic Landscape Commission.
And so with that, we have two recommendations we'd like to put forward today. The first is to approve the master plan in the memorandum that we sent earlier. And the second is to adopt a resolution accepting the addendum to the Brandenburg EIR in accordance with the CEQA. And with that, we're ready for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales, congratulations. This only took us, I don't know how many years to get here, but I know all throughout the tenure that I was a District 3 council member, we were eagerly awaiting the time to get these streets realigned so we could actually get going on this park. And I'm glad that the community is finally getting its wish. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you very much. And in fact, we actually slowed things down a little bit in the end in respect of the community and the wishes to kind of really make sure we did this park right. And so I want to thank staff for your efforts here. And I actually would ask for there's not going to be many opportunities right at a public setting to provide a little bit of the history on a park like this. If you don't mind to provide just a little bit. And
well, sure. I'll just say that Pellier was he was a horticulturist that he came over to San Jose for the gold rush, and he was a total failure in the gold rush. But so he moved to San Jose, and he noticed that it resembled, his native France. So he had this idea that he'd ask his brother to come from France with some clippings from some of the orchard trees that he grew up with. And he successfully grafted some of those native orchard trees, including the prune, onto the native stock and of a local tree. And basically from that birthed the prune industry, the canning industry, which really changed the face of the way Santa Clara Valley looks. It used to be a lot of ranches in this area, and then it really transformed itself into what the Valley of Heart's Delight, the kind of identity of the orchard which we associate with San Jose. The park itself, it was in the 70s, a group called the Clampers. They like to, one of their things they like to do is create plaques to sort of forgotten histories. So they they basically volunteered this piece of land and created a park there, which they gifted to the community. So that history is very interesting as well. And it's a story about community coming together. And the Pellier story is very much a story of an immigrant who contributed to this community and to this city. So that, in a nutshell.
Yeah, thank you. And this specific site that they dedicated was a site originally located where they began some of their farming there. And so the site is significant. And I don't know how much involved back then Councilmember David Pandori was in this. I don't think it dated back to his time at least, but maybe it did. But he was, it did. So he was still involved till the end here.
He was very involved.
All right,
Yeah,
he was still involed till the end.
I imagine he's a next door neighbor.
Yeah, so that ran the span of quite a bit of elected officials in this district. So to your point, Mayor, certainly quite an achievement, and not just as a park, which we know certainly our community members value that, but really with a story. And when you look at the growth of San Jose and what really, if you will, put us on the map and began the robust growth of both our city in population, but most importantly, our very first major industry with agriculture. And this was it. And to this day, and I imagine many of you have seen it or maybe even have it, we still have tremendous fruit trees that just grow within neighbors' backyards randomly, and people will see mature, prune trees as well, right, growing, and they can tie, and almost every single prune tree in California is tied back to these French beginnings. And so it does have quite a story, and it's going to be a tremendous park as well. So I will move my memo, which essentially just accepts staff recommendation.
All right, motion and second, and the design looks fantastic. I think it's actually a significant improvement on what was built there earlier, because what was there earlier was a very small park surrounded by really fast-moving traffic. And I'm not sure I ever saw a child playing in that park because it was so perilous even getting to it. But this is a much better setting with residential dwellings all around. I think that's going to be really fantastic and it'll be embraced by the community. All right, any other comments? All right, let's vote. On to 5.2, that passes unanimously. 5.2 is Activate SJ, the Department's strategic plan, and we have a presentation.
Okay. Number 2 of 3 on the docket for PRNS this evening. I have with me to my left Carolina Camarena, our Public Information Manager. To her left, Nicole Burnham, the Deputy Director, again for our capital projects. And to her left, Neil Rufino, Deputy Director over Recreation Neighborhood Services. So tonight, we're really pleased to bring you Activate SJ. This is our 20-year strategic plan that we're proposing. We'll talk about what the community process was and what we heard and how that's reflected in the document. And we'll go through the basics of the document and then happy to answer any questions or take comments. Just to set it up, one of the things we heard from the community were an emphasis to focus on 5 areas, which we then decided to call our guiding principles. And so we see it as sort of this pyramid where we have the main foundation of stewardship and nature at the bottom, equity and access and identity in the middle. And if we do all 4 of those things right, then we succeed in creating great public life within the city of San Jose. And so we'll walk through how we got here. Oh, sorry, I guess I should speak about the green print. So this did start as an effort to revise the green print. And the green print, for those of you who might not be aware, was a document created to determine how to spend Measure P, which was passed in 2000, and that was a major parks bond. So that was a document about how to build things and where they might be built or improved. And what we heard from the community in this round as we were going to update the green print was they wanted to really know how we were going to take care of what we have and operate those things. And so that's where we made the shift based on the community sentiment. And so Activate SJ really represents the broad scope of our work. It's not just about parks or trails. It's about what we do in our community centers, the services we deliver. It's parks, recreation, and neighborhood services. And so this document attempts to wrap its arms around all of those areas of service, using those 5 guiding principles as a way for us to have the lens to deliver on those programs, and those being our priorities, meaning the guiding principles being our priorities for how we deliver those programs. Okay.
Thanks, John. Carolina Camarena, Public Information Manager for Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. And I'm going to walk through community outreach. So the process for developing Activate SJ involves significant public and staff input. We did that from 2016 through 2019. And it included community events, stakeholder interviews, trilingual surveys, and an interactive mapping tool. The current slide shows the variety and depth of community outreach that helped guide the development of Activate SJ. The feedback from the community provided the foundation for the plan's direction and guiding principles. We see the plan as informed and inspired by the community and refined by our parks, recreation, and neighborhood services professionals. On internal outreach, staff provided input through numerous meetings and surveys. We involved partner city departments through presentations and a technical advisory group. Our internal outreach helped us refine and confirm the feedback that we received from the community. This past summer, we engaged both the community and our internal staff through a 30-day public review and comment period. Over 450 respondents gave input on our draft plan, And on this slide, you can see that the public review and survey results show support for the plan's guiding principles. Through the process, we did hear loudly and clearly that San Joseans want safe, clean parks. So we've emerged from the multi-year outreach process with clarity on our vision and our mission, and used our findings to develop and frame the plan's guiding principles and future aspirations and goals. And this leads us to our next slide, which will discuss the structure of Activate SJ.
Thank you, Carolina. Nicole Burnham, Deputy Director. So the structure of the document, through the outreach process and through working with our staff, we have amended and revised and rewritten our vision and mission for the department. And as both Carolina and John discussed, through community outreach, we established guiding principles that guide our aspirations of what we're going to work toward. We have removed those, taken those guiding principles and set aspirations, and then for each of those aspirations, set down accomplishments of, if we accomplish these things, then we will achieve the aspiration associated with that guiding principle. And all of this is going to roll into performance measures and work plans, which we'll start working on in 2020, right? That's the next step, is to take this and really roll it into the department, embed it into our operations, and start really working through some of our, to achieve our accomplishments. So our vision and mission, as presented in Activate SJ, the vision is healthy communities that inspire belonging. The mission is connecting people through parks, recreation, and neighborhood services for an active San Jose. And now we're going to walk through each of the 5 guiding principles, and I am not going to read all of this to you verbatim. I will spare you that at 9 p.m. But each of the 5 guiding principles has this series of aspirations, and associated with those aspirations, like I mentioned, in tables in the document, are accomplishments that we expect to achieve. Our expectation is that we'll be working through those achievements in the next 5 years. And that this will be a document that is a living document that we will be revising as needed and as appropriate. As we cross things off the list, we know it's going to generate the need to do additional work. Under stewardship, this is really about us, as John mentioned, sort of digging into the foundation of who we are and what we are as a department to deliver better service to the community. Success in this aspiration really looks like having well-trained, highly engaged staff that deliver clean, safe parks and public spaces to the community. And it also really touches deeply in this particular benchmark on our partners, right? Digging deep into working more closely with our community partners and helping them help us achieve our mission. We really believe that that's fundamental and something we need to work hard on. Under nature, our aspirations are around enhancing people's connections to nature. We heard this a lot through the outreach process. This is exceptionally important to this community, especially in a rapidly urbanizing area like we have in San Jose. Success in this arena looks like having programs and places that foster appreciation and understanding of nature. It's so important in this community. And having a healthy habitat that includes native habitat, pollinators, and tree canopies that are healthy and enhanced, and growing tree canopies that help us achieve our goals with Climate Smart. Equity and access is an area and this has been our guide. These guiding principles have been in place since the fall of 2017. So, I know there's been a lot of discourse on this topic in the last few years. We were hearing that very early on, and this is a topic that we spent a lot of time thinking about. And really thinking and talking about what this means to us. Neil's team was deeply embedded in this through the services they offer in our community service and our community centers. And success here to us looks like reduced social isolation for our seniors, more engaged population in the community, and all residents having access to safe, clean public spaces. Identity was one that we struggled with a bit. We heard this, and it's also in our general plan, 2040, right? That parks need to be part of the city identity. And it was a little bit challenging for us to understand what that meant. Does it mean a grand park, one place that we all focus on? Or is it a series of places that really reflect who we are and the culture of who we are? And we in large part, ended up kind of settling on both in some ways, but I think probably leaning toward the latter, right? That we, through the park system, can provide identity to neighborhoods and keep and honor the history, sort of what we saw with Pellier Park, honor the history of the local area through our parks and programmings. And success here really looks like public spaces that honor the community and their interests. And as John mentioned, we see the pinnacle of all of this as public life. We heard through the outreach process resoundingly and loudly that people love things like Viva Calle. They love the Viva Parks programs. They want more opportunity to engage and interact. And we think if we do all of these other 4 things, we will achieve this pinnacle. And that success really looks like a healthy, happy community with connected residents, with parks as a go-to public space where people feel safe and connected. And so with that, we have our recommendation to adopt this plan. It's a 20-year plan, but as I mentioned earlier, we anticipated updating it in 5-year increments and reporting out more frequently than that to show what's been done and what progress has been made, and then adjusting as needed. And with that, we're available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nicole and John and everyone who's worked so hard on this. I have several members of the community who'd like to speak, and thanks to them for their patience, those who have lasted this long. Marisol Caballero, Bill Rankin, Jean Dresden, and Shani Kleinhaus. No, that's okay, Bill. Come on up. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, council, and staff. My name is Bill Rankin. I'm president of Save Our Trails and am a member of the Activate SJ Steering Committee. I agree with the recommendation in Mayor Liccardo and Council Member Jimenez's memo to accept the Activate SJ strategic plan. I also agree that the Parks Department needs a substantial increase in funding. Great cities have great parks. Great parks make for a happier and healthier community. We are on the cusp of a truly world-class trail system, and we'll have that when the city's plan for a 100-mile trail system within San Jose is complete. This 100-mile system should include a loop around the downtown core. This trail system, when complete, will bring much-needed parkland within easier reach of many San Jose communities. I also believe this completed 100-mile system will bring tourist and business dollars into San Jose. The memo acknowledges that funding sources for the strategic plan have not been fully identified. In order for our city to maintain the current park system, fund capital repairs, keep parks safe for the communities that use them, and design for nature in all parks, we must persevere in maintaining current funding sources and be diligent in finding new ones. I look forward to continue working with the city and activating new parkland, maintaining what we already have, and to be a part of creating the best trail system of any city in the country. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Welcome, Jean.
Good evening. My name is Jean Dresden, and I am with San Jose Park Advocates. We are an all-volunteer group of park passionate people and from many parts of the city. I'm happy to be here tonight as my work schedule usually does not allow me to get here, as I don't get off until about 8, so this worked out perfectly for me.
We actually accommodate that frequently.
For several years, our members have been sharing with the council that maintenance is foundational for parks in a major city with aspirations of greatness. Our parks have not recovered from the Great Recession and the Great Drought. Our members are also clamoring for improved park safety and look forward to a discussion that might include the return of the police park patrol unit, which was a victim of the Great Recession. Nature is also foundational, with positive health benefits for people who are in green spaces, habitat preservation, and opportunities to address climate change through tree planting, heat island management, and evapotranspiration cooling centers. Thank you to Councilmember Camas for bringing forth a specific recommendation to address municipal codes that limit staff opportunities to jump on land opportunities for urban form parks like Pellier Park in the city's residential growth areas. Thank you to the mayor and Councilmember Jimenez for their memo suggesting addressing park deficiencies through remnant land opportunities, and we look forward to a robust discussion of their ideas to look at increased maintenance at different levels as outlined in your memo. Thank you for staff for allowing us and me personally to participate in the development of Activate San Jose.
Thanks, Jean. Thanks for your participation. Welcome, Shani.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and Council. I'm Shani Kleinhaus, representing the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I also participated in the stakeholder group, attended every meeting, provided tons of comments, and our group helped with the outreach, from having intercept events to going out to parks and helping find out what people want. Nature was one of the biggest things for people. They really wanted to see nature, and they interpreted that as native plants and birds and butterflies and an oak in every park. Maybe you can add one to the previous park that you discussed. Just one oaks make a big difference. So with all the comments that we gave, I think a lot of them made it into the final version, and we thank staff for being attentive and responding to a lot of our requests and comments and thoughts and the things that were brought up by the community. There's one change that I would actually ask for tonight, since it's a living document. Under nature, the guiding principle says we protect, preserve, and promote outdoor spaces for all people. And outdoor spaces are not nature. And words matter, and what San Jose does, hopefully, will be a model for other big cities. So I would really ask you to replace the words outdoor spaces with natural areas or something along the lines that actually have nature, and not some kind of a concrete plaza that's an outdoor space but doesn't provide a lot of nature. Other than that, I think find the budget to maintain. People really wanted to see stewardship and maintenance and big trees and shade and water features that are not unpleasant. So please think about providing funding. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for suggesting, Shani. I'm happy to support that change if the maker of the motion is so inclined. Councilmember Jimenez.
I have not, but I will be making a motion very, very quickly. I just wanted to thank park staff for all the work. Certainly thank you to all the steering committee members, the park advocates, and everyone else that's touched this document. I can imagine all the work that went into it, and so I really applaud you for bringing it this far. I am sympathetic to adding the word nature. I was curious if staff had any thoughts on that before I make the motion. It seems like a non-controversial.
No, yeah, we'd be perfectly fine with that.
Okay, all right, thank you. So with that being said, and just for the sake of brevity, let me just move the memorandum written by my colleague, Councilmember Camas. I think the insertion of the language that he wanted, I think I'm appreciative of it, and I think it brings forward the memorandum that Mayor Liccardo and I drafted, and so I'll move that.
All right. Motion from Councilmember Jimenez, second from Vice Mayor. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I wanted to bring up a couple of things, but I wanted to ask if you would accept a friendly amendment regarding number 3 on the memo, which is to also include PD and regarding some of the public safety concerns. It's kind of reflective of our conversation at the beginning of this council meeting. And then also to look at, be mindful of environmental impacts, for example, creeks. Again, I think an example of that would be our conversation earlier this afternoon.
I have no issue with it. I just defer to staff.
We do
like the
have some
perspective.
benchmarks specifically around the public safety element, including specifically work with the police department about how do we get to a police parks force of some kind? How do we get down that path? So I don't know if that's
So
specifically what
I
you're going
saw
for?
that. No, I mean in general. So specifically with item number 3 in the memo that the mayor and council member Jimenez brought forward, achieve a 10-minute walk to a quality park to assemble a multi-departmental team to incorporate PD. So item 219 on the council's agenda today, we had a little bit of discussion on that regarding the jungle north of the Coyote Creek Trail component. So to me, there are a lot of issues separate. To me, I will say that the parks police force is kind of a loaded issue. We had the chief out earlier today saying that that is not in the near future. And so if that is not indeed in the near future, we need to find ways to incorporate public safety in the construction, maintenance, and addition of spaces, and to at least have some kind of public safety review of that.
Yeah, I think it's fine to include it. We do have public safety review of those things. It is part of the normal process. For example, in Pellier Park, as they were creating that berm, it sort of flowed away. The height of that berm became an issue, because you want a line of sight for the police department, right? So the police give us advice, well, if we want to keep this safe and be able to see what's going on, we need a certain amount of lighting here, or we need barriers to be removed so that we can see when we're driving by, and it's not we have to walk through the park. So that's part of it, but we're happy to add it here. And I will just point out for the group in Councilmember Thomas's memo, he also added or recommended adding the city attorney's office as well.
Yeah, good idea. And I'll add, from the example earlier today, I think PD reviewed it in 2005, and here we are in 2019 in a different world. And I realize that that's, some of this might be happening on a project by project basis. So if we developed a review process, that might help with some of those issues. The review process, again, both on the acquisition, but on the design moving forward, I think that will help some of these concerns. I know it'll help alleviate my concerns. Did you?
I do. I just wanted to ask a question. I know there's this, I don't know tons about it, but intuitively, I think I know what it means, but I think it's the language that goes something like this, public safety through environmental design. And so what I'm curious about is if that sort of falls in this.
You're going to push your button? No, I will say, as the person who kind of brought this forward, my concerns, again, I realize that we're looking at a system right here, and there's, it's not designed. So I'll be, okay. My concerns, again, that we brought up earlier today are much more than just design, especially as we consider trails. And so I'm trying to not be super specific, because this plan is supposed to be citywide, system-wide, and a large variety of uses. And so, but because we haven't sort of had that level of connection, it's gotten a little bit siloed. We've had some big issues with the trails. So that's why I wanted to bring that up. So
yeah,
it's much more than design.
Yeah, well, that's why I was asking the question, to better understand.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction. As I read the recommendation, this specific recommendation is really look at all the available parcels of land that the city has and come back with a recommendation about whether or not any of these are viable to turn into parks. So that's the process you want the police department involved in, is looking
Can you
at all
repeat
the
that?
little parcels, because this is really about pocket parks and little parks, and just look at everything we have and come back and say, are there any opportunities here? Which
Yeah.
is separate in my mind from park design.
So, I mean, I wanted to include, again, a process over the acquisition as well as the design, because the 10 minutes walk from the park includes small pocket parks. But I'll get to one of my points later on, but some of those may not be, I'm trying to think, separate from trails, might be next to some high traffic areas and might require some additional mitigation, or a gate. I know we've had some issues in some other parks where the gate was put in, but PD didn't have access, or this is going way back. But some of those things.
Maybe the thing to do here is have PD engage us with this process in number 3, which is identifying these parcels as whether or not they see a public safety concern or not for that parcel, given the area, the dynamics of the area. Would that be helpful?
That would be helpful. Thank you. And then to be more specific, I did want to just again reiterate my concerns over the plan strategy around trail connectivity. You know, we need this work to fit in a larger plan citywide that involves public safety, it involves homelessness. I think we have sort of stuck to our original plan, which is great. Who doesn't love trails, right? Everybody loves trails, but fast forward to 2019, there's some very real safety issues around connecting trails. And so PRNS should, again, develop a process where we coordinate with Beautify SJ, Housing, PD, around those issues, around trail connectivity, just because there have been some issues with that.
Yeah, and I thought
as times change.
I thought I heard with the Coyote Creek memo this morning that was the direction, right?
Yeah.
Is to pull that group together and start looking at that.
Yeah, thank you. And then I just wanted to, there was one thing that struck me in reading this, which is, so as the plan noted, the impetus for the plan was the belief in the community that we need to focus on maintaining what we have. And then we're adding goals such as the 10-minute walk to the park. And so I'm not against that. I'm a park deficient district. And I have a pocket park that's been in the process for 5 years where my residents are selling tamales to try and improve that area, and they're cleaning it, right? So I'm on board, but to me it seems a little bit of a conflict. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Do you want to try? Nicole?
Sure. I hear you. I get it. And I think what we wanted to be cautious of was not about being very strategic and very focused about where we're building parks. You know, right now it's a little bit opportunistic, and that's okay. But if we are going to be building them, and this is where the 10-minute walk thing comes in, I think our rationale is we want to be very thoughtful about where those new facilities are, because there are not only yours, but in D6, in D9, you know, there's a number of park deficient areas across the city. So we'd like to just make sure that if we're going to build new facilities, we're setting intention around building them very specifically in areas that are underserved right now. And some of it's going to happen anyway, right? I mean, if we open up North San Jose for development, there will be new parks in North San Jose. That's probably almost unavoidable if we have new residential development there. But with parks that don't come through the new development process, if we're going to look for acquisition, we'd like to be very thoughtful about where that acquisition happens. That's the rationale.
Yeah, and that's where I really appreciated the mayor's and Councilmember Jimenez's memo, because areas along sound walls, right? Underutilized publicly owned spaces that we might not own, but they are owned by a public entity and are underutilized. And I'm sure all of our districts have those weirdly shaped little parcels that really might be an asset to that community. So, okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I wanted to hear your thinking about that. Thanks.
Councilman Camus?
Well, I'll thank you as well. I think that the community and I think the amount of in community engagement was very good, and I appreciate your time. And I mainly clicked on the button to make the motion, but thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody, for the hard work and for engaging so many people in this process. Look forward to the hard work ahead, which is implementing it. Okay. Unless there are any other comments?
Mayor, I have one
Yes,
clarifying question, if you will indulge me. In recommendation 2 of your and Councilmember Jimenez's memo, 2A, we have these 3 scenarios that you want us to sort of look at.
Yeah.
Looking through the current funding lens, a moderate amount, or a substantial increase. When it comes to current funding, and I hope I'm not splitting too much of a hair, we have several millions dollars worth of an operating budget that's one time. Do you want us to include that as considered as part of current funding, or should we just look at our base budget and not include that and say that's not part of it? Now, there's substantial programming associated with that, but I just need some clarity about should we or shouldn't we?
I'm guessing that the smarter people than I in the budget office would probably say only consider the ongoing. That's all we've committed to.
I would agree with that, as overseeing the budget from the manager's office, is just that you should look within your base budget funding, and that doesn't mean we can't also look at one-time funding sources separately from that, as it makes sense, but I think the base funding would make a better analysis.
And maybe it might not be bad just to indicate to the council, hey, this may not be in the ongoing budget, but you guys, you said you wanted to pay for it last year, and this is, so we also think it's relevant in the upcoming year. I'm guessing there may be some things that you decide are not as high a priority as what the department thinks should be funded instead, and it'd be helpful to know what that is. Just a quick question for the maker of the motion. That did include the language of Ms. Kleinhaus? Okay, great. Wonderful. Let's vote. All right, that's approved unanimously. Item 5.3, thanks everybody. I guess you'll hang around, John. The update on Neighborhood Center Partner Program, formerly the Community Center Reuse Program.
Thanks. Okay, Neil Rufino, Deputy Director, is still with me. Andrea Flores-Shelton, Division Manager over Recreation Neighborhood Services, joining us to talk about what we are now calling Neighborhood Center Partner Program, which is formerly reuse. Occasionally, we still make the mistake of calling it reuse because we're still in transition with the names. But we'll walk you through some of the audit responses and our progress related to audit response, which was a little over a year ago that we got the audit, and also what the future holds, and then ask for some approval of some of the sites that are in the program. So with that, Neil will take it away.
Sorry, thank you again, Neil Rufino, Deputy Director. In April, we reported to the NSC Committee with a work plan that is framed by several priorities that align with the audit as well as the council direction that we received then. Stewardship, accountability, equity, and sustainability are the priorities that we are focusing on in the improvements for the Neighborhood Centers Program, formerly Reuse. The 5 goals that are seen here encompass both audit recommendations and council direction. Over the past few months, we have been working diligently to improve the program. We're recommending the new name to honor partner providers who are operating our neighborhood centers throughout the city. Again, we are no longer recommending to call it the Reuse Program, but the Neighborhood Centers Program. To meet our aggressive work plan, we've been working diligently to fill the 4 positions that were funded in the fiscal year 1920 budget. We have a brand new building management administrator that we are closing out on interviews for the last few weeks. The analyst position that was funded was filled last week, and the remaining positions of a senior maintenance worker and community coordinator will be next as part of our department's priorities. I do want to note for council that only the building management administrator was funded ongoing. Next, with the analyst position that is now on our team, we're able to release an RFQ that will be, well, we'll release it by March of 2020, and this RFQ will be for all existing and new partners to apply for all the facilities that will be remaining on our inventory list. Lastly, the unique services clause ends in June 30th of this year. Due to the current and economic conditions being favorable, PRNS is not recommending the extension of this provision in the policy. The policy that we refer to is Council Policy 7-12. This governs our program and calls out 5 reasons where the director may recommend facilities to be removed from the list. In the recommendations that we're bringing forward today, we are focusing on the 3rd bullet, which is the use by city department is advantageous. I'm going to skip this one. All right, so we are recommending today or tonight the removal of 7 centers from the neighborhood center partner inventory list. Facilities 1 through 6 already house PRNS operations and programs. This recommendation just formalizes that operations of these centers that have been PRNS operated over many years. For example, the Almaden Community Center in the ROC program, we've been operating that as a after-school fee-based program for the last 5 years. Millbrook Community Center in the Evergreen School District, we've been running that as a after-school recreation and preschool program for the past 11 years. Calabasas preschool program for the last 10 years. Hank Lopez is our administrative offices for our youth intervention in our Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force centers. So these buildings, the first 6 that we identified, have been regularly and historically used and operated by Park and Rec. So there will be no changes in that service operations with this recommendation. Number 7, in the case of McKinley Community Center, the facility lease and agreement and CDBG requirements have been fulfilled. So the property returns back to the Franklin McKinley School District. PRNS brokered the assurances with the district and the community organizations and neighborhoods associations would continue to receive access of that center that will be managed by the district.
Mayor and Council, good evening. And let me turn on the microphone. As Neil outlined, the proposal that we're putting forward for you in the context of our total community center inventory would remove 1 community center facility from the total inventory from 50 to 49 community centers. Of those 49 centers, the department will formally operate 17. Of those 17 are comprised of our 10 district hubs, plus Bascom, and now the 6 centers coming off the reuse list. And the remaining 32 centers will be managed by the Neighborhood Center Partner Program. As Neil discussed, we are releasing the RFQ in March 2020, which will qualify new and existing partners. If a current partner was selected through the unique services provision of the policy, they will need to participate in the RFQ and qualify to maintain their neighborhood center access. The RFQ will prioritize services that align with council priorities such as early education, expanded learning, economic opportunity, the city manager's enterprise priority of safe, vibrant, and inclusive neighborhoods and public life, and of course the Activate SJ goals and benchmarks that you just heard about. If partners do not materialize through the RFQ process to operate any particular neighborhood center, the department will inform the council. So moving forward, we do want to update you on the progress of the 19 audit recommendations that came out in 2018. We're making good progress with 4 being implemented or closed, 7 partly implemented, and 8 not yet implemented. More progress will be made as we fill the positions Neil discussed, as well as maintain the current capacity that we're building with the new staff on our program team, as well as our capital team. We're focusing on contract performance measures related to utilization. We want to increase the hours that are happening in our neighborhood centers, as well as focus on the subsidy analysis and cost-sharing methods that were called out in the audit. More work we're doing is collaborating with Public Works on the study of the 13 sites for the feasibility of providing licensed childcare. We're also working with the Housing Department to study 3 sites for the development of housing with community amenities. And finally, we have 2 more projects. One of our big lifts is the community needs assessment that's going to inform the RFQ.
And finally, we are very pleased to announce that we're piloting and launching an online community calendar, and we will be starting with the Vietnamese American Cultural Center in January. So with that, we have much work to do, but we are recommending that you move forward with the approval of the removal of 7 facilities, again, from the Neighborhood Center Partner Program inventory, and accept our report. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Neil. All right, we have no cards, I believe, from the public. Is that right, Henry? Okay.
Motion to approve. Second.
Can I ask a quick question? I don't believe, oh, I'm sorry, forgive me. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for all of your work on this. I think, you know, beyond the new name, there's a lot of clarity on the priority and goals, you know, just all of them, but especially looking at number 5, increasing the number of providers and services in disadvantaged communities. And for folks that aren't aware, I'll give you an example of something that happened this summer. The city took back Fair Swim Center, and it serves the CNT community and just actually the larger area. And it's, I think, the best swim center in the city, right? It's very nice if you haven't seen it. But the community was extremely frustrated that they had this fantastic facility, but because it had been part of the former reuse program, no one could essentially afford to use it. So it was empty. And so thanks to the work of PRNS taking it back, the community was able to be engaged and start using it. And I know it took a tremendous amount of work. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And to really point out that where the use of city department is advantageous, but really, again, looking at how they're used in communities, how we can get programs and services to people that really need it and may not have any place else to go, right? So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, I want to thank staff as well, and specifically around the McKinley Bonita for finding resolution there. Appreciate that. And we actually have a memo myself from the mayor, so I'd like to see if the maker of the motion could include that memo, ask for a couple clarifying items, and then a info memo back by March. And if staff is comfortable with all that, then see if it's comfortable with the maker of the motion.
Councilmember Camus.
I'm comfortable with it.
Thank you. And the second?
And the seconder, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question about, I know that every community would love to have their community center be city operated, and know that we're going to have programs in it. And I certainly appreciate the logic in picking the 6 that you did to add to the 11. I'm just wondering, was there consideration of any possibility that any of the others would be city operated and these might go back out to a nonprofit? Just wondering if we'd considered whether these were the best 6 beyond sort of the historic use of them in that way.
Our first step in this analysis was more kind of the administrative one, right? We want to clean up our inventory. We want to ensure that there is clarity between what are the ones that are done with nonprofits and which ones the city has offered. So that was kind of our first cut. Our plan going into the RFQ in March is going to help us inform that decision. As the department kind of continues to step forward more into equity, we're going to be looking at the data. That data that we have, as well as the data that the community will tell us what is it that they need in their centers. Our ideal still at this point, is to provide the best service at all of these centers, whether it be nonprofit operated or city operated. And so I think our first step will be, let's take it where the RFQ is going to show us. If we can find great providers that will fill up those community centers, at the same amount of hours and operations that the city would, that would be great. If we find that there's gaps in those services, that's part of the discussion that we'd want to bring back in front of council, and with John.
Great. And then last October, council had directed that staff move forward, consider RFPs on one or more sites, community centers where we might build complementary housing, for example, senior housing near a senior center, things of that nature. And I know PRNS staff worked on that quite a bit. I know there may have been some miscommunication with real estate staff about whether or not that actually meant we were supposed to staff was going to come back with an RFP. Would it be helpful to have that direction here to clarify that, that was the prior direction?
Yeah, it's a good question. I do think of it as more of a fundamental housing issue because that's where the funding is likely to come from.
Right.
We have looked at, there are a small number of sites that we think have possibilities, right? But when we're adjacent to a park, can you build housing on chartered parkland? You need to run into some of these issues that we've got to try to figure out. Yeah, 3 sites total that we think are good candidates. So we've been working with the housing department, who is the lead in that. So I think that's the best direction still for us, because it's more about their use of our site, and we get some benefit out of it, an improved community center or a larger space, something out of it. But it's still driven by housing dollars.
Yeah, and if I just might add, Mayor, so I think we're clear on what we're supposed to be doing. I just don't think we've necessarily done a good job of kind of bringing that back. I know we've come to some conclusions, but like I said, I don't think we've done a good job of bringing that back to the council and working with the council and helping the council understand that.
Okay, so
I'm happy to coordinate with Jackie and come back with something so that council knows the sites we've been looking at and what our thoughts are about the feasibility of those sites.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. All right, wonderful. I know I assume you're not, since, as you indicated, not the primary lead, you probably couldn't tell us what a realistic time would be for that to come back.
Not specifically, but we have, I don't want to say 100% settled on 3 sites, but we're pretty close on 3 sites.
Okay.
Of trying to sort some of that out. So I can talk with Jack. I can't imagine it'll take a long time for us to come back, sometime in the early part of the new year.
Okay, great.
Just to step in, I know the housing department is in the process of hiring an architect or a contractor to assess those sites that we identified with them.
Great, thank you, Neil. Let's see, Councilmember Perales, was that former light? Okay. Councilmember Jimenez.
Just on that same note, because I suspect one of the sites is in District 2, and it's been a while since we've actually touched that idea or that concept, and so I'd really, to the extent you all are going to be discussing sort of how to bring that forward, I'd really love a briefing so we can talk a little more deeply about what's possible there.
Okay. And on the motion from Councilmember Camus, let's vote on the action formerly known as reuse. Sorry, it's too easy. Too soon. All right. Thanks, everybody. Item 6.1, traffic impact fee. No presentation. We have no cards from the public. Let's vote.
I didn't hear the move. I heard it, but I wasn't loud enough for me to know
It came
who
from
was.
Councilmember Jimenez, and then a second number here to my left. Was that Vice Mayor? It was. Okay. That's unanimous. All right, we're on to item 6.2, the report on BART Phase 2 Transit-Oriented Community Strategy Study, which was not to be heard before 6 p.m. And boy, did we fulfill that requirement. Yeah. Just want to thank our friends from VTA for enduring this meeting, since we had to endure a meeting till midnight, I believe, last week. It's record-setting endurance.
Yes, Kim Wallish, Deputy City Manager, too. Just want to thank our colleagues at VTA. It was really important to them that we bring the transit-oriented community strategy study to you by the end of the year. We have been working together in really close collaboration, which we truly appreciate, VTA, for nearly 2 years. And I want to start by thanking, we had a very big city team involved with this. I especially want to thank Eric Eidlin and Doug Moody from the Department of Transportation, Charlotte Gomez and Tim Rude from Planning, Building, Code Enforcement, and Blage Zalalish from the Office of Economic Development, and everybody that has been involved. VTA is going to just quickly and efficiently hit on the highlights of the strategy study, but I just want to emphasize that what you would be doing today, if you accept our recommendation, is really just endorsing an approach for how we'll think about transit-oriented communities at BART stations going forward. So there are no specific actions today. We would come back to you in the future with actions, but this is just a general commitment that we would continue to work toward this vision. So it's my pleasure to introduce our two speakers this evening, Ron Golem, who's the Director of Real Estate and Transit-Oriented Development at VTA, and Jill Gibson, who's the Planning Manager with BART Extension. I also want to give a shout out to Dennis Kearney, who's in the audience, who is the BART project planner, and has also been very involved with this project, so thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kim, for that kind introduction. What I'd like to do is building on what you were saying, is talking about the great work that's been done by this team, also working with our expert consultant team, as well as our BART community working group members and other stakeholders, to really flesh out what is this opportunity for transit-oriented communities, and what are the strategies that we need to consider to achieve success with them. This work has been compiled in station-specific playbooks. The playbooks are posted on VTA's website, along with the couple dozen consultant analytical studies and reports that really support the basis for this. So the beginning point for this is, of course, I think we all understand that bringing BART, the Phase 2 extension through downtown San Jose, through Five Wounds downtown, Diridon, and out to Santa Clara is really a once-in-a-century opportunity. As big an accomplishment as building the BART extension and opening it will be, the other part of our success needs to be what is the development that happens around the stations. And it's really those two thoughts, is how do we bring the service here, and how do we create these dynamic transit-oriented communities that really will define success for the project. And with that, I'd like to start with a very brief video that we prepared to really help the public understand what we mean by transit-oriented communities. And
transit-oriented communities are walkable neighborhoods centered around transit, where you can live, work, shop, play, and learn. The benefits of TOCs are many. Housing choices for all income levels, employment centers around transit, active and vibrant public spaces, local small businesses and services, easy access to what you need without having to drive, promoting and highlighting cultural identities and heritage, and less traffic. In fact, TOCs generate 50% less car traffic than conventional housing. So, how do we make all of this happen? VTA's TOCs playbook set the stage for the ongoing collaboration and framework for making TOCs in Santa Clara Valley a reality.
Great. So the image you see before you is an illustration that shows how we think about the potential for the downtown San Jose station looking towards the future BART station. And so to really summarize, our vision for what transit-oriented communities or TOCs can be is that they're walkable, diverse, mixed-use and mixed-income communities that are integrated with transit that provide that range of diverse employment and economic opportunities and housing types for all. And I think another important idea in this is that this effort really has to benefit existing communities and provide benefits to residents and businesses who are there, even as we talk about how we can organize more of our region's growth around the BART extension. So let me now sort of talk about some of the work and just highlight some high-level conclusions that we think are important. We started this effort looking at other transit extensions around the U.S. and really understanding what has been successful in creating the kinds of communities that we're talking about. And after profiling those projects both throughout the U.S. as well as in Canada, we think there are three main findings that came from that analysis that we think are important for this work going forward. The first is that creating successful transit-oriented communities is a long-term undertaking. It can take potentially decades. But what that means is we need to start now so that we can create the foundation for that future success. It also means that a joint implementation strategy that combines the resources of agencies is essential. We've got to break down the silos. We've got to break down the silos within organizations and between agencies. We need to sustain leadership, staff capacity to create these kinds of communities. And finally, there's really a need to create a robust regulatory and financial tools that can help create these communities. We need to provide incentives. We need to provide specialized TOD zoning, early investments to help create the types of open space, adding the walkability, providing the support for affordable housing and our other goals.
So we recognize that the city and the communities have done a lot of great planning work around the future BART stations. And so this TOC strategy work really builds upon all of those efforts done to date. So the slide shows the context of the variety of city planning boundaries and efforts, including the urban village plan boundaries. And this study provides us the opportunity to look at the stations and the station areas holistically across urban village and other plan boundaries. Many of the key ingredients of TOCs, as shown on the left column, are already being advanced in the city's various plans, as shown on the right column. The TOC strategy study aims to further advance these goals. So this study is funded through a Federal Transit Administration grant for TOD planning. TOD planning grants, FTA provides these grants to support their mission of integrating transit and land use. And this integration, of course, leads to increased ridership and community benefits. So our study looks at 28th Street Little Portugal Station, the downtown station, and the Santa Clara Station, because as you know, the Diridon Station is being studied through a separate effort. The strategy study mirrors the approach that is underway for the planning around the Diridon Station area. The study provides a holistic strategy for each station area and includes a land use strategy and multimodal access improvements necessary to maximize the benefits of transit-oriented communities. In addition, we've developed recommendations for financing and implementation tools to make this vision a reality. So partnership between VTA, both cities, and the community is essential for the creation of TOCs. VTA looks to, of course, the cities for the implementation of land use, zoning, and other strategies that facilitate TOD. So as Kim mentioned, we've been collaborating quite closely with the city to develop tools that ultimately the city can implement as they best see fit. And we believe this continued close collaboration is really essential to realize the TOC vision. So we've held monthly coordination meetings with staff and quarterly technical advisory group meetings with both cities as well as with the BART organization. And I'd like to express how greatly we appreciate staff's time and participation throughout this study. We've also engaged a broad range of stakeholders throughout the life of this study, which has been anchored by our community working groups, which are made up of business associations, developers, nonprofits, residents, universities, and small businesses all along the BART Phase 2 corridor. So this study has held numerous interactive workshops with each community working group. We've held stakeholder briefings, online engagement to solicit input on really the community's vision for priorities and means of addressing the key challenges in each station area. We've been able to engage over 200 community members through our workshops, and I also want to express sincere appreciation for those community members who've given their time over the last 2 years. So I wanted to walk through very briefly what we've heard from the community, which has greatly informed our strategy study. So in general, there's significant support for more transit-oriented development than has been conceived of to date around the stations, so long as this new development is done in a way that respects the surrounding neighborhoods, historic resources, and cultural identities. So the community has made it very clear that taking advantage of the BART stations also means preserving and promoting the local character. So for example, around the 28th Street Little Portugal station, it's very important to reflect the Latino and Portuguese cultural heritage. Community members have identified the need to improve pedestrian, bicycle, and transit connections, as well as develop flexible parking solutions in order to prepare for a future that is less auto-centric. And finally, to ensure that the growth around our stations provides benefits to existing residents and businesses, affordable housing and anti-displacement strategies are essential to ensure existing residences and businesses benefit from transit access.
So now I'd like to turn to the idea about how we can actually organize more of our region's growth around the BART extension. What you see on this graphic is actually a 3D model that we prepared. And what we did is we actually looked site by site to really identify what are the sites that have the potential for redevelopment because they're underdeveloped or just by their character. This is not a plan, this is just an assessment. But what that showed us was there's a tremendous potential. Then we used our market consultant, who's a national expert in understanding how trans-oriented development works, to really look at how much more of the region's growth could we attract and organize around the BART extension to capture the benefits we've discussed. And the answer is, by 2040, we think there's the potential to build 60 million square feet of all uses around the 4 stations in the Phase 2 extension. Now, I want to be clear that, again, this is an assessment. So actually, we would hope that we can go beyond the 60 million square feet. But it's important to have a number so that we can think about both the market potential and what we can attract, but we can think about the public actions that are lined up and kind of phased with that also need to be implemented. So just to break this down briefly, the blue line you see at the top is the Phase 1 extension down to Berryessa, North San Jose. So you can see at the 20th Street Little Portugal station, the market assessment suggests we could have 8.5 million square feet by 2040. Downtown, nearly 24 million square feet. Of course, as you know, at Diridon, we're looking at 15 million square feet of development. And then at the Santa Clara station, which straddles the San Jose and the Santa Clara city limit lines, well over 12 million square feet of new development. And again, you know, these are assessments. We would hope that if anything, there's an opportunity to go beyond this, and there certainly is an opportunity for much more TOD even beyond that 2040 horizon that we evaluated. Now, let me talk more about what that transformation looks like. When I talk about more than 60 million square feet, I'm talking about more than double the amount of development that's reflected in current plans that were in place at the time that we adopted the BART plan. And to break this down a bit further, in terms of the commercial opportunity, there's the opportunity to grow the amount of commercial space more than 50% what's in current plans. There's an opportunity to more than triple residential, which is a great opportunity. And all of this is really consistent with the idea that I think we all support, that the BART stations need to be employment centers. That's kind of the highest value of BART station, but they also need to be mixed-use environments. And so you can create that both at the station, and then as you start moving further away from the station, you have a greater proportion of residential, and that's how you create a mixed-use, trans-oriented community.
So the collaborative work done to date has resulted in a playbook for each station. The playbooks are specific reports that describe the vision for TOCs and provide detailed and actionable recommendations for implementation. We released the draft playbooks for public review and comment in mid-September, and the playbooks and all of the supporting technical documentation are available online. The playbooks are still in draft form, as we wanted to gather input from stakeholders and from City Council, and we intend to incorporate feedback and comments into the final version in early next year. So in addition to looking at the station area across city plan boundaries, the TOC's playbooks take a holistic approach that encompasses many aspects of city planning. The strategies and recommendations are organized into 6 big moves that address the multifaceted effort required to achieve TOCs. So this includes recommendations on land use and transportation, as well as strategies to ensure that existing residents, workers, and small businesses can thrive around the future BART station areas. The playbooks identify the need for the protection, preservation, and production of affordable and workforce housing and ways to support local and small businesses. And finally, these detailed and actionable recommendations guide the city to achieve the vision of TOCs, which includes the funding and implementation that Ron's going to speak to.
Great. And so, of course, part of the discussion has to be about implementation, and it has to be about funding. To be very upfront with you, this strategy study has not figured out how to pay for all this. What it has done is really identify that public investment in a range of activities is necessary to create these trans-oriented communities. There's a lot of work ahead of us to figure out how to fully pay for this, and we're already engaged in the next round of work working with city staff in terms of how to flesh these out. What I'd like to talk briefly about is about value capture strategies. We think that's an important part of this element. And the basic idea behind a value capture strategy and potentially value capture districts is that when we look at the properties that are closest to the BART station, those properties, the new development, receives a benefit from the BART extension. So it's reasonable to talk about how through an assessment district model they can contribute towards the benefits, the cost of benefits they're receiving. It's also the case that when you look at the city's new tax revenues, even after accounting for the city's current needs and the calculation that we did do for the study about what the future service costs would be, that there is also additional money, tax money, that could be part of this discussion. And so we're talking about using this funding to really pay for a set of public improvements that deal with how we create access, how we make these areas friendly for pedestrians, bicyclists, how we create complete streets in the station areas, how we create kind of great streetscapes and public spaces and places that people want to be. It's also about how we deal with affordable housing, how we deal with supporting small businesses. And certainly for the assessments on the new development, we think there's a piece about helping generate revenues to support long-term operations and maintenance, including transit. So just to sum up the idea about funding, where we're going to be going in the future is really thinking about how to take the amount of development and come up with a phased funding strategy that is realistic and implementable, that combines a lot of different sources. We think one of the things we've already realized is that, especially when we talk about tax revenues, certain areas create more potential revenues than others, and so there'll be a need to consider how we pool these between areas is an important theme. And then finally, it's about how we kind of turn this into a dedicated funding stream. And the number that's on the screen is that we've done an initial projection, and we think that potentially there's the ability to generate $320 million over the next 20 years through these value capture mechanisms. Now, I want to acknowledge, I think Councilmember Perales made a very good point, that we're in a very dynamic environment. There's a lot of challenges in doing this, and so that sets the stage for the next work, is how do we work past some of the new challenges and get creative about this. Okay, so turning to the last part of this, we'd like to show some illustrations of what we think can be the end result of this. So these are not plans, these are not proposals. This is really taking the strategies and playbooks and saying, what might it look like on the ground? So I'll start with the 28th Street and Little Portugal Station. Of course, you see the Five Winds Cathedral. VTA currently owns the former rail right-of-way. You see the land behind the cathedral that is part of the BART Phase 2 acquisition. We think this is what potentially the future of the station area could look like. And what you see here is, first of all, the Five Winds Trail crossing Santa Clara Street and going through the station area. You see how the development is really organized around the cathedral and respectful of it, as is already set out in the city's urban village plan, with the plaza behind it, and then the development around the BART station really complementing the entire urban setting. Next, I'd like to talk about downtown, where, as you know, we own most of the block between Market and First Street. We're going to be acquiring an additional parcel to complete this picture. So looking at what we think can happen on the block, again as an illustration, and also trying to put this in context about the other development that we're potentially aware of around the station area, we think this is an illustration of what the future downtown station could look like. And what you see on our block is potentially approaching a couple million square feet just on our block through the combined actions of both VTA and the other property owners on the block. Finally, I'd like to turn to the Santa Clara station. This is today's picture. It's an industrial area. It's not really a place anybody wants to be. What we think is the opportunity, by applying the ideas in the playbooks, is this. And so actually VTA has a relatively small amount of land at the end of Brokaw Road where the station will be. But you can see the opportunity to transform this into an environment that's walkable, that's bikeable, that's a place that people want to be. The project you see across the street is actually a housing development just recently approved by the City of Santa Clara that is next to the Coleman Highline project that's already the seed for this great mixed-use district that's going to be occurring. So to wrap this up, we are here tonight to respectfully request to the City Council 3 items. One is that the Council accept the report and really endorse a holistic approach to creating transit-oriented communities, that looking at the station areas as a whole is the right way to approach this effort, and the strategy study and the playbooks are the right beginning point for the further work that the city and the community need to be doing. The second request is to ask Council to direct staff to prioritize the implementation of the range of land use infrastructure and funding programs. We know that city staff is very busy, but again, we think the work needs to begin now. And then the third request is really on behalf of the Council and the community that this is a long-term effort, and we think it's important to review the progress in addressing this on a regular basis, both in terms of what the city is doing, what VTA can do, and how we're all working together to really create this future vision for transit-oriented communities. So thank you for allowing us to make this presentation, and we'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Joe. 2 members of the community had submitted cards, but I don't think they're here anymore. Jeffrey Buchanan and Charlie Foss. But if either one of you are watching on TV, run on down. Okay. Come back to the council. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you. Because he's not here, I'm just going to project that Charlie Foss was going to mention the importance of San Jose State and the importance of sort of that connection of whatever we're doing and how we're connecting all the transit riders we know that will be coming to and then leaving from San Jose State. and the growth that they have projected for in and around the campus, especially with student housing and then also faculty housing. So I don't know, but that's my guess, and hopefully Charlie can appreciate it. First off, I want to say thank you to staff. I think what's really important here to note is that we have the two agencies sort of working together, being able to develop this and then go out to the community. Already, VTA staff has been engaging with my office as well, and I know Councilmember Carrasco and certainly our mayor, but it's really, I think, important for our community that we as public agencies are working together in these regards, especially, I think timing a little bit off when it comes to the urban village plans that we had put in place, and these kind of efforts are great if you can match up and be able to go out there. We were talking about this in, I don't remember if it was another council meeting or a prior committee meeting around the meeting fatigue, just sort of the number of meetings that we ask our community to engage on. And when it comes to communities like these, where there's a lot of development going on, a lot of change, we tend to go to them more than anybody else. And so I think it's, on one end, right, it's unfortunate that we've sort of engaged the communities a lot around these urban village plans, some that we're just beginning around Alum Rock, but moving forward, right, working together certainly does help. And I appreciate VTA staff, as the mayor pointed out in the beginning, sticking around with us till later on this evening to provide the presentation. So considering time as well, I would like to move the memorandum that I signed and see if staff had, from either the city or VTA, any issues with what we're discussing in there. And if my colleagues would like me to elaborate on it, I will.
Yeah, we don't have any issues with the recommendations. We appreciate them.
Okay.
If I can get us, thank you. Thank you.
There's a motion and a second from Councilmember Foley. All right, Councilmember Kimmis.
Thank you, staff, for all this. I apologize. I get grouchy this time of night. I know that that we're doing all this planning for BART Phase 2. I have to just say, where is BART Phase 1? We have not seen the outcome yet, and I used to be on BART. When is that going to open up? It's been getting delayed and delayed and delayed.
Sure. I think there's two parts to the question you're asking. So the first part, and I'll say what VTA is doing, and as you know, this has been in the papers a great deal. So VTA is finishing up the work it has to do for the Phase 1 extension. We're going to be done in January. Then we're going to turn over to BART. And at that point, the calendar date, the opening date is in BART's hands. I think that, to be perfectly candid, we think that opening date is going to be in spring, but we're going to have to wait for BART to really identify, based on when we turn it over and the process they have, when it's going to be. But I think the second thought I want to have is that, the delay in starting the BART service in Phase 1 is a source of frustration to everyone. But I just want to point out that in terms of the development, if you look at what's happened around the Phase 1 stations, Milpitas has been a tremendous success story in terms of their transit area specific plan and the development that's happened. And you can look around the Berryessa station, look at all the development that's happened and is happening, and then the Berryessa urban village plan that's happening right now, and we've had a chance to work with city staff on that. And so I think there's a lot of great things that are already happening and will continue to happen around the Phase 1 station. So even with the frustration about the BART service starting, I think there's a great story about land use and development that's already happening around those two stations.
Well, maybe I was wrong, but I thought we already handed off the keys to BART 6 months ago. And I would love to see transit-oriented development. This is not my hiccup. Yeah. But I'd love to actually see the transit working in these developments.
We are absolutely with you. I think I am the real estate person, so I'm not going to speak too much about the engineering details. Yeah. But I'll just say, just to answer your question, that what we were doing is we were working closely with BART jointly to try to hit an opening date by the end of the year. What we found is, as we got in there, that actually that joint effort was actually impeding progress and was not going to work, and so that's where we set up this way. So I think all we can do is hear the frustration and really ask a little bit more patience, but it is going to happen next year. The service will start.
Well, I also know that the BART Phase 2 has been pushed back at least 7 years, and this is the single bore, and not the dual bore that they wanted.
Councilor Campos, I'm a little concerned we're getting
Yeah.
off the subject. So perhaps what we can do, I'm happy to ask someone from VTA who's on the transit side. Poor Ron's just working on the development. And I hate to
I
think
get it,
he's-
Ron, and I said
Yeah.
I was grouchy.
And Councilmember, we'd be happy to kind of sit down with you and brief you and give you the update on that.
I would love a briefing from BART staff, especially on accountability. I just get tired of hearing excuses, quite frankly. I'm in full support of this memo. I'm in full support of transit-oriented development, and I really appreciate the staff's time and your time, quite frankly. There's a lot of frustration from the community of not seeing results for all the efforts that we've been making throughout the years. So thank you.
Okay. Question, Ron, 321 million. I think that's the number I saw up on the screen, right?
Correct.
Of that, how much do we think we can get out of tax increment as opposed to a CFD or EIFD?
I think the tax increment is a smaller piece, but
Oh.
again, this is initial assessment. So we
Yeah.
went through a process working with city and the city's model to kind of look at these numbers, but really the important thing I think is now the next round of work we're doing where we've brought in kind of another set of public finance experts on our side and working with the city's team to really sharpen the analysis, I think to deal with some of the questions and issues that Councilmember Perales highlighted to really figure out, what are the numbers. And so really what we were trying to do in the study is say, as an order of magnitude, we think there's this amount of money, but we have more work to flesh that out and think about the other pieces of funding as well.
Okay. I appreciate it. I understand you're still working on it. I know we've talked about this, and you know my bias on all this, because as a council, we're going to come back in June and talk about commercial impact fee. And I think whatever residual value we think there might be in office, I'm guessing a good chunk of that's going to be taken up for affordable housing. And I'm just not sure how much room there's going to be. And so really much more interested in looking at tax increment if there's a room there.
Yeah. And this is an iterative effort, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of work ahead of us.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, on the motion? Calling any council members who might be lurking behind us. I hear them now.
I'd like to redo that as a yes vote.
I think you still have an opportunity.
No, it won't push it. It won't.
All right, there we are. It's done. Thank you, everybody. Now we just got to go build it. Okay, 7.1, we're rolling now. Lori Mitchell, thank you so much for your patience. We have our final item of the evening.
It's 9 because mine is sparse.
Saving the best for last. We have a presentation. Thank you for your motion, but there's no second, and we still have a presentation. That was a grumpy second. We're still going to have a presentation. All right.
Skip it. So, yeah. Good evening, council members. My name is Lori Mitchell. I'm the Director of Community Energy, and I will get through this presentation very fast. So we're here to talk about a couple of different items tonight, but the first is our power mix for 2020. As you may recall, all utilities and CCAs have to file a power content label with the CEC, which shows what our electric supply consists of. So when we launched this year, we benchmarked to PG&E's power content label, which is the only current one available, which was their 2017 power content label. And our Green Source product, that's the product that people are automatically enrolled to, offers 12% more renewable energy and 2% more carbon-free compared to their 2017 power content label. PG&E is expected to increase its renewable content to 39% from 33%, and the carbon-free content to 85% from 78%. So therefore, we are recommending that we also increase our carbon-free content to go to 86% and maintain our 45% renewable energy. We're recommending that we do this starting in January of 2020. This is estimated to cost us about $1.6 million and avoid about 25,000 tons of carbon emissions. And importantly, it will get us closer to our goal of being 100% carbon-free in 2021. So here's a summary of how other CCAs in the region compare to us and what we're proposing to go to. It's important to note, again, this is based on their current offerings, and they may increase some of these in the coming year, but you can see the recommendation is very consistent with what other CCAs in the region offer. And then the next item we are recommending is to waive our opt-out fees. So like many other CCAs, we enroll customers on an opt-out basis, and our current policy states that if they haven't opted out after 180 days of service, we charge them $5 per residential meter and $25 per non-residential meter. And the intent of that policy is to reduce the administrative churn of customers coming in and out of our service. However, after working with our call center and talking to many of our customers, we believe these opt-out fees are really just irritating our customers, and ultimately they're reducing the likelihood that they might return to us after the one-year moratorium. So we are recommending that we waive this fee for all of our customers. And then lastly, we'll talk very quickly about our net energy metering enrollment plan. If you might recall, this is the last group of customers that we're going to enroll in San Jose Clean Energy. So once we complete this, we will have offered service to all residential and commercial customers in San Jose. So first, just a quick definition of what net energy metering is. So net energy metering is an electric utility program that addresses compensation for energy that's exported to the grid by the customer-sided generation. So typically this is rooftop solar, but it could also be other types of renewable generation. So when these customers produce more energy than they need, the electricity flows back onto the grid, and these customers receive a credit for what they export. And then those credits can be applied to offset charges for future energy consumption. So the simple visual here is the solar is producing minus what they consume, and then that's the net energy. So what we're proposing is to essentially mimic the current program that PG&E provides. However, we are recommending that we offer a 25% premium on PG&E's net surplus compensation rate. So what the net surplus compensation rate is the rate that PG&E would buy any excess energy after the credits are applied. And the reason we're recommending this is it's pretty consistent with what many CCAs do, because it really incentivizes people to install as much solar as they can and make sure that their full load is covered. So it's slightly more attractive to these customers than what they would get from PG&E. The other thing that we're recommending, and this took some time to work out with these customers, is a phased enrollment that will be quarterly. So we'll start this in April of 2020 if approved tonight, and then we will complete it in January of 2021. And the reason we're recommending that we do this quarterly is that customers are trued up on their NEM account based on the date that they installed their solar. So we want to make sure when we enroll them that we're minimizing the loss of potential credits. Obviously, we can't do them on the exact date because there's 22,000 of these customers, and that would be challenging for our customer enrollment team. But if we can break them up into quarters, we think they'll get the maximum benefit out of those credits. This is what other CCAs have done, and so that's what we're proposing to do as well. Just very quickly, this is what a net energy metering bill looks like if you don't have one. You can see here that there's charges and credits by month, and then at the bottom, there's an estimate of what their true-up will be at the end. That's that third yellow circle there. And so then just a quick summary of what our expected costs here. So on the net surplus compensation, we expect to spend about $280,000 on this to buy that at the slightly higher rate. And then we can also count that generation as part of our portfolio, our renewable content. In terms of our annual revenues, you can see that the total NEM customers that we expect to enroll is just over 22,000. We expect annual net revenues for these customers to total $10.7 million. And of course, we have power supply costs to serve those customers. And so our net expected revenues are $3.77 million. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Lori. I appreciate it. And really appreciate all these changes. Councilmember Perales?
So I appreciate the presentation as well. I have no general questions on this. It's actually goes back to something we were talking about some time ago in regards to rotation of some of these presentations. And I know now a few times in a row, Lori's caught kind of the end. I don't know how we may be able to go back to, I believe we had done a rotation of some sorts, and maybe I'm wrong, and if we haven't, maybe we could consider that, just moving people around. Sometimes, right, you share the burden, and then sometimes maybe Lori gets to go first. So.
Yeah, I think we've actually got a proposal. I can't remember exactly where we're at on that, but I think we're either in the beginning of the new calendar year of executing that.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'll move approval. I think.
Thank you for trying to approve Lori's sleep. So sorry to do this at the end. I just had a few questions here. First, can we go back to the PG&E slide and the percent that's now renewable? I don't understand. Okay, first of all, PG&E is counting nuclear as non-GHG emitting, right? So they're trying to get credit for that.
Yeah, so nuclear is not carbon emitting.
Right.
Right.
So if you go to those little pie charts,
Yep.
now they get all their nuclear from one source, don't they? Isn't it Diablo Canyon?
Diablo Canyon, right.
So they're going to boost their share of nuclear in their portfolio from 27% to 33%, which seems to be a huge boost given the size of the portfolio. And that's the plant that they're taking out of service in what, 2024?
Right, there's a plan to decommission it.
I just don't understand this.
Yeah, so
they're ramping up a nuclear and then they're going to pull the plug in a few years.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm glad you're asking this. So this is something that we're very engaged on at the CPUC. What this really is, it's not that they're investing in another nuclear plant, but in 2017 they sold some of that excess supply through the and then recovered the above market cost through the PCIA. And so that means that they can't count it in their portfolio because they sold it off.
Oh.
Now, what they're proposing to do in 2018 is to keep a larger chunk of that in the portfolio. What we want to make sure is that, okay, fair enough, that's their decision, but if they're doing that, we want to make sure that those costs are not also in the PCIA, that we're not paying for that.
Right. And I know we can't tell where the electrons come from, but when we're buying RA, are we getting any of that nuclear?
Yeah, they're not required to disclose the source of those.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. And then finally, on the 25% credits that were given for net energy metering for surplus, happy to see that. I might add some more panels to my roof. But given what we know about the ducks back and the spikes in energy production and really whether or not it's very usable and so forth, given at the time of day and the intermittency of it all, wouldn't we want to offer a premium instead to storage if someone was willing to invest in a battery rather than just on the production?
Yeah, I think that's something we're working on, and we definitely would put forward as part of the programs. And so we're working on a programs roadmap right now to further incentivize solar and storage and things like that. So this net energy metering program is essentially a rate, and so we have to have a rate to enroll these customers. So we're making that compensation instead of here as part of the rate. But we expect to offer additional programs that would incentivize battery storage and distributed generation in general as part of that roadmap.
Okay, because at the end of the day, we're going to lose a lot of money. I mean, we want people to all adopt solar, but it's going to come out of our hide, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll cost us a little bit. So here, the first table here is our estimate of what purchasing that power. So it costs us about $300,000 a year. It's not a lot, and the reason for that is even with that 25% additional net surplus compensation rate, it's PG&E's wholesale generation rate. Oh. So typically, it's not it's not enough to really build your solar on the roof, but it's a little bit of an adder to make sure that people are maximizing the rooftop space that they have available, but we don't expect a huge amount of excess generation from that program.
Okay, great. Thanks, Lori. Any other questions on the motion? Let's vote. Thanks for your patience, Lori. And Mr. Perez wanted to speak on open forum. I don't believe he's here. So the meeting's adjourned. Happy Tuesday. Everybody has the rest of their evening free.